Debate on question. Now.
No. The question is, as on the order paper, can I call Minister Trott?
Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to open the final day of budget debates in this House. A budget with a plan to grow the economy, for better public services and to make work pay. Today's debate is focused on a theme close to my heart, improving productivity. As some of you know, back in 2010, before I became a Member of Parliament, I worked for my noble friend Lord Maud on an efficiency and reform agenda that saved the government £14 billion a year by 2014 and captured everything from buying printer paper collectively to better managing government projects and digitising services. This agenda not only cut costs, it improved productivity. Ahead of the pandemic, and under this government, productivity in the private sector increased by 0.7% a year on average between 2010 and 2019. This is in stark contrast, I'm sure the opposite benches will be interested to know, that between 1997 and 2009, where public sector productivity declined between 0.2% on average per annum. Our success was entirely due to hard work behind the scenes and relentlessly focusing on outputs. We must never fall into the trap of thinking... yes, I could wait to the honourable gentleman.
I thank her for giving way, but rather than cherry-pick statistics, what do you say about the fact that House of Commons Live has confirmed that the UK currently has the lowest investment in G7, and also it's the second worst performer post-pandemic in the G7 in terms of economic growth?
I would say to the honourable gentleman that since 2010 we have grown faster than France, Germany and Italy, and we're predicted to do the same in the next 5 years. But it is no coincidence that between 2010 and 2019, violent crime and burglaries halved. Our reading standards in schools, which were previously behind France, Germany and Sweden, raced ahead. Latest technologies such as the NHS app and virtual wards are now used by patients across the country. But this is not a once-and-done situation. The effect of the pandemic on productivity was significant. Moreover, as Lord Maud puts it, the focus on productivity must never end. It will always be a work in progress. There can never be a steady state. The public for whom public services exist deserve nothing less. And that is why this Conservative Chancellor is willing to invest once again to drive change. The head of the National Audit Office has said that if we can improve public sector productivity, the size of the prize is tens of billions of pounds. And the OBR estimate that raising public sector productivity by 5% will be the equivalent of around £20 billion extra in funding. Yeah, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the Chief Secretary for giving way. While she's on the subject of the OBR, can the Chief Secretary confirm whether the OBR are correct that the target public sector debt measure is forecast to increase, or do her own personal calculations continue to suggest that debt will fall?
The honourable gentleman, I'm sure, will see in the OBR figures that public sector net debt overall is subject to fall, and public sector net debt, excluding Bank of England, is due to fall in the fourth and fifth year of the forecast. Well, no, it's just the overall public sector net debt figure. This will help manage the size of the state in the long term, while also maintaining public service quality and delivering savings for taxpayers. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
To that last answer, why has the government chosen a debt measure that excludes the Bank of England?
Put simply, is because we're more in control of that figure. So the overall figure is falling, but public sector net debt excludes the impact of the Bank of England on the figures. This will help manage the size of the state in the long term, while also maintaining public service quality and delivering savings for taxpayers. And this is why, 14 years on, in my role as Chief Secretary to the Treasury, I'm delighted to be leading our public sector productivity programme. I will, of course, give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm pleased the Minister is in charge of this programme, so perhaps she can explain a little bit more about it. Local government's got currently a deficit of around £4 billion. In the productivity plan for local government, the government has highlighted the need to reduce waste on equalities, diversity and inclusion. I can't find any figure from the government about how much that's going to save. The Taxpayers Alliance says it's going to save £50 million over 3 years towards the £4 billion deficit. Has she got a figure that suggests the saving on that part of the productivity plan is going to be greater?
Yes, the savings in the productivity plan will be billions of pounds. But a word first on the economic context, Mr. Speaker. The last few years have not been easy. The pandemic, Putin's illegal occupation of Ukraine, energy price rises, and now conflict in the Middle East have taken their toll on the economy, on businesses, and on families. But because of the difficult decision that this government have taken, the economy is turning a corner. Inflation has more than halved, from 11 to 4%. Real wages are up now for 7 months in a row, and employment is down from the highs of 8% in 2010 to 3.9% at the end of last year. And because we have stuck to our plan, we have been able to cut the double tax on work, putting £900 back into working people's pockets. The Independent Institute for Fiscal Studies gave their verdict on our tax cuts for workers on Sunday, which was genuinely putting a lot more money back in the pockets of people. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you very much. I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way, but if she's referring to the National Insurance cut by 2%, the cut has been wiped out by the freeze in income tax thresholds, and the average worker on £35,000 a year will still be almost £400 a year worse off this year over last year. So how do these figures match up?
I'm sure the Honourable Lady will be pleased to know that the average earner will have the lowest effective tax rate since 1975. Yeah. But sadly, the Labour Party are putting this in jeopardy. I'm going to make a bit of progress. The party opposite has no plan to cut taxes and can't name a single one that they would cut. Instead, they are trying to pull the wool over the public's eyes by pretending they've refinanced their £28 billion a year plan to decarbonise. They themselves have said their pledge costs £28 billion a year, and they are not apparently scaling their promises back. So, Mr. Speaker, we all know what this means: more taxes for hard-working families. Well, what the public and this House needs to know, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this: which tax will they raise to pay for the plan? And will they, if in government after the general election, stick to our spending plan set out in the budget? The British public deserve to know. Now, in this Parliament, the total departmental spending has increased by 3.2% per year in real terms, and day-to-day departmental spending will grow at 1% a year on average in real terms beyond the current spending review period. The government is protecting the record increase in capital spending over this Parliament, which will deliver around £600 billion of public sector investment over the next 5 years. And, as announced in the budget, we're committing an additional £2.5 billion funding for the NHS in England in 24-25, protecting day-to-day funding in real terms. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
To her for giving way. Would she be aware of the fact there are thousands of people in this country who would love to work and would love to be productive, and they can't because they are living with cancer? Cancer obviously is a threat to people's life. It also limits their ability to earn a living. She's aware, I'm sure, that a third of people diagnosed with cancer wait 2 months before their first intervention to help cure them. Is there any room within her capital spending that she set out for a large-scale investment in radiotherapy in this country, as set out by the All-Party Group on Radiotherapy, which would help to cure people more quickly and do so more targetedly so there was not collateral damage and people go back to work much sooner?
Good call.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I praise him for his work that he has done on this very important issue. And I know that the capital money that we're putting in will help with issues exactly like the ones he's highlighted. But I just want to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that you can't just put more money into public services and hope for the best. I was delighted to read that the honourable member for Bristol North West said recently that he was in favour of reform and not splurging on public services. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, he's hoping for breaking the habit of the lifetime for the Labour Party. I genuinely hope that he would agree with some of the measures we've set out today on productivity, because outcomes are determined by how things are done, and focusing on outcomes, not funding, is where we can deliver real value for the taxpayer. It is a trap to think that simply spending more buys us better public services. Simply spending more is also not sustainable. Without action, public spending is forecast to grow more than... Sorry, I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Minister for giving way. On the subject of unfunded spending commitments, on the Treasury Select Committee this morning, we learned from the OBR that not only have they not been told by the government about the £46 billion ambition to scrap NI contributions altogether, but because they've not been told, they can't forecast the economic impact it may have. How does the Minister think that this will bake in long-term economic stability for the United Kingdom?
Unlike the Labour Party's massive £28 billion unfunded tax commitment by 2030, our long-term ambition to cut national insurance, to raise the double tax on work, doesn't have a date on it. We've also shown that what we can do over time is, by careful stewardship of the economy, we can reduce people's taxes without increasing taxes and without cutting spending. So, simply spending more is not sustainable. Without action, public spending is forecast to grow faster than GDP from 2030, accounting for pressures we cannot avoid, such as demographic changes. This must be managed with all the tools at our disposal, not by borrowing more or increasing taxes on the British public, but instead, we've got to assess how we deliver public services and improve them to make the UK more productive and ensure long-term sustainability of public finances. So yes, this is about money, but it's also about delivering the best services for the public, because productivity isn't a theoretical concept. It affects us all in each area of our everyday lives. I want to see better outcomes for children, for teachers who have more time to spend with pupils rather than filling out paperwork. I want the police to be able to spend more time on the beat, not on forms. And as a Member of Parliament representing my constituents of Sevenoaks and Swanley, I want nurses and doctors spending time with patients, not having to look at computer screens. Better public productivity means better value for money, better support for frontline workers to do their jobs effectively, and better results. At the budget last week, the Chancellor announced that we are allocating £4.2 billion to invest in productivity. This package is broad and comprehensive and includes £3.4 billion to the NHS, double the current budget for tech and digital transformation. The NHS say that it will unlock over £35 billion in the coming years, 10 times the amount that we will put in. At the next spending review, that will be the model for all of our public services. £105 million for 15 new special free schools across England, which I know will be welcome across the House, which create over 2,000 high-quality places for children with special educational needs and disabilities and prevent local authorities' use of costly independent provision. £165 million to tackle the shortage of children's home placements and rebuild the children's home estate, reducing the need for expensive and unsuitable emergency provision that does not produce the right outcomes for the children who need our help the most. £334 million to cut crime by improving policing technology, and £17 million for the modernisation of DWP's services, replacing the paper-based system for benefits. And as a former pensions minister, I know the impact that has had on the state pension. But this is just the start. I'm also committed to driving forward work to embed productivity at every level across the whole of the public sector. But to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I began thinking about this agenda in 2009, no one could have foreseen, I'll finish now, for the technological changes of the last decade. I've been very generous, come on. This change is revolutionising the private sector, and we now must embrace it in the public sector too. Mr. Speaker, our job is not yet done on the economy, but we're making progress on our plan to reward work and create growth, a plan that we put in jeopardy under the Labour Party. This budget does what it says on the tin, sticking to the plan, a plan that Britain needs, a plan that is putting money back in the pockets of British people, a plan that is working, and I commend this budget to the House.
Before I call the Shadow Secretary of State, just to say we have 46 speakers this afternoon, so I would urge backbenchers certainly to start with to stick to a maximum of 7 minutes, and then we'll see whether that needs to be taken down later, but that would be extremely helpful. Shadow Secretary of State, Darren.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm starting to worry about Right Honourable and Honourable members of the Conservative Party opposite. not just because there are so few of them here today to defend their budget, but because of their state of mind. I'm not sure whether it is confusion, delusion, or denial. But whatever it is, I think they need an intervention from the public. On Conservative confusion, the Chancellor called this a tax-cutting budget. But the independent forecasts confirm that the tax burden is due to go up in each and every year of the next 5 years. On Conservative delusion, the Chancellor called this a budget for a long-term plan for growth. But in the middle of this recession, the growth forecast per person was downgraded once again after 7 quarters of previous decline. And on Conservative denial, the worst of the 3 examples, the Conservative Party came out of the budget promising to abolish national insurance contributions altogether. An irresponsible, unfunded, massive spending commitment costing £46 billion a year, and all without a plan to pay for it. Now I will give way.
I thank him for giving way. In terms of denial, the budget bakes in future post-election cuts of £19 to £20 billion. And the IFS has said there's actually a conspiracy of silence from both the Conservatives and the Labour Party. The Labour Party have committed to sticking with Tory spending plans. Does that mean, or in terms of conspiracy of silence, is Labour going to keep the £20 billion of departmental cuts, or going to raise funds to offset that?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. 2 short answers. Firstly, we're not sticking to Conservative spending plans, and secondly, the OBR forecasts Conservative Party failure, not the success the Labour Party will bring to this country and to the economy. Now, I know that Conservative ministers don't like to think about their 4th Prime Minister since 2010, who only recently crashed the economy off the back of unfunded tax cuts, sending mortgage bills rocketing. But they really do not need to look back far in history to understand the risks of a £46 billion unfunded tax cut promise. They don't even need to ask their predecessors what the consequences are of such risky behaviour, because the British people are still paying the price today for their economic vandalism with higher mortgage and rent costs every single month. Conservative ministers need to look at themselves in the mirror and ask, have they learnt anything from the last 14 years in office? Madam Deputy Speaker, these are just a few examples of confusion, delusion, denial and risk-taking with the economy that prove that the biggest threat to the economy is the Conservative Party itself. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And on that subject of confusion and that unfunded £46 billion NIC's commitment, did he note that the Chief Secretary wouldn't give a clarity on the date for her government's promise, that unfunded promise, and yet the Chancellor said in an email to Conservative Party members that he wanted to make progress on it in the next Parliament. Other members of the government saying completely different things. Isn't this an example of the chaos that they're in?
I thank my honourable friend for the intervention. It is yet more evidence of the Conservatives' ill discipline. Not only last time did they want to disregard the Office of Budget Responsibility and announce unfunded tax cuts, now the former Chancellor is supporting these new unfunded tax cuts, and yet again they're not giving the information the OBR needs to forecast their policies. I give way.
The gentleman for giving way. I wonder, does he understand the difference between an ambition and a promise?
I would like the honourable gentleman to explain that to the public, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Conservative Party make promises at every single election and fail to deliver them, I think the public have got the same questions in mind. Now, moving to the confusion about this budget being a tax-cutting budget. The budget documents confirm that the United Kingdom has the highest tax burden in 70 years, rising each and every year for the next 5 years under the Conservatives. This means that overall taxes are going up, not down. Figures from the Office of Budget Responsibility show that for every 10 pence extra in tax paid by working people under the Conservatives, they're now giving only 5 pence back. This is why the public see it as a pre-election giveaway from the Conservative Party. But it's no giveaway at all, Madam Deputy Speaker, given that successive Conservative Chancellors have taken double what they're now promising to give back. But this isn't just bad news for those paying taxes already. Because tax thresholds are being frozen for the next 5 years, increasing the tax take overall by an additional £40 billion, 3.7 million people, including pensioners, who are not currently paying tax at all, will be doing so by 28-29 under the Conservatives. With the tax burden going up, with Conservative ministers taking more in taxes than they now say they're giving back, and with more people paying tax than before this budget, I have to question, why are Conservative ministers calling this a tax-cutting budget at all? May I also gently point out, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the SNP are just as bad. In Scotland, the SNP has increased taxes on working people so that even the low-paid are now paying more in tax in Scotland than they would in England. And yet they campaign against a windfall tax on the big oil and gas companies. Are they really putting the oil and gas company tax cuts ahead of tax cuts on working people? I was waiting for an intervention from the SNP. I'm sorry, are you an SNP?
I'm not in the SNP, but I do like a bit of accuracy and truth. And the reality is that those earning under 28,000 aren't paying more tax. And what he's lifted there is a straight lift from an article in Hollywood magazine, and a very good article otherwise. But on that little bit, it wasn't very accurate at all.
I thank the honourable gentleman. I read the article on the BBC, which, as far as I can reassure, is a pretty reliable source of information. And if the SNP want to tell teachers and nurses earning £28,000 a year that they are high earners, then I encourage them to do so in the general election coming up this year. Labour first called for a windfall tax on the profits of oil and gas companies in January 2022. The Conservatives finally agreed to introduce the energy profits levy in May of that year, though there were significant holes in the government's approach, and since then, we on this side have been pressing ministers to close them. Ahead of the general election, we have set out our plans for the energy profits levy if we win. We will increase the levy to the same rate of tax as in Norway, end the windfall tax investment allowances, and maintain the levy until the end of the next Parliament with a statutory sunset clause, provided there continue to be windfall profits. We have set out our plans now to give those operating in the North Sea as much certainty as possible over their future investment decisions. And to give further certainty, I can put on the record today that we fully support having an energy security investment mechanism in place, and we will therefore support Budget Resolution 18 today. Let's now turn...
I thank my old friend for giving way. He's making a very powerful speech about how this has been a high-tax, high-debt government, but at the same time they've been presiding over low living standards. Would you agree with me that the fact that the real wage weekly earnings under the Conservatives have gone up by 17% compared to wages rising by 183% under Labour shows that this is a party that has been presiding over low living standards without any plan to sort that out, a huge contrast to how we will have higher living standards and also lower bills under Labour.
Yeah. I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention, which I think reflects the mood of the public. When Conservative ministers stand up and say they've never had it so good, people at home look at their payslip and their bank balances and realise that that is not the case. Let's now turn to the delusion of this budget being a so-called long-term plan for growth. The independent evidence is clear. This will be the worst Parliament on record for living standards. The only Parliament where living standards have fallen instead of risen, with real pay, as my honourable friend has pointed out, only having gone up £17 a week under the Conservatives compared to £183 a week under the last Labour government. And whilst the Chancellor couldn't bring himself to say the R word, the budget documents confirmed that after 22 budgets or statements from successive Conservative Chancellors these past 14 years, in each they promised they would get the economy growing, and where are we now? In recession. A recession that for working people has been felt for some time. 7 quarters of downgraded growth per person, extended by a further downgrade in the budget last week. The longest period of stagnation since the 1950s, an economy that has shrunk on a per capita basis since the Prime Minister took office, and overall GDP only forecast to increase because of a dependence on migrant labour. That's quite the record for a Conservative Party that promised to reduce migration and get the economy growing. I shall.
And I don't want to interrupt his flow too much. The issue we have in communities, rural communities like mine, is that growth is being hampered, despite the fact there is demand to meet out there to support businesses in hospitality and tourism, for example. We don't have a bit of workforce big enough to support it. 63% of hospitality businesses in the Lakes can't meet capacity because they don't have the staff. Now, part of that is silly visa rules, so will he look at those again? But the other is the lack of affordable housing for local families. Will he allow local authorities to once again build social rented homes and give them the finance to be able to do that, so we've got enough homes for people to actually work in communities like ours?
The honourable member is right that what we need is a country that creates the opportunities and jobs for people who need them in the areas in which they work, whether that's about affordable housing or delivering transport infrastructure actually on time and on budget, something the Conservative Party seems unable to do, and making sure that workers have access to skills and training so they can take the jobs available to them in their local communities. The Conservatives have consistently failed on these measures, which is why they are so dependent on migrant labour to keep the economy above a recessionary level in the budget forecasts. Now, to the denial of the Conservative Party, its £46 billion a year plan to abolish national insurance contributions altogether. An irresponsible, unfunded, massive spending commitment, and all without a plan to pay for it. The public rightly look to their national insurance contributions as the bedrock of our welfare state, where working people and their employers all contribute towards funding our National Health Service and the state pension. Originally designed as an insurance, giving people the financial help they need during illness and unemployment. Now, given the Conservative Party's pledge, confirmed again across the dispatch box today, to abolish national insurance altogether, without a plan to pay for the £46 billion a year cost of doing so, I must ask, what do Conservatives propose to cut? Will it be funding for our GPs, driving patients to pay for private health care? Will it be the right to be seen in your local hospital? Maybe they'll cut support towards the cost of social care, an end to incapacity benefit, an end to job seekers allowance, maybe even a reduction in the state pension itself. What is it? What is it? The public have a right to know, and I will happily give way to an intervention from ministers opposite if they can tell us how they're going to fund their £46 billion tax cut. There are no interventions, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I may have to move on. The Conservative Party must answer this question. They must answer this question. After their previous Prime Minister and their previous Chancellor crashed the economy from a £45 billion tax cut, they're now celebrating the latest form from this Conservative Party of a £46 billion tax cut. How will it be funded? Surely not through higher taxes or higher borrowing, given that both are at record highs already. So presumably, I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does my honourable friend agree that the party opposite should come clean about whether their £46 billion plan to abolish the national insurance contributions means they plan to put taxes up on working people, or cut spending on public services, or borrow billions like the previous Prime Minister and risk crashing the economy again?
Yeah. My honourable friend is right. Ministers should answer this question, and I'm giving them the opportunity repeatedly to do so now. What is the answer to the question? How will the Conservatives fund the £46 billion unfunded tax cut commitment? We can only assume, given taxes are the highest they have been for 70 years, that borrowing is the highest it has been for many decades. We can only assume that there must be further cuts coming from the Conservative Party to our National Health Service and our state pension. The fact of the matter, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the Conservatives' plan to abolish national insurance is not just fiscally irresponsible, it is morally abhorrent. And in contrast, the Labour Party will never promise to do anything it cannot pay for. Madam Deputy Speaker, I seem to have woken them up on the benches opposite, and I encourage them to continue to try to answer the questions we put to them. I shall.
I'm grateful to him. He's making a powerful case about national insurance. Does he agree that a plan to abolish national insurance does raise pretty fundamental questions about the future of the state pension, and that even if income tax was increased by 8p in the pound to pay for this, the question of eligibility for the state pension and other contributory benefits would be a very difficult one to address?
I thank my right honourable friend, the chairman of the Select Committee, for raising that important and, might I say, obvious question. The public will want to know the answers. Why is it the Conservative ministers are not telling the Office of Budget Responsibility how it plans to pay for this £46 billion unfunded tax cut, when in fact it plans to do so? Why can they not tell the House today how they're going to pay for their £46 billion unfunded tax cut? The public will have to look at what the Conservatives are offering, look at their record in office over these past 14 years and make a judgment call. Madam Deputy Speaker, I started this debate today by highlighting my concern for Conservative ministers. Given their obvious state of confusion, delusion and quite obviously denial, but my real concern is elsewhere. My concern is for working people paying more in tax than ever before, for pensioners dragged into paying tax out of their fixed incomes for the first time, for families struggling with the cost of living crisis and seeing the economy going in the wrong direction, for our National Health Service, now presumably at threat from the £46 billion unfunded promise to abolish national insurance contributions with no plan for how to pay for it, and for our country, which after 14 years of failure from the Conservatives is exhausted, on its knees and staring into the abyss. We are all fed up, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the weak leadership the latest Conservative Prime Minister is offering our country. We are bored to the back teeth of the chaos and infighting in the Conservative Party taking priority over the country. We want to get our economy back on track, our public services back on their feet, to close the book on 14 years of Conservative failure and to get Britain its future back. And so I only have one ask of the Conservative Party today, Madam Deputy Speaker: set the date for the general election.
Andrew Jones.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we're in day 4 of our budget debate, much has already been said, and I'm just going to therefore restrict my remarks to a few comments in general and then some areas specifically. I think this has been a much more wide-ranging budget than most commentators have noted, but the key thing that jumped out to me in all the data we were given, the most positive, was the upgrading of the growth forecasts. I completely recognise it has not been easy to do economic forecasting with all of the uncertainty from the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, but I think our economy is stronger than most forecasters estimate, and I think the UK economy is most regularly underestimated. The upward revises to the OBR forecast are large too, up by 0.5% in just the months since the autumn statement. Also heading in the right direction has been the surveys from businesses published recently, all indicating increasing confidence. Indeed, the main messages that I receive from businesses in Harrogate and Knaresborough at the moment, it is simply how hard it is to fill the vacancies that they are generating. The local unemployment rate announced today is 1.9%. That is a remarkably low figure, but it's also a figure which is matched in other parts of our country. The growth in employment is a key reason, I believe, why our economy has been resilient. We know that there are over 4 million people on payrolls now than there were in 2010. That is a significant achievement. We know that unemployment has been halved. We know that there are 1 million more businesses in the UK than in 2010. As my right honourable friend the Minister said in her remarks when she opened this debate today, the UK has seen growth outperform the other major economies of Europe, Germany, France, Italy, and is set to do so for the next 5 years. But our productivity has lagged badly. Indeed, the Economic Indicators report published only last month by the library here showed UK productivity lagged German productivity by 16%. That is a very significant gap. Yet we are still outgrowing them. So I think that raises the question of what the impact on growth would be if we kept driving what is driving our economy and addressed that productivity gap. So I was very pleased, therefore, to see the focus on productivity in the budget, and that is in both the private and the public sectors. This is, Madam Deputy Speaker, an area of some personal interest. I pursued this as a Minister, particularly in the Treasury, and I think once a Treasury Minister, always a Treasury Minister. But we should define what productivity is. Productivity is not working harder, it is working smarter, so that there is more output from each hour worked, not more hours worked. And the best way to drive productivity is with investment. One of the other most encouraging stats in the budget was that business investment has risen to 10.6% of GDP and is continuing to grow. That is very positive. It is how our future wealth will be created. It's also an increase of 14% compared to the level of investment we saw under Labour. And when you look at the GDP growth, creating a bigger economy, and then investment taking a bigger slice, I think you will then see that the budget involved is measured in the tens of billions. Now, the permanent expensing that was announced in the autumn statement is a huge factor here. And I was also very pleased to see the commitment to extend that into leasing in the future too. So welcome that very strongly. This is all about making the UK more competitive and an even better place to invest and grow your business. Now, one area which has not received the attention it deserves over a number of years is productivity in the public sector. The delivery of good public services requires several components. Budget, of course, the total amount spent matters. But it is not just the total, it is also how well you spend it. Now, there have been huge increases in public spending, so we need to ensure that there is transparency and accountability and that funds are directed to where there is the greatest return and the greatest need. We also have to ensure that taxpayers achieve value for their money. Now, there's plenty to be done on that, particularly in the area where the government is investing so heavily, and that is infrastructure. That is a different speech, I think, to this particular one, though I will, of course, refer the House to the excellent work of the All-Party Group on Infrastructure, which I coincidentally chair. But it also requires governments to make the right policy choices. For example, there is less than 2% difference in per pupil funding between England and Wales in schools. But English schools are rising up the international league tables for maths, science, and to be best in the West for reading. In Wales, sadly, they're going down the league tables, now in the mid-30s in their ranking. The financial difference is a world away from the ranking difference in the league tables, and that comes down to policy choices. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
He's on about educational outcomes. I don't know if you saw a news night last night from the town of Paisley, in the city of Paisley in Scotland, where a teacher linked bad behaviour in the classroom to children in hunger, and also the difficulty of managing to get good educational outcomes in amongst poverty. And isn't the fact that DWP policies, which keep families in poverty in a two-child cap, are contributing more to the problems he's probably suggesting in Wales than anything else? It's a matter of poverty and not education.
Well, I didn't see Newsnight last night. I was here until very late, working away as ever. But I would just say that our benefits system has not been holding back the educational progress that is being made in England. So I suspect, without having seen the programme, that there are other factors involved. So I'll just return to the point about productivity. The productivity in our public services remains below the pre-pandemic levels. And this suggests, therefore, that the full value of budget increases are not being realised. And it was therefore very good to see the announcement of a public sector productivity plan in the budget. This is an important initiative, and it has the potential to be a game changer. The National Audit Office suggests that a 5% increase in productivity is the equivalent of a £20 billion budget increase. Now, the budget detailed investment to upgrade the IT, the justice system, but also investment to upgrade the IT in the NHS. The Chancellor revealed 13 million hours are lost by doctors and nurses to outdated IT. Now, the sheer scale of that is absolutely phenomenal, but obviously not in a good way. Governments of all colours have struggled with NHS IT for years, but the world is digitising. AI will change things even further and faster, and it's right to embrace these and secure the benefits that they will bring. It's not just about systems, however, it's about the processes used too, and there is an attitudinal element here. We have to think about how output will be achieved. In the world of government in the UK, we tend to measure and then trumpet inputs rather than outputs. This does not happen in the private sector. Moving that thinking within the policy and delivery teams to think more about outputs is critical in the longer term. So overall, Madam Deputy Speaker, for me the most encouraging parts of this budget tackled investment and productivity. Progress on these is how we will create more wealth for the future and better health for our future, and that is why we're supporting this budget.
I've got a feeling it might be helpful for me to put the clock on, but we'll start at 8 minutes after the SNP spokesperson, Richard Thomson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's three big challenges, I think I can say, which face the UK right now economically. and socially, and which I can say without fear of contradiction. That is that we've got an energy security crisis, we've got a climate crisis, and we've still got a cost of living crisis that needs to be tackled. And the fact is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this budget barely changed course in any of those three measures. Now, since 2010, the Conservative Party have adopted 11 different economic strategies. They've had 7 business secretaries, 7 chancellors of the Exchequer and 5 prime ministers, sometimes even within weeks of each other. But after 14 years of Conservative government, it's laughable that the present incumbents would present this as a budget that will encourage investment and create long-term growth. Because the fact is that the UK has long had a productivity problem. Figures show that the UK's productivity is around 20% lower than France or Germany. In the UK, workers work some of the longest hours in Europe and return some of the lowest levels of productivity. Now, there's a number of very, very lazy assumptions are made around that, often on the centre-right of politics, about what contributes to productivity or the lack of it. Who could forget the wisdom of the Right Honourable Member for Spelthorne and the Right Honourable Member for South West Norfolk in their book Britannia Unchained, when they said that the British are amongst the worst idlers in the world. We work amongst the lowest hours, we retire early, and our productivity is poor. Whereas Indian children aspire to be doctors and businessmen, the British are more interested in football and pop music. So those kind of lazy prejudices aside, the idea that everybody should work harder and enjoy fewer protections in the workplace, which seems to underpin how you get to productivity in that view of the world, there's one simple truth. And that the only way to actually make a genuine improvement in productivity is to improve the quality of your physical capital and to improve the quality of your human capital by investing in people. And government has got an absolutely massive, pivotal role to play in that. So it's not good enough just to say that you want to tackle productivity issues. You have to put in place the long-term policies to do so. Yeah. And despite it being a near article of faith in some sections of this House that cutting tax is the way to get there, if that comes at the expense of public investment and investment in social services, you're not going to achieve productivity. Yeah. Now, the Chancellor opted to use £20 billion of potential headroom by cutting national insurance by 4 pence in the last few months. Yet the Institute for Fiscal Studies has said that the Chancellor's budget is going to leave many public services facing savage cuts of an equivalent amount of £20 billion a year by 2028. And there is, as the IFS Director Paul Johnston has warned, almost a conspiracy of silence around the billions of pounds in tax cuts and the choices consequent to that the UK government have made in prioritising these tax cuts. Now, we know that from the Shadow Chancellor, who's no longer in our place, that if Labour is to alter course on that, either taxes are going to have to go up, borrowing is going to have to go up, or spending is going to have to be cut in different places. And I'll take issue with the Labour Front Bench spokesperson. I am proud that the party that I am a member of that is in government in Scotland has ensured that taxes are lower for over half of people in Scotland than they would be if they lived anywhere else in the UK, actually putting money back into the pockets of hard-working people who need it most. So I am very proud of that, and if that's where they wish to draw the battle lines for the election, bring it on, quite frankly, because I'm very, very happy at the choices that we are making in that regard. And if those tax cuts are to be reversed, as the Honourable Member was nodding away gleefully, implying that they were, then the question comes back to his colleagues in the Scottish Parliament, or perhaps he could help us out. He's nodding again. Good, that's good. We'll look forward to some answers and I'll happily take an intervention. What is it in terms of the enhanced social settlement in Scotland that the Labour Party would seek to take away? Is it people's bus passes? Is it, as Michael Mara, MSP, threatened, to introduce tuition fees again? Is it to reverse the Scottish child payment that is taking over 100,000 Scottish children out of poverty? I too was looking for an intervention. I'm clearly not getting one. I'm suddenly chuntering. Would you like to intervene, Wadley?
I'm happy to be welcome to intervene, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I might just point out that this is a debate about the Conservatives' budget here in Westminster, and if the SNP have questions to answer about their performance in government, they should do so in Scotland.
Well, that was absolutely ridiculous, a complete waste of time. I mean, the reason I brought it up was because the honourable gentleman brought it up. Clearly, memories are very short. Now, Scotland needed much more money for investment in infrastructure, public sector and public services, and the UK Government has let us down again in this budget, because any attempt at boosting productivity, which is the subject of this debate, and I didn't hear a great deal of mention from either front bench on productivity, I have to say, is going to run...
It was 2 paragraphs at the end.
Any attempt to tackle productivity issues is going to run on headlong into the effects of the austerity that has been prevalent since the financial crisis of 2008. So we know firsthand the impact that has had on public services across the UK. We know that investment levels as a result of those spending choices remain the lowest in the UK of any country in the G7. We know that research by the UK and a Changing Europe group has found that investment is 10% lower than it would otherwise have been if we'd remained in the EU, and that our GDP is already 5% lower. So it's clear that government, if it wants to increase productivity and drive investment, it needs to be doing more in recognising the vital role it has to play in terms of its capital expenditure. And because its capital expenditure is what maintains our infrastructure, it's what builds houses, it replaces hospitals and schools, it maintains roads, and crucially, it drives and encourages private investment. So it is utterly bizarre that as a consequence of spending decisions here, the UK Government would have been cutting the Scottish Government's capital budget in real terms by 10% over the next 5 years. One other key point, Madam Deputy Speaker, which the budget does nothing to shift the dial on, is in research and development. Now, this is a point that I've made before. The UK lags behind our European competitors when it comes to overall levels of investment in research and development, but London and the South East is taking the lion's share even of that reduced amount. Wales lags behind, the north of England lags behind, Scotland holds its own. But if you want to genuinely level up, not words that we often hear paired with each other terribly often these days, if you really want to do that, you really need to shift that dial and start to address inequalities that are inherent in the way that the government carries out business as usual. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to energy. The Energy Profits Levy, the decision to continue, it can only be described as a slap in the face for all the bold and brave Scottish Conservative politicians who were boasting about how they were going to personally oppose it and get rid of it. But I have to say that the Labour proposals to increase that level further really does risk killing the goose that lays the golden egg. Now, I'm a big fan of the way the Norwegians have run their oil and gas sector, and Scotland and the UK would be in a much better place if we'd done the same. But the UK basin is closer to the end of its life than much of the Norwegian basin is, so simply saying that everything will be all right on the night if we simply tax at the same level of Norway really does put investment decisions on a precipice here. And I would caution the Labour Party very carefully to think about that when they form the next government. So increasing taxes beyond the level at what they are already at in that particular industry risks putting tens of thousands of jobs on the line. Now, finally, I think we're all quite bored of weak leadership. But does leadership get any weaker than taking your one identifiable policy, your only identifiable policy really on renewable energy of investing £28 billion and then throwing it on the fire? Now, because your leader is absolutely terrified of losing political ground to the weakest and worst Conservative Party government that I think any of us would have the misfortune to remember in our lifetime. Now, it's absolutely vital again for, not just for the country, but particularly for the north east of Scotland to get the energy transition right. Labour is absolutely correct to say that they will have a pretty dismal economic inheritance from the current UK government. But my goodness, what a dismal legacy they will leave for the government that eventually replaces them if they continue on the current path. And that's why Scotland needs to be away from that front bench and away from that front bench in making decisions for ourselves as a fully sovereign, independent country. Thank you.
Dean Russell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to stand here and speak in this debate today. The points that have been raised from the front bench eloquently earlier and by other colleagues, I'm sure throughout the rest of this debate, will be covered in detail about what was covered in the budget, and I was particularly pleased with Warner Brothers Leavesden in my own constituency for the benefits that were given and the support to ensure the film industry would thrive in this country. But I will focus today on productivity, both by trying to keep my speech short and also by focusing in on one particular point, which is a particular area of passion for me, which is around the support given around the NHS and technology. As has been reported, the NHS Chief Executive has acknowledged that the significant investment to fund new technology will unlock tens of billions of pounds of savings. But there are areas that I think are so important that we look at with regards to this investment. In particular, when we look at the role of digital and the role of technology within the health arena. In Watford, at Watford General, I was very proud to visit on several occasions the virtual wards and the virtual hospital that the team have been developing there. In fact, they've been groundbreaking in their work in this. And what that means is that patients, especially during COVID when this initiative started, were able to be at home, to be looked after in their own space with their family around them than necessarily being in a ward. That, of course, from a NHS perspective, freed up beds, freed up nurses and doctors' time, but also meant for the patient they had the ability to have the comfort of their own home whilst knowing that the technology was there to support them and ensure that they were being monitored and watched with the best possible devices. There's also amazing work that I've seen at Watford with regards to robot-assisted surgery. And as I understand it, the work that goes on in that actually can lead to quicker results with regards the ability for people to heal, but also ensures that the surgery is literally precision. I had the opportunity to use one of the machines a while ago, and it's absolutely incredible the level of accuracy that's possible through this technology. But where I'd really like to focus is on the role of artificial intelligence, and I will make a few asks. Perhaps the Minister might not be able to respond to these because I appreciate they might be more within the health arena themselves in the Department of Health. But I think when we look at digital health, it's so important to make sure that we see the benefits of what may come, but also the benefits that are here already from the learnings, as I've mentioned. I think one of the key areas, is about making sure that we use this rise of AI within healthcare, both with the benefits and the opportunities, but also be mindful of the risks that this might bring. One of the risks I see is an increasing area around the digital divide. And what I ask is that when we put this investment into the NHS, this investment into technology, that we don't have a growing divide of those who have the ability to use the technology and those who have not. And what I would ask is that when we're developing these, we don't just cut off the ability for those who want face-to-face support, those who want to be able to go in and see a receptionist or a person face-to-face, that we actually use the extra time that's given through those who are using technology to provide access and the extra time to the face-to-face who need that support. In addition, I think there's a great opportunity here for a scheme that I've proposed before, but I don't know whether I have within these benches, which is the idea of a data donor scheme. At the moment, sadly, when somebody passes away, they may be able to save other people's lives through organ donation. Now, every single day, many of us have these various Apple Watches or Fitbits or the ability to collect data that will no doubt be invaluable with AI and our ability for GPs to diagnose issues and for clinicians to use that. But I think there's a great scope within this investment to look at a data donation scheme. Imagine if each of us were able to anonymously donate data around our heartbeat, around our health attributes, perhaps when we've taken a particular new drug, to be able to share that data anonymously with the NHS, which could then be used as part of clinical trials and research. I think it could transform the way that we look at curing cancer, looking at finding a new way to help the health of the nation, but also identify potential risks that we may not have seen before. And I think it's a great opportunity with this incredible investment, along with the, I believe, £100 million investment that's gone into the Turing Institute to look at how we can use AI in a better way. The other area I think is so important as well is about how we educate the public around the use of AI and data. But one of the things I'm really conscious of, and I've spoken about from these benches before, I know I'm trying to keep to my productivity, as my honourable member has reminded me. The other area that I think is so important is making sure that people know when they're using this technology. The rise in chatbots, the rise in AI tools that are perhaps pretending that they're human when they're not, it's essential that the public know when that's being used. And I would say that any government system and any NHS system should have a very clear watermark or notation or reminder that they are not speaking to a human being, but they're actually using AI. And I think that will help demystify the use of technology. It will also make people feel more comfortable, but also make sure that they're aware when those who don't want to use it for good reason are tackled. So I would say I hugely welcome this budget. I think the tax cuts have been essential. I think the government benches, I know, and everyone on this side of the House is keen to make sure we reduce taxes. So I'm keen on that. I'm keen on the benefits that we've seen. But I think within the technology space, let's make the most of it. Let's see the benefits and help the nation become healthier and happier for it. Thank you.
Very Sheerman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it's pretty accurate for me to say that this will be the last budget speech I make in this House. I've just worked out that this is the 14th Chancellor since I came into the House in 1979 and the 50th budget that I've sat through. So I think there should be some sort of medal, shouldn't there? However, I think today I'm tempted, always in these debates, to go back to my origins as an economist at the London School of Economics. I think that was a harder and tougher place to learn economics than Pembroke College, Cambridge, from what I've heard from the front bench opposite today. But there is a tendency, if you've had a background in it, to look at the detail. I don't want to look at the detail, Madam Deputy Speaker, today. I want to look at the two broad issues that I think has been totally missing in this vital budget. Now, a lot of people on the government benches were hoping for a post-budget boost. Well, I have to say, I used to always counsel my members of and colleagues, you never know how a budget has gone down until the Sunday papers. You know, the reflection, the time, well, look, with that reflection, do we have to wait that long? 58%, 10% of the population believe they're going to be better off due to the budget. 20% think they'll be far worse off. But most telling, 58% of the public feel that the budget will make no difference to their lives at all. So no budget bounce here. But I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the two big issues that weren't even mentioned. Because our very existence as human beings on this planet really are about global warming, climate change. The Chancellor never mentioned the words climate change in his whole speech. And there was nothing in that budget that would give hope to those of us who've been campaigning for years to stop the global warming that's going to destroy human life on this planet. Nothing in this budget that will meet that terrible existential challenge. And also, Madam Deputy Speaker, you know that I've been teased sometimes because I point out that I was born during the Blitz of London, and indeed round about the same night that this place was bombed and destroyed. And I sometimes get teased about that. But I've always been, because my father went, I didn't know my father for 6 years, he went off to serve in the war. And for those of us who come from that generation, now look at our spending on defence and our defence preparedness with horror. I said yesterday in defence questions that the government, the party that of Winston Churchill and Margaret Thatcher is a party that their own ministers, former ministers, Their own backbenchers yesterday pointed out, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this budget, smuggled into this budget, is a serious cut to the defence budget. That's from their side. And so these are the two issues that were not confronted in this budget. And the people in this country aren't just short-termists. Yes, they want a better life. They want lower taxes. They want to help in the drive for greater productivity. Do you remember the productivity drive of George Osborne, Mr. Deputy Speaker? We all remember that. Don't talk about productivity failures to us on this side. Fact of the matter is, we haven't tackled manufacture. Nothing in this budget on manufacturing and getting manufacturing going again, or participation of universities' research, wonderful researchers in the universities linking with small businesses, to tackle climate change, to look at hydrogen power, to look at the way we clever human beings can and will make sure that this planet is safe to live on. Also, Madam Deputy Speaker, whatever government there is must surely wake up to the fact that this ghastly man, who is the leader of Russia, he's not going away, and he is not going to. He's going to persist in undermining our institutions, not just in terms of arms, not in terms of encroaching on territory across Europe, but in terms of the pernicious ability to use social media and other ways to undermine democracy, both in this country and worldwide. We live, especially in terms of defence, I grew up passionately influenced by the democracy of the United States. When I was a student, I emigrated to the United States, basically because that's the only way you wouldn't get deported as working as a student. But I admire and love the United States. I love it as a champion of freedom, a champion of democracy. And look, our greatest ally now, in such deep trouble, with this ghastly ex-President Trump looking like he might come back again. A man that doesn't believe in a special relationship with anyone, especially our country, and especially the relationship with NATO and standing up to the foes of democracy in China and Russia. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are the two issues that all of us would be ashamed if we didn't talk about them in the budget, if a government did not make the wherewithal available to, first of all, confront climate change and global warming, and also to have the defence of our country secure. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I say, this is going to be my last budget speech. I love speaking in this House. You all know that I love interjecting at question time. But these are serious times, and I hope all of us will remember the big issues, climate change, the future of our planet, and also the defence of our country is hard to do because it's expensive. And some of us on this bench sometimes do not grapple with the fact. Be honest. If we want this country to be secure and have a great defence, we have to pay for it. All of us in this House get that lesson. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jane Hunt.
Speaker, I'm going to deal with just two aspects of productivity as it's a productivity theme for the budget today. And first of all, I'm going to talk about the VAT threshold. So SMEs are the backbone of our economy, both nationally and locally. Not only do they provide jobs that hard-working families depend on, but they are the key to turbocharging productivity across the UK and levelling up our regions and nations. This could not be more true than in my own constituency, where SMEs are responsible for the lion's share of business activity and employment. The last few years have been particularly challenging for SMEs as they have had to navigate various things such as COVID-19, pandemic and the commodity shortages and inflationary pressures brought on by war in Ukraine. I've therefore been fiercely vocal of the need to do all we can to support them. I know that the government has been working hard to protect and support businesses as much as possible through these times, recognising the need to fulfil our responsibility to get the economy back on track. So I welcome a number of announcements in the budget, in particular the decision to increase the VAT registration threshold to £90,000 from the 1st of April 2024. As the Chancellor mentioned during his speech, this is something I have been pressing for, as it will support business with the administrative and financial impact of VAT charges, ensuring they can earn more before paying VAT and spend more time working. Hairdressing businesses and hospitality sector businesses in Loughborough had raised this point with me, and I in turn had brought it to the attention of the Chancellor and also the Business Minister. The increase in the threshold will mean that more money can be earned by these businesses before any VAT is due. This will not only mean that hard-working business owners will get the opportunity to earn more before tax, but also the self-employed trades will be able to complete more work before attracting VAT charges to their contracts. Secondly, as the Chancellor said in his budget speech, the way to improve public services is not always more money or more people. We also need to run them more efficiently. We need a more productive state, not a bigger state. The announcement of the Public Sector Productivity Programme to reform the delivery of frontline public services and improve productivity is welcome news. Alongside the Public Sector Productivity Programme, a £230 million pilot will be established to roll out cost-cutting edge technology such as live facial recognition automation and the use of drones as first responders. It goes on to say that the government will establish a centre for police productivity to support police forces' use of data and deliver this technology, maximising productivity and the use of AI. But again, I would refer my honourable friend back to not always needing more money. I would be interested to hear from my honourable friend whether the remit of this centre will extend to looking at ways to reduce redaction burdens placed on police officers due to data protection requirements. As I have raised in a number of times in the House, and currently in the Data Protection Act 2018, contains no provision at all to facilitate the free flow of personal data between the police and the Crown Prosecution Service. The impact of this is that when preparing a case file for a charging decision, the police have to analyse the information which has been gathered by investigating officers in order to identify every item of personal data, decide whether it is necessary for the CPS to consider each item of personal data when making its decision, and redact every item of personal data that does not meet that test. These obligations are only delaying and obstructing the expeditious progress of the criminal justice system, and in some cases adding to the likelihood of the victim withdrawing their support. Much of the data is also never even used by the CPS in cases where they decide not to charge or the defendant pleads guilty before trial. Nationally, about 25% of cases that are submitted to the CPS are not charged. The Police Federation has estimated that on average a staggering 365,000 policing hours are consumed in complying with redaction obligations, which equates to an annual cost to the taxpayer of over £5.6 million. The government has previously highlighted its support for the use of technology to reduce this burden. However, this would only go so far and would still require police officers to oversee the work. The best solution would be to change the law so that the redaction of personal data by the police could occur after rather than before a charging decision has been made by the CPS. That way, only those cases that are to go forward for prosecution would have been worked on. This is a practical solution that prevents the waste of time currently being undertaken by police officers who can then spend more time on the beat, something that my constituents have asked for in a recent crime survey I undertook in Loughborough. The government has been clear that there is a need to reduce administrative burdens on public sector workers and boost productivity. This change, unlike rolling out new technology, would cost nothing to implement, but would save a substantial amount of taxpayers' money and get police officers back on the front line, supporting those communities and tackling crime. And those are the two aspects I wanted to look at. Thank you.
Kate Hollern. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to focus my remarks on investment, or the lack of it, in public services. Good delivery of public services depends in large part on the state of local government. but the sector is facing a £1.6 billion funding gap in 24-25. Services are crumbling, yet there was no mention of specific council measures in the budget. Given the state of local services up and down the country, I was disappointed that the government did not announce any plans to adequately fund the local services people rely on every day. Councils continue to transform services, but given that core spending power in 24-25 has been cut by 23.3% in real terms since 2010, it is unsustainable to expect them to keep doing more for less in the face of unprecedented cost and demand pressures. It's also unsustainable to put further pressure on local council taxpayers who are again being asked to pay more for less, taking money out of their pockets. This year saw the 6th one-year settlement in a row for councils, keeping councils on that financial drip feed, and this way led to a steady weakening of local services. Social care is suffering significantly as services experience an unprecedented increase in demand and costs. 3 of the most impacted areas for rising costs are children's social care, where budget pressures are up by 13.6% in the last year. Home to school transport for children with special educational needs and disabilities, where budget requirements are up by 23.3% in 23-24. Increased adult social care demand means budgetary spend is up by £2.5 billion, 12.8% in 23-24. If these services such as these cannot be effectively delivered locally, pressure inevitably falls on the NHS. I recently met with East Lancashire Hospital Trust to discuss the most pressing issues after contact from constituents who waited for hours on trolleys and in rooms with no attention. In recent months, the Trust has seen an increase in attendances coming to the hospital on a regular basis. Worryingly, demand has exceeded capacity, and this has resulted in exceptionally long waits for patients and suboptimal experience. We had a great headline. East Lancashire Hospital NH Trust secured capital funding for an additional 27-bed ward at Royal Blackburn Hospital this year. But it requires £3.9 million revenue to staff that ward, but there is no indication as to where this money is coming from for the staff to run it, or indeed where the staff's coming from. It's yet another empty Tory headline when our services are crumbling. Last Wednesday represented a vital opportunity for the government to take action and put palliative and end-of-life care on a more sustainable footing and ensure that everyone affected by terminal illness receives the best possible care and support. As our population ages, too many people are dying in pain, in poverty and alone. And 84% of Marie Curie's care and services staff have cared for patients who have been struggling with the cost of living. We need a sustainable and long-term funding solution for palliative and end-of-life care. This is a core component of our health and care system that is so often neglected. I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the brilliant East Lancashire Hospice in my constituency, which continues to provide exceptional care through very difficult times. However, many people are not so lucky. Shamefully, 1 in 4 don't get the end-of-life care and support they desperately need. That's 150,000 people every year. Last year, the government released £1.5 billion in additional funding to integrated care boards. Once again, a great headline, but not enough to add it to funding for the hospice. East Lancs Hospice received 0% uplift. which equates to a 10% cut. Once again, this has proven to be another empty headline devoid of any substance. As we all know, the long-term financial sustainability of the NHS is dependent on investment in wider public services, which heavily influence the determinants of an individual's health. Investment in public services which shape health outcomes from birth, such as education, transport and housing, are all essential. These services are crying out for investment, but the government has turned a blind eye. The government has shown clearly and starkly where its priorities lie. This budget confirms that the Tories have failed public services after 14 years of economic failure. The budget prioritised short-term election promises over the future of local government, the NHS and our public services. We were promised a budget for long-term growth. We actually received a budget that reflects long-term decline under this Conservative government.
Madam Deputy Speaker, since the Chancellor delivered his budget last week, I've been given a lot of thought to the subject of productivity and how we address it. And I believe there are three key ingredients that I believe create the most fertile environment for productivity to grow: aspiration, skills and secure housing. Madam Deputy Speaker, aspiration can be nurtured in many ways, but a significant part must be to reward work by ensuring that people keep as much of the money they earn as possible. This is, as we know, a core Conservative value. In recent years, the Treasury has been right to put support for families and businesses first. The obvious examples of this would be the support for businesses with grants and support for employees with a furlough scheme during the pandemic, along with the additional money for the NHS and for schools, both vital and important public services to any household. Yeah, I'd be delighted to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I'm sure many in my constituency at Rochdale would be delighted and relieved that there's a cut in national insurance. So it's right that individuals keep more of their hard-earned money. So does my honourable friend agree with me that we must continue to look for responsible ways to ensure that those working hard, contributing to our economy, keep as much of their wages as possible?
I agree with my friend, my honourable friend, and I also agree with that it's perfectly reasonable to have an ambition that we can work towards making a commitment. But as I was saying, beyond this, the support with household energy bills has been essential, but has obviously put pressure on the nation's finances. These measures hinder the government's ability to cut taxes, but productivity is compromised if the burden on business and our workforce is too great. It's good then that the government is now able to address the pressure on household finance further. The cut in pay-as-you-earn taxes from 32% for the average worker to 28% this year means households in West Cornwall, Scilly and across the nation will benefit by keeping more of what they earn. And this is a helpful tool to support the aspiration we want on our side of the House for our constituents to enjoy. The increase in the VAT threshold for small businesses is something I've been keen to see ever since I was elected. Personally, I'd like to see the increase to 120,000 as soon as possible, because I see the drag on VAT on small businesses in my constituency, with very small businesses curtailing their business to avoid the cliff-edge nature of this threshold. The increase to 90,000 is welcome and will encourage small businesses to stay open for longer, especially in hospitality in coastal communities such as Penzance and Scilly. Not only will a business stay open longer, owners will be able to offer more secure employment and look to grow their business, both of which will benefit government coffers and drive aspiration. To support aspiration, we also need to support skills, Madam Deputy Speaker. Wherever we look, we see a shortage of the skills we need in food and farming, in renewables, in house building and retrofitting, in engineering and manufacturing, in health and social care, in tourism and hospitality, and in education and much more. And I listened carefully to the speech of the member for Huddersfield in relation to his comments about climate change. Addressing climate change is about changing the way we do things and make things. So the Chancellor was right to announce a further £120 million to support the expansion of low-carbon manufacturing in his budget, which will support the creation of jobs and skills that aren't even invented yet for our school leavers. and also further to address the climate change issue, the commitment of £427 million to support investment in agriculture, productivity and innovation, which will also secure and create a farming sector that has for generations provided skilled and local jobs to people across Cornwall and on Scilly, and will continue to do so. For too long, British business has missed out on an untapped pool of talent, so it's good to hear the Chancellor set up measures to offer new training opportunities for out-of-work older people, and to confirm the continuation of the Train and Progress element of universal credit, which will also give people a fighting chance of getting the skills they need and help to meet the workforce shortages I've described. As I say, for too long, we've allowed many, many people to not access the work they can do, and we've missed out on that pool of talent for far too many years. Finally, for years, Conservatives have believed in the power of home ownership, to give people the opportunity to take a stake in their community, to raise children in a secure home, and to invest and improve their home using local skills and local suppliers. The various measures the government is taking to make the housing market fairer for people who want to live and work in our communities are very welcome. Owning your own home helps to drive productivity. There is nothing quite so tangible and motivating than the sense that your hard work enables you to provide a safe and secure home for you and your loved ones. So as I conclude, and as the government supports councils and social landlords to create the homes we need, will the government take a close look at how accessible so-called affordable homes are to local constituents of mine? For example, properties advertised in Cornwall as three-bedroomed affordable homes are marketed at £335,000. Two-bedroom homes, so-called affordable homes, are marketed at £265,000. Few people in my constituency are in a position to afford this. They are effectively abandoned on a rental market that is in great demand. So, productivity is achieved in low-tax, high-skilled society where a home of your own is within reach. I welcome the direction of travel with this budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, and ask for much more of the same.
George Galloway.
As I was saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, even in Parliament you can't be a maiden twice. But I hope you'll permit me a moment of my 8 to pay tribute to my predecessor, Tony Lloyd, as he then was, when I first met him at the Labour Party conference more than 40 years ago. He, a young left-wing engineering union delegate, me, even younger, from the Transport and General Workers Union. We became fast friends then and remained so through all the decades. We marched together against nuclear weapons, against the repeated massacres in Gaza at the hands of the Israeli occupation forces. We voted in the lobbies together against the renewal of Trident submarines. Tony Lloyd was a significant figure that should never be forgotten in this House, and certainly will not be forgotten in the Greater Manchester arena, where he was born and where he practiced his sincere political artistry over so many years. The Labour Party, of course, is not the party today that it was back then, and in this speech and in later speeches, I hope, if God spares me and you allow me to catch your eye. But Tony Lloyd, notwithstanding the very poor odour in which the Labour Party is held in the town of Rochdale, the only thing that unites the entire town of Rochdale is antipathy towards the Labour Council in the beautiful new refurbished town hall. And that's something we intend to change in just a few weeks from now at the local elections. But notwithstanding the poor odour of the Labour Party in the town, everyone respected and admired Tony Lloyd, Sir Tony Lloyd, as he was to become. And I'm grateful to you for allowing me to begin my address on this, the 7th time I have been elected to Parliament with today. The minister was bright and breezy, but frankly, all the spices in Rochdale could not give flavour to what can only be described as a nothing burger of a budget. An absolute nothing burger, and the response from the so-called opposition in this House equally vacuous. The shadow minister bridled when the SNP accused them of accepting the Tory spending limits. But he had no right to bridle, because everything that is being said by the leader of the opposition, by the shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, accepts the economic orthodoxies of the Conservative government. And look where these economic orthodoxies have led us. The minister talked breezily about children getting help where they need it, busy doctors and nurses in the NHS. What about us in Rochdale? We have a new infirmary that's like a ghost town, Madam Deputy Speaker. Do you know that in Rochdale you cannot give birth? No one in the town of Gracie Fields will ever again be able to say they were born in Rochdale, unless, unfortunately, in a taxi on the way to Bury or on the way to Oldham. We don't even have a postcode. Our postcode is OL, a subdivision of Oldham. This town, which was once one of the most prosperous in England, is now one of the poorest, abandoned, not just by the government, but abandoned by the Mayor of Greater Manchester, for whom I have no animus, quite the contrary, at least until recent weeks. But he has to understand that he's the Mayor of Greater Manchester, not just the Mayor of Manchester. What about the towns around Manchester who get the wrong end of the stick? Imagine a town where you can't be born. Imagine a town where you can't die. They've taken away the A&D service also. During my campaign, in which I garnered more votes than the Conservatives, than Labour, than the Liberal Democrats, than the Reform Party, all of them put together, proving my point that actually outside in the country, most people feel a wish for a plague on both of their houses. Two cheeks of the same backside is the most popular phrase I have ever coined, because it so aptly describes not just the general political situation, but the debate on this very budget itself. The truth is, you can't even be banged up in Rochdale. If you get arrested, there's not even a police cell that they can take you to. In the course of the campaign, an old lady in a care home fell ill, took a turn. The ambulance took 45 minutes to reach her and didn't know where it was going to take her. And neither did her relatives gathered around anxiously, because the ambulance driver had to find which A&E in the Greater Manchester area they could take her to. If it took her 45 minutes to get to another A&E, I've no idea what might have become of her. We are a town that has been abandoned by the state. We're a town that's increasingly abandoned by the Mayor of Greater Manchester. Half of the children, 50% of the children in two of the biggest wards in the parliamentary constituency are officially living in poverty. Half. Disgraceful. What was there in the budget for them, Madam Deputy Speaker? All the chuntering and joshing and japing matched by the other side. What was in the budget for those poor children needing help but no help forthcoming. Levels of child poverty in Rochdale are amongst the worst in the entire country. My goodness, 14 seconds left. How it flies. I just want to say that having given both parties a good spanking on the 29th of February, I've got my boots on to give them a good kicking any time I catch your eye.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think we've probably all learnt a bit more about Rochdale. I'm sure we'll all agree at least about the Honourable Gentleman's comments about his predecessor, Tony Lloyd. And when I asked my constituents what they wanted to see ahead of the budget, their answers were very clear: cutting taxes, help for small businesses, action to grow the economy and to support our NHS. And this budget delivered against their priorities despite the challenge the economy has faced in the last few years from the pandemic and from the illegal war in Ukraine. And as a Conservative, I want to see lower taxes. I want people to keep more of the money that they earn. And now that there is the opportunity to reduce taxes, I welcome the further cut in national insurance, which will benefit 29 million people across the country. And that means that a nurse's income rises by over £1,000. A typical teacher will be better off by £1,200, and a self-employed plumber by £846. Importantly, when we have vacancies in the economy, the measures are predicted to be the equivalent of a further 220,000 more people being in work, giving more people the benefits of a job and helping to grow our economy. And although inflation continues to fall, the target to halve it has been more than met. There is rightly further support with the cost of living. In my rural constituency in North West Norfolk, driving is a necessity. It's not a luxury, and maintaining the 5p cut in fuel duty and freezing rates for the 14th year in a row will help drivers as they fill up. In April, the actual living wage will increase by almost 10%, alongside a boost for support for private rents for those on low incomes. And talking to constituents ahead of the budget, I know how important the Household Support Fund has been helping people across Norfolk. And I argued for its continuation. I was delighted that the Chancellor has provided an extra £500 million of targeted support to help with essentials, including food and energy. There have been some commentary and speeches in earlier debates suggesting that pensioners were forgotten by this government. Well, let's just correct that, shall we? Because last year, the state pensions increased by 10.1%. In April, protected by the triple lock introduced by this government, they will increase by 8.5% at a time when inflation is set to get near its target of 2% in only a few months. That represents a boost of £900 to pensioners. In addition, there are nearly 12 million winter fuel payments and pensioner cost of living payments being made this winter to protect the most vulnerable. In addition, there is a pension credit, which I encourage all my constituents to check if they are eligible, and for others to do so, and we've seen a big uptake as a result. So pensioners can be reassured that this government has their back, and we will continue to provide dignity for them in retirement. Reducing tax is also important. One of the measures I, along with my honourable friend for Loughborough and a number of other members, it would appear, was to increase the VAT threshold for small firms. This is a barrier to growth. Talking to companies in my constituency, they were closing their doors to avoid going over the threshold. And that issue is estimated to affect around 44,000 firms, bunching just below the threshold. So increasing it to 90,000 a year will help more business and means that we have the highest rate in Europe. Regarding changes to furnished holiday lets, which I'm sure colleagues from Cornwall will come on to, it's important that we get the detail right about these, so we support local people to be able to buy and rent homes, but we also continue to support our leisure, hospitality and tourism businesses. And growing those businesses and the economy also means investing in places. And the £20 million of additional funding for Kings Lynn is very welcome and will support projects to boost the high street, to improve transport and connectivity in heritage and regeneration. And that comes on top of £50 million of regeneration funding already secured through the town deal, through the Levelling Up Fund, and is further commitment by this Conservative government to create more opportunities in Lynn and across West Norfolk. As well as reducing taxes, we need to cut regulation. Our record since 2010 has been successful in removing much of the thicket that was introduced by the Labour Party when they used regulation as a proxy for taxation to control businesses. And when we're talking about making our economy more productive there's a need for a renewed focus on regulation to ensure that it's promoting growth, competition and innovation. And as a member of the Regulatory Reform Group founded by my honourable friend who's just left his place, I was pleased to see the focus in the budget on this agenda, extending the growth duty to Ofcom, Ofwat and Ofgem, and greater benchmarking to hold regulators to account and improve performance will benefit us all. And those companies and wealth creators should be well aware that the Labour Party has plans for a different direction, for many, many measures that will frustrate and produce more inflexibility in our labour market and make it harder for them to grow and harder for them to take on staff. Finally, public sector productivity. A very dry topic it may seem, but just by getting back to pre-COVID levels would save taxpayers £20 billion a year. And with health taking an increasing share of our national wealth, we need to make the NHS far more efficient, and the £3.4 billion being invested in technology and other reforms will help achieve that. By embedding those gains across the wider public sector, we can control the size of the state, as simply spending more and more money ultimately has to be paid for by taxes and borrowing, as the Labour Party propose, is unsustainable and not the answer to better public services. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget delivers tax cuts for working people, helps motorists to keep the costs down, boosts small businesses, supports families and invests in the NHS and improving public services. A Conservative budget and one I'm proud to support.
Just to ensure that I can still keep the time limit relatively high, and now reducing it to 7 minutes, which will mean that we don't have to drastically reduce it later, I hope. Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's my favourite number. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable the gentleman from North West Norfolk. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a fact that when we speak in the budget debate, the bread and butter of our work, it may not get the hearing we want. We have to live with the sad fact that the song Murder on the Dance Floor will be streamed more than our speeches. Maybe it's just my speeches, but I want to refer the honourable members to a line in the song, which is, "Better not steal the moves." But it seems the Chancellor did, because he abolished the non-dom status, which was trailed sometime by the opposition benches. I suppose imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. But I say to the residents in Walsall, yes, we can work within the fiscal envelope, but our choices will be different. What did the Chancellor actually do to solve the problems of the country? Nothing. He said nothing that hedge fund managers had made £53 billion in profit for investors. Why isn't that harnessed for society? And the water companies pour effluent into our rivers. They broke the law and awarded themselves £10 million in bonuses and £14 million in incentives, but at the same time want to charge us £156 extra to plug a financial gap. And what would we do? Madam Deputy Speaker, we would end self-monitoring and force companies to monitor every single outlet so that they cannot cover up legal sewage dumping. Now, the Chancellor has mentioned a new tax, a tax on vaping, and we've seen those shops proliferate on the high street, and freezing alcohol duty, which helps the pubs, but he said nothing about the high street. Those people who worked during the pandemic and beyond still face abuse at work. Nothing for them. They're on low pay or insecure work, instead of giving them the real living wage based on the cost of living. Nothing for the high street, Madam Deputy Speaker, so retailers can compete with online businesses. And what about local government? Schools are struggling with dilapidated toxic buildings or lack of staff, paid less than an online company, so they go and they leave schools and work there. Special education needs pupils are being failed. Councils still have to bid for money. Walsall Council can't even respond to fly tipping, managing trees, or invest in a rat catcher, which is a public health issue and affects people's lives. People need to know the connection, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government cuts the grants to local authorities and the council is forced to raise the tax just to stand still. So there may be a cut in national insurance, but actually people are going to have to pay for it with increased council tax. As a lawyer, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a member of the Law Society, the legal system is shaky. It is the quiet and calm place where disputes are settled, and it's there to keep communities safe and is worth £60 billion. There is a dearth of duty solicitors. Legal firms are small and medium enterprises, and they are struggling to attract staff. I'd ask the appropriate minister to work with the Law Society and support firms to increase civil legal aid so they can give people advice and prevent them from becoming homeless with the right advice and the possibility of legal apprentices to make their way in careers in the law. And what about the NHS, Madam Deputy Speaker? The government is only funding additional roles. NHS facts and stats say that England does not have a shortage of GPs, but a practice funding shortage, with a 20% reduction in pounds per patient since 2016. And what would we do? The Shadow Health Secretary has said we would deal with waste. £1.7 billion is the cost of hospital beds because patients can't be discharged. £3.5 billion paid to recruitment agencies because the government had failed to train enough staff. £626 million spent by DHSC on management consultants, Madam Deputy Speaker. £1 billion could be saved through bulk buying equipment. That's what we would do. And we haven't even started on the PPE fiasco. We would work in partnership with businesses in the private sector, just as we've announced yesterday for the National Wealth Fund. So every pound that the public sector spends, a pound is raised in the private sector from the Green Finance Initiative. Madam Deputy Speaker, our constituents are numb from the international situation to just getting by with the cost of living. We say to them, we believe in you. We'll give you the skills, your rights at work. We will do what is needed for public services and support you with a safety net as needed. We believe in you and support you to live safe, happy, productive and secure lives. Thank you.
Maggie.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard it said many times in this chamber that the first duty of any government is to protect and safeguard the lives of its citizens. This is a premise that is almost exclusively quoted during debates related to the defence of the realm, and yet it can just as easily be applied to our discussions about investment in targeted public health measures. If a person is only as productive as their health permits, it therefore must follow that the productivity of UK PLC is determined by the state of the nation's health. And in a country where nearly 26% of the entire adult population is classed as obese, with around 6.4 million people still smoking, and over 100 million workdays in the private sector alone that loss of sickness absences each year, we can no longer afford to ignore the threat that preventable diseases such as cancer and diabetes pose to the UK economy and the impact they are undoubtedly having on national productivity. Of course, I welcome the headline measures in the budget aimed at boosting productivity, including the changes my honourable friend the Chancellor has made to child benefit, which will see over 170,000 families gain around £1,260 in child support, and also the further 2% reduction in national insurance, which means that the average person in work will now be better off by over £900. I'm also immensely proud to be a member of a party that is serious in its ambition for the UK to become smoke-free within a generation, clearly demonstrated by measures to increase the tax on tobacco products, meaning that on average a packet of cigarettes has now topped £16. The Chancellor is also set to introduce a new duty on vaping products in order to discourage more adults from becoming hooked on harmful nicotine products, and together with the other measures announced by the government, end the scenes we currently see outside school gates up and down our country, whereby children, some as young as just 9 years old, are being drawn to vaping by the rainbow range of colours and flavours targeted specifically at them. Vaping products should only ever be used as an aid to stop smoking, not as a fashion accessory or as confectionery. We could, however, have gone further in tackling preventable diseases, something which I and many other survivors of skin cancer across the House, including the Honourable Lady, the member for Eastern Bartonshire, have been lobbying for. Cancer Research UK estimates that almost 90% of skin cancers are preventable by using high-factor sunscreen, that's factor 30 and above. Research commissioned by Tesco showed that 57% of UK adults think that high-factor sunscreen is too expensive and therefore cannot afford to buy it. VAT revenue on sunscreen is in the region of £335 million, and yet skin cancers are anticipated to cost the NHS alone £465 million every year. So when we factor in the additional cost of business associated with days off and lost productivity, the Exchequer could realise a huge net benefit. Turning to another area that businesses in my constituency have specifically highlighted as a major barrier to raising productivity, and that's roads throughout Erewash, because they become ever increasingly under pressure from the sheer volume of traffic trying to access the M1. And I'm leading a campaign to secure and integrate an additional motorway junction between junction 25 and 26. This would not only help to ease congestion on critical routes through Ilkeston, Stanton-by-Dale, Sandy Acre, Risley and Long Eaton, but also would greatly improve access for HGVs transporting freight to and from the new Stanton Park development. However, this type of major infrastructure project can only be realised with financial backing from the Treasury, so I urge my right honourable friend to seriously consider this proposal when he returns to the House later in the year for his autumn statement. In the remaining time, I want to thank the Chancellor for including Erewash in the latest round of investment to level up in the Midlands and the North. Erewash is already incredibly lucky to play host to a number of cultural events each year, including the Ilkeston Heritage and Classic Vehicle Show, the Long Eaton Carnival and the Charter Fair. In addition, cultural hubs such as the Duchess Theatre and the Erewash Museum and local landmarks like the iconic Bentley Viaduct are responsible for bringing thousands of visitors to Erewash and providing a welcome boost to the local economy. Having secured the new £5 million investment, we must now use this exciting opportunity to build on and expand existing cultural facilities, invest in new projects to bring our communities together and preserve more of our cultural heritage for future generations. In noting the guidance issued by government to local authorities in relation to this investment, which states that they must consult with their Member of Parliament about how the money can be best used, I do believe that it's time for our role in the consultation process for these types of schemes to be put on a more permanent statutory footing. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst a lady should never reveal her age, I must nevertheless declare an interest as someone of pensionable age. Many will remember Labour's pension raid, which is estimated to have cost investors around £230 billion, whilst at the same time increasing the state pension by a mere 75p. As the former Chancellor George Osborne said, it will be up to us to rebuild a pension system that has been comprehensively, single-handedly destroyed by Gordon Brown, and so we have. The Chancellor's commitment to maintain the triple lock means that the state pension will be uprated by 8.5% from April, building on the 10.1% uprating for the current year. Indeed, the state pension has risen by 31% since 2019. In concluding my remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a sensible, balanced budget that is sticking to the plan, that targets productivity, supports those who have worked their entire lives and provided further investments in communities like Erewash. I look forward, therefore, to supporting the budget and the lobbyists tonight.
Ronnie Cowan.
Deputy Speaker, and I shall start with a confession. This speech may be familiar to anyone that heard my budget speech last year because it's pretty much the same one. And the reason for that is that despite a year passing, the UK government is no further forward. Another budget, another red book. And I note that this year, under the title of Agriculture, 4.24 of the red book, the government touches on drainage boards and investment in water and flood management. I plead with them, manage it as nature would. Trap the water in the hills, promote capture and slow release, encourage and support councils to plant green areas in the appropriate places. Don't think we can concrete our way through this problem. In my constituency of Inverclyde, with the help of Clyde Mere Shield Park, local farmers and the Jernstein project, we are re-establishing peatland, which will reduce flooding, create an environment for nature to flourish and be accessible for people to walk and cycle. And this has been done by helping nature do what it does best and undoing the damage that was caused by draining the land for grouse shooting all those years ago. And under the heading of green industries, 4.51 of the Red Book, the government is throwing some sizable chunks of money at lowering carbon emissions. But there are two errors in this rather small section of the book. First, it mentions nuclear as a critical part of the plan to decarbonise power. It's worth noting that building Sizewell C will create 6.24 million tonnes of carbon equivalent CO2. That's one hell of a price to pay for a build that isn't needed. Secondly, if we want to decarbonise our energy sector, and we want to stimulate agriculture, and we want to reduce plastic waste, and we want to reduce landfill, and we want to improve our environment and increase agricultural yield, then why is there absolutely no mention whatsoever of hemp? This is where my speech starts to sound familiar, but I was told very early on in my time here that there's nothing wrong with repetition. I want this government to help an industry that employs local people, could generate huge profits, pay their tax to the Exchequer and help offset the environmental damage that we're doing to our precious planet. That industry would be a win-win-win scenario. What better way to grow an economy and help the local community if not by creating jobs so people have a disposable income to spend locally and benefit the local community and all associated supply chains. Hemp, the evidence has been available for centuries, and indeed it was promoted and even enforced by King Henry VIII in the 16th century. Back then, a quarter of all arable land was dedicated to growing hemp. But there are still people that walk amongst us that hear and fear recreational cannabis when saying hemp. This is born out of ignorance, and the most recent example has to be when the UK Home Office took actions to stop the export of products to the UK from the Jersey-based firm Jersey Hemp. Jersey Hemp have worked for 3 years to ensure they meet every UK government compliance, and the UK government went behind their back to the Jersey authorities to stop Jersey Hemp operating. After months of legal action in the UK court, the Home Office has finally admitted that it had acted unlawfully in relation to Jersey Hemp. I'm limited in what I can say, but no amount of compensation will help Jersey Hemp, which has been wiped out by the actions of the UK government. And I only mention this case because it's symptomatic of the lack of vision of the UK government and lack of understanding when it comes to the hemp plant. When it was encouraged in the 16th century, that was to manufacture rope and canvas for the King's Navy. But now we can make clothing, shoes, biodegradable plastic, insulation panels, food, paper and biofuels. Currently, the government is spending billions retrofitting homes through the Eco4 and Eco Plus scheme, but they're using products made from petrochemicals, and these release harmful volatile organic compounds, or VOC emissions, into the air of the buildings. Why not allow local farmers to grow hemp and supply the local contractors with carbon-negative, natural fibre alternatives at scale? What would be a better use of public money? In fact, there are 50,000 known uses for the hemp plant. Finding markets for them would not be a problem. Growing it is. It will sell, it will be profitable, and the government could reap the benefit. However, because of the inflexibility of the Proceeds of Crime Act, companies can have their bank accounts seized and assets frozen. The fear is stopping investment. The ignorance has permeated the stock exchange, and as a result, they have been dismissive of approaches from the business sector and myself. The government should be leading the charge, not cowering in the corner. The government should be promoting the fact that hemp absorbs 22 tonnes per hectare of atmospheric carbon during its 4-month growing cycle. Hemp produces 4 times the biomass of the same sized area of forest, making it far more sustainable source of material. Hemp doesn't need pesticides, insecticides or fertiliser to grow in the UK. Hemp has a natural antimicrobial properties, so it passively cleans the air in buildings. Hemp has a high capacity for moisture absorption, allowing for a controlled atmosphere within buildings. Hemp construction materials acts as a long-term carbon sink. One £60 million investment would create a facility that's capable of growing 32,000 acres per year. That would sequester over 207,000 tonnes of CO2 per annum. That's the CO2 photosynthesised by the hemp in its 4-month growth. That doesn't include the carbon sequestered into the soil or the net effect of replacing high-embodied carbon products from international supply chains and their emissions. And as a bonus for the farmers, hemp regenerates the soil it grows in, so it would work well in crop rotation. It increases winter wheat and spring barley use by 16 to 18% when they follow hemp in rotation, and it cleans groundwater. And the barrier to this industry raising the funding it requires is licensing. To make this industry a success, the government only has to open its mind to the reality of what hemp is and distribute licences appropriately. The industry will take care of the rest. Hemp is not a plant for the past, it's a plant that can pave the way to a cleaner, greener future, and its benefits are clear for all to see if we are prepared to open our eyes and hear the possibilities. And if it raises taxes, if that's what it takes, if that's the trigger required, then so be it. But don't wait too long. It's a year since I made a similar speech, and at that time other countries are pressing ahead where we are left behind in our nuclear bunkers.
Richard Drax.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I refer to the registered member's interest? It's a pleasure to contribute to the budget debate. Before I talk about a few specific issues, I promised a constituent, a victim of the infected blood scandal, that I would raise the question of compensation if it wasn't mentioned in the budget speech. As far as I'm aware, it wasn't, so I asked the front bench to let my constituent know in the wind-ups when compensation will be paid. Recommendations were made 10 months ago, as I understand it, for this to happen, and my constituent and I, and I'm sure many others, would be grateful for an answer. When it comes to the budget, it comes to a pretty pass, I regretfully say, when a Conservative government has to plunder the opposition's policies in a budget. I'm talking about scrapping the non-dom tax status and extending the windfall tax on oil and gas companies. The latter, Madam Deputy Speaker, is especially nonsensical for a number of reasons, not least because we want to reduce our reliance on foreign imports. The tax amounts, if I'm correct, to about 70%. And which company is going to bid for a licence when it's simply punished for providing the country's energy? All this when only today the government has announced is to build new gas power stations in order to keep the lights on. Net zero is an admirable aim, but it risks impoverishing the country. What we need is a pragmatic approach to the change. And while talking about the country's essential requirements, there was no more money for our stretched and depleted armed forces. There was a whisper, Madam Deputy Speaker, that defence spending might rise to 2.5% of GDP, if and when that was possible. But that's simply not good enough when we live in such dangerous times. And I wish we'd stop plucking spending targets out of thin air. Let our three services, as I've said before, work out what we need to support and, if necessary, fight with NATO. Cost it, and then decide what we can afford. The Chancellor's key rabbit was a further reduction in national insurance, which has not endeared pensioners who don't pay the tax. Although, as my honourable friend, the member of North West Norfolk, said, they do still have the triple lock, which is generous. Instead, pensioners risk paying more tax on income as the threshold on which the higher rate of tax is paid is frozen. And freezing thresholds is, in effect, a stealth tax. Now, according to the OBR, which the government refers to on many occasions, that would see millions of new taxpayers as their income rises above £12,570 a year. Nearly 3 million workers being dragged into the higher rate of 40%, and 600,000 taxpayers paying the additional rate of 45% as their income passes £125,140 a year. This is hardly Conservative doctrine, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I heard the Chancellor speak of the importance of lower taxes and allowing people to keep more of their own hard-earned money, I was expecting a bombshell of an announcement during his speech. For example, abolishing inheritance tax, lowering income tax, which I would have personally chosen myself, not national insurance, lowering corporation tax to encourage growth, simplifying the tax system, less state, less regulation, reforming business rates, curbing many of these bloated quangos, if not scrapping them altogether, and returning control to elected ministers. With our party staring down the barrel of a gun, it was time to be bold and courageous, Madam Deputy Speaker. I totally accept that the Chancellor is dealing with unprecedented times, disease, wars, a vast debt, and an increasingly unstable world, no doubt all played a part in his very cautious approach. But where have we made the savings? Why do we think, like the opposition benches, that the state has all the answers? The key to a successful economy and growth is a thriving private sector whose taxes pay for the public sector. The more bloated the latter, the more punitive the government has to be on the wealth creators, the risk takers, the innovators, and our very future. This budget has its good points, but they tinker at the edges. Even the small reduction in property capital gains tax and the tiny rise in the VAT registration threshold will neither ignite the property market nor boost small and medium-sized businesses. After 14 years in this place, I find it remarkable that Labour is sitting there quietly on its spending priorities. I ask the question why, and I fear because if they win the election, they will simply endorse ours. What we needed was crystal clear blue water from this budget, Madam Deputy Speaker. Instead, we're pursuing the socialist way. Punish those who earn more by working hard for their families, all to pay for a big estate that is both unaffordable and which runs contrary to every single Conservative value.
Lilian Greenwood.
The Chancellor's final budget has confirmed what the British public and my constituents in Nottingham South have long known, that we are all paying a very heavy price for 14 years of Tory failure. Failure to grow our economy, failure to raise living standards, and appalling failure to deliver the quality public services people need and deserve. We have all been left living in a lost decade because of a succession of chaotic, conservative ideological projects which have harmed economic growth, scared off private investment and widened inequalities across our nation. From austerity to a no-plan Brexit and the kamikaze mini-budget of September 2022. The Chancellor and the Prime Minister claim that our country has turned a corner. Perhaps we have. But it turns out that around that corner was yet another Tory recession and the highest tax burden for 70 years. Households in my constituency of Nottingham South will be on average a further £870 worse off because of this budget and other recent economic announcements from this rudderless government. For every £10 this government is taking from our hard-working families in higher tax, they are only giving back £5. Forget robbing Peter to pay Paul. The Tories are giving with one hand and taking twice as much with the other, whilst expecting us to thank them for the privilege. Many of my constituents were already having to make daily difficult decisions to make ends meet because of the sky-high inflation and rocketing rents and mortgage payments unleashed by the last Prime Minister's irresponsible and economically illiterate mini-budget. Now, because of the failure of this Prime Minister and his Chancellor to get our economy growing again, raise living standards or actually cut the tax burden, my constituents will have to try to make do with even fewer pounds in their pocket. And the Conservatives are inflicting yet further pain on my constituents because the combination of £1 billion worth of cuts to Nottingham City Council, the failure to fix the crisis in social care and spiralling homelessness has pushed our council over the edge. To fill this black hole, made in Westminster, the council has been forced to agree devastating cuts to local services, including cuts to the arts, culture, libraries, community protection, youth services and more. But this ill treatment comes as no surprise to us in Nottingham. Successive Tory governments have failed to make the important investments needed to help our great city grow. Cancelling first Midland Main Line electrification and then HS2 Phase 2 and refusing to invest in the Broadmarsh project to regenerate our city centre and create more than 6,000 much needed jobs. We in Nottingham have been targets for Tory cuts since 2010, but I'm proud that I and others stood up to this government to force them to actually deliver on the extensions to Nottingham's tram network, the upgrading of the A453 and the scheme to insulate and retrofit thousands of homes across Nottingham South. Unlike the Conservatives, sound public finances and economic stability are a non-negotiable for the Labour Party. A future Labour government will not play fast and loose with our economy by carrying out ideological Frankenstein experiments like the Prime Minister's £46 billion unfunded plan to abolish national insurance. Instead, we'll stick to our tough fiscal rules. Our spending plans will be fully costed and fully funded, including a loophole-free windfall tax on the extraordinary profits of oil and gas multinational giants. We will root out waste, corruption and those abusing taxpayers' money by setting up a new Office for Value for Money, halving government consultancy spending and appoint a COVID corruption commissioner to ensure that all of taxpayers' hard-earned money is spent wisely. A future Labour government would end Tory short-termism and instead work with private business to encourage stability, investment and reform, to build the world-leading industries of the future in Britain. We would reform our sclerotic planning system, support our working people to develop the skills that they need to thrive and make work finally pay with a genuine living wage and a new deal for working people. The Conservative government has broken its promises to the British people. We are all paying more and getting less because of repeated Tory failures. If this was a private contract, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government would have been taken to court for misrepresentation under the Trade Description Act long ago. Instead, the Prime Minister, who lost his last election test to his predecessor in her snake oil economics, is steadfastly refusing to let the British public have a say on his and his party's record of chaos and national decline. He should do the right thing and call a general election for the 2nd of May to let the people of Nottingham South and Britain elect a government which will put them first.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The measures announced in the budget by my right honourable friend the Chancellor promotes a pragmatic and sensible approach to growing the economy, improving productivity and ensuring more people keep more of their earnings. We still carry the economic scars and fallout of the once-in-a-100-years pandemic and the energy crisis caused by Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Let us not forget that COVID shut down major parts of our economy, and this government spent over £400 billion protecting hundreds of thousands of businesses and millions of jobs. I note the Chancellor's comments in his speech last week, where he stated the UK's post-COVID recovery is amongst the strongest of the G7, ahead of France, Germany and Italy. And Russia's war in Ukraine has led to a serious energy crisis, and I am proud that this government chose to support households with their increased energy bills, providing £40 billion of financial support. It is this Conservative government was able to spend this money as it has spent the previous 9 years rebuilding our economy after it had been ravaged by successive Labour governments. When we took office, let us not forget that the then Labour Chief Secretary of the Treasury did tell us there was no money left. Thankfully, we are now witnessing a steady recovery following two major economic shocks in the last 4 years. Economic recoveries do not succeed overnight, but this Conservative Chancellor is doing the right thing, ensuring our public finances are on a strong footing. The recovery is sustainable and aimed at growth and improving productivity. He is also doing the right thing by putting more money back into people's pockets. Taking both this budget and the autumn statement, we have seen a 4p cut in national insurance in just 5 months. 27 million working people will keep an average of £900 more of their earnings. Madam Deputy Speaker, one tax loophole I was pleased to see closed was the abolition of the furnished holiday lettings tax regime, eliminating the tax advantage for landlords who let short-term furnished holiday properties over those who let residential properties on a longer-term basis. I've campaigned for reform of the short-term lets industry for over a decade. In the cities of London and Westminster, there are over 10,000 short-term let properties, literally stripping out the longer-term rental market, leaving young people struggling to pay rising rents in the capital and also regions like the South West. I also welcome the Chancellor's recognition of the importance of culture in our economy with his unveiling of a package that will provide over £1 billion in additional tax relief over the next 5 years for the creative industries. This sector is a vital one, not only in my constituency, but to the wider economy. As a sector, it employs 2.4 million people across the UK and contributed to £125 billion to the UK economy in 2022 alone. This relief will make a huge difference to the creative industries. Madam Deputy Speaker, our public services play a vital role in the life of our nation. Our schools, council, police and fire service, and of course our beloved NHS, supporting us from the cradle to the grave. But we must never forget that these are all funded by taxpayer money, and thus it is imperative we strive for the best value for money and focus on efficiency. I fully support the Chancellor's public sector productivity programme. Currently, productivity remains below pandemic levels, and we must close the gap. Modernising and streamlining our public services will mean better allocations of resources, leading to better outcomes for those who use these services. Our medical professions are best placed to improve a patient's experience and outcome. I saw this firsthand on a visit to Bart's Hospital in my constituency. Bart's-based Dr. Debarish Das and colleagues from across London's cardiac units have designed a shared platform to remotely monitor over 5,000 patients awaiting heart surgery. This doctor-led initiative has significantly reduced emergency surgery, improved patient outcomes and saved the NHS money. This is the sort of project that we must encourage not only the NHS but throughout the public sector. Mr Deputy Speaker, as a former councillor, I know full well how we must improve productivity and reduce costs. In 2010, when Cabinet Member for Children's Services, I led Westminster's merger of Children's Services with RBKC in Hammersmith and Fulham. It was a landmark move and the first of its kind in the United Kingdom. Not only did it lead to improved outcomes for our children, but it also saved tens of millions of pounds for the taxpayer. We must see more of this type of project and freedom and flexibility given to the public sector to improve their productivity. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is one measure missing from this budget which I think, in my opinion, would benefit the economy if implemented. That is, of course, the reinstatement of tax-free shopping. Since the tax incentive was lifted, we have seen international visitor spending fall in the UK and rise in European cities, including Paris, Milan and Madrid. An Oxford economics report predicts that reintroducing tax-free shopping could attract more than 1.6 million extra visitors to the UK, stimulating an extra £2.8 billion in tourist spending overall. I remain at a loss as to why the Treasury does not accept the arguments to reintroduce tax-free shopping to overseas visitors and go further and extend it to EU citizens. I believe reintroducing tax-free shopping would boost the economy for the retail, hospitality, hotel and leisure and culture sectors, but also manufacturing of luxury goods. It is a no-brainer. Mr Deputy Speaker, thanks to this responsible and prudent management of the economy under this Chancellor, we are seeing green shoots of a sustainable recovery. I believe this is fair and sensible, and I...
Mohammed Yazid.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Is that it? Was my first thought on hearing the budget last week. Is that it for my constituents, many of whom are struggling to make the wages that haven't risen in years, stretched to cover the ever-increasing costs of food, bills, rent, mortgage, transport and council tax, paying more for less. The ongoing austerity years have brought nothing but pain. UK GDP growth has been revised down and government debt and interest spending has reached the highest level since the 1960s. Even higher earners are on track for the biggest fall in their disposable income on record. People are working harder just to keep their heads above water. Treats that were once affordable, going out for meals and annual holidays, are out of the question these days for many of my constituents. For the first time in modern history, most people will be worse off than they were before this government was elected. Yet there was nothing in the budget to help lift out of poverty the 33.8 million people, including 1 million children, who are now so poor they are considered destitute. Pensioners have been ignored and will be largely worse off. There is nothing for young people who see no prospect whatsoever of having a secure and affordable home. The housing crisis is so bad, and it's now also a public health crisis. Nothing for defence spending, despite the threats posed to us increasing. Record waiting lists for the NHS. It isn't any surprise that long-term illness in both the most common and fastest growing reasons for being outside the workforce. While there have been some very difficult contributory factors to the weaknesses of our economy, such as invasion of Ukraine and the pandemic, there have been far too many unforced errors. The Liz Truss budget catastrophe that my constituents are still paying for. The 140 billion that Brexit is costing our economy. Brexit cost my constituents on average £2,000 each year. 1948 was the last time taxes were as high as they are now. Despite the fact the country was recovering from the Second World War, the Labour government of the day delivered the National Health Service, world-beating healthcare, free at the point of use for everybody. In this budget, there's no public service spending planned for next 5 years. Next 5 years. The 40 new hospitals promised in the manifesto, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor were elected on, nowhere to be seen. Departmental expenditure limits left largely unchanged. For my constituents, this means they won't see the new inpatient mental health bed facility so desperately needed built under this government. The economy is about political choices, and Labour will always choose to look after the NHS and education. The Tories stole Labour's idea to abolish non-dom tax status, but instead of investing in the NHS as Labour planned, they have used it to pay for a national insurance cut. But even that unfunded promise is not worth the paper it's written on, according to the Institute for Fiscal Studies, and can't be paid for without government borrowing, stealth tax rises, and or a further squeeze on public spending. This budget was a damp squib, with no plan on how to get us out of the economic mess the Tories have got us into. And I'm pleased to see the changes to the child benefit threshold. But why did it take so long to this government to help struggling families? Tinkering around the edges is not going to kickstart the economy or bring the growth and productivity we desperately need to improve our public services and put money back in people's pocket. Thank you.
Much order. Just to remind members, please do not use the names of current serving members by their names, by their constituencies, former office, but not by their names, please. David Simmons.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. One of my mother's favourite phrases was that you can prove anything with statistics. And it always seems to me that budget debates follow that in being something of a statistical salad from which members can pick out their favourite morsels to support any individual argument. But it seems to me what is often more important is not to pick and choose statistics to advance an argument, but to look at the trends. And when we all consider the reports, which I think every member of this House receives on a regular basis from our big banks and financial institutions, people like Newday, Barclays Insights reports recently, those from Lloyds and other big financial institutions, they tell us a great deal about what is going on in the financial lives of the people that we serve. And it's very clear when we look at those reports that we see broadly across the country a trend that people are in a position to save more from their day-to-day incomes, that spending on consumer activity is increasing quarter on quarter, particularly strongly amongst those constituents on a household income of between £20,000 and £40,000 a year, so tending to be those who are on lower but working employed incomes. And that this is part of a generally improving, although not rapidly improving, trend. And it's against that backdrop, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I particularly welcome the fact that this budget focuses its support primarily on the lowest income households, including pensioners with the triple lock. It incentivises work, not just because of the benefit of people earning their own income, but recognising the benefit to people's mental health, to their physical health, and in particular to child poverty, of having people in a job. And it encourages investment. We've heard a great deal of debate in particular about things like manufacturing, and the introduction of full expensing and the commitment to retain that is going to be hugely important in raising productivity over time and help us to address both our biggest national challenge, which is the demographics of a reducing workforce, but also to help individual businesses. And I was really struck on a recent visit to the Sheerman's pharmacy in my constituency, where they showed me their new pharmacy dispensing robot that increases rapidly the ability of that pharmacy to fill prescriptions for people that come in. It increases the efficiency of the workers and their ability to engage with customers. And it represents a degree of confidence on their part that an investment and an expensive piece of technology like that will help to increase their profit margins, to secure those jobs, and to provide a better service to people who come through the door. And it does strike me against that backdrop, although we've seen the amazing progress of an additional 800 jobs per day on average since this government took office in 2010, that we do still face a very significant challenge for recruitment. Something I hear about from businesses in my constituency day after day, that securing the workers and the people with the skills to fulfil those jobs and to enable us to grow and increase productivity remains a challenge. And I will leave the front bench with the thought that perhaps, just as we went out with the Windrush generation and sought specifically to recruit people from across the world to fulfil roles that we needed, and that didn't always end well, but it was, on the whole, enormously significant and positive in the lives of those people, that maybe we need to have a similar kind of deal with a friendly nation today to make a decision that we will take control of economic migration, we'll seek to establish links with countries from which we can source the skills that we need and with whom we have an affiliation in order to provide the stability that our economy needs, and in particular the public sector workers in the NHS, in dentistry, and so many other areas of our national life that we require. So just developing a little the theme of productivity, Mr Deputy Speaker. All across the public sector, we are hearing interesting examples of how different public services are looking to improve productivity. We've heard from the Royal Navy how future generations of warships will require 1/3 of the number of sailors that the current technology demands. Across the NHS, we're seeing examples of how new technology, and I declare an interest being married to an NHS doctor, how new technology is improving the efficiency, both of the delivery of services and also the speed with which they can be provided. And it's striking in that context that whilst people can be cynical about capitalism, we've seen a 50% improvement in cancer survival rates over the last 5 decades as a result of the wealth that's been generated to be invested in this technology. And I very much encourage the government, as it looks at where that productivity gain can most be found, to focus on those areas of our public sector where we've seen the most impressive gains in productivity, and in particular echoing the points made by the member for the cities of London and Westminster. Having spent a lot of my time in local government, it's very clear if we look at things like our experience with the Better Care Fund, if we look at what's happened around public health, that local authorities have consistently provided amongst the most impressive efficiency savings of any part of the public sector, but also the greatest productivity gains, because they contain accountable elected politicians like ourselves, responsible to those communities, who are willing to run things like it's their own business. And when we consider things like the investment in jet patches to make sure that potholes, a real pest to many of our constituents, can be fixed very rapidly, the decisions to make that investment in local government took place years before anyone in central government got around to identifying the potential benefits of that technology. I will, of course.
On the very point about local government, is it not therefore disappointing that while the government is assuming 5% productivity increases in the budget, it's also assuming that cuts to DLUC central funding will be 2.3% in real terms a year for 4 years? So even if you got a 5% increase in productivity, it would only fill half the gap by the projected cuts in funding for local government that's in the budget. That's no way forward, is it? And no mention of public health or integrated care at all.
So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think the member for Sheffield South has enormous knowledge of the local government world. I think he would also acknowledge the complexity of the local government finance world, and in particular the opportunity that the freedoms around the increases in council tax create, which we know is not something distributed from previous debates in this House as evenly across the country as we'd like to see. But it will enable local authorities that have built up very significant financial balances specifically to manage some economic shocks that we know are out there in the system, to address these issues effectively. Mr Deputy, I'd like to conclude with a very brief defence of the value of capitalism. And I mention that because in this chamber we often debate the need for greater regulation. Often things like 10-minute rule bills are about addressing particular injustices, and that is absolutely right. But when we look at the nature of that debate, is it through government, which, if we are honest, despite the grandeur of this chamber and the status of members of Parliament, we do not exert as much control of the day-to-day life of our economy and our national life as sometimes these debates would imply, that we need to recognise that free markets, capitalism, the ability of people to invest and seek returns, has helped to deliver that doubling of cancer survival rates. Yeah. It's helped to deliver the incredible improvements in educational attainment.
Correct.
Doesn't always work, of course. PFI remains a significant burden, but it was a worthy attempt to do the right thing that has turned out to have some significant downsides. And if we look at the improvement in our national mental health, physical health, rates of absolute poverty that have been driven by the investment that's taken place, by the creation of 4 million additional jobs since 2010. That is transformational in our constituents' lives, beyond almost anything else that we have done in this chamber. And it's for that reason that I have confidence in the impact that this budget will have and on the benefits that a Conservative government brings to all of our people.
Margaret Greenwood.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this budget has failed to address the acute challenges that our country is facing. After 14 years of Conservative rule, we have appalling levels of poverty and inequality, and vital public services have been brought to their knees. Yet instead of delivering a budget to inspire hope that the conditions in which so many people are living can be turned around, we were treated to the sight of a blasé Chancellor with a pitiful offer. More than 14 million people are living in poverty in the UK, including more than 2 million pensioners and 4 million children. 1 million of those experienced destitution in 2022. Yet the Chancellor threw them crumbs in the form of a measly 6-month extension to the Household Support Fund. Does he really think that by some miracle, after September, there will no longer be people who need help with the cost of food and utilities? It is an insult. In February, former Prime Minister Gordon Brown said, "In years to come, people will be asking how it was that government walked by on the other side when thousands of children were suffering abject deprivation and failed to support them in their hours of need." This is a damning indictment of this government. The Chancellor's treatment of pensioners was shameful too. Paul Johnson, Director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies, has said that pensioners will be substantial net losers from the budget. He explained that well over 60% of pensioners now pay income tax. Income tax changes will leave most of them £650 a year worse off by 2027 and over £3,000 a year worse off if they are higher rate taxpayers. Why is the Chancellor punishing pensioners in this way? The Chancellor had the audacity to claim that the government has a plan for better public services, despite knowing full well that Conservative governments over the last 14 years have inflicted brutal cuts and that more are planned for the years ahead. Torsten Bell, the Chief Executive of the Resolution Foundation, has said the £19 billion of cuts to unprotected public services after the next election are 3/4 the size of those delivered in the early 2010s. The idea that such cuts can be delivered in the face of already faltering public services is a fiscal fiction. Yet again, the Tories are heaping the misery of austerity upon the country. Local authority funding has been decimated under the Conservatives. Figures from the House of Commons Library show that Wirral saw a 28.6% real terms drop in settlement funding between 2015-16 and 23-24. In Wirral West, we have lost Woodchurch Swimming Pool and Leisure Centre, as well as council-run libraries in Hoylake, Pensby, Irby and Woodchurch. And in Wirral overall, we've seen a 54% drop in real terms overall spending on services for young people between 2012-13 and 2022-23. And there have been cuts that we have seen to emergency services. We have around 380 fewer police officers in Merseyside now compared to 2010, and we have about 270 fewer firefighters. In Wirral, there are no legal aid contracts to support people on matters relating to housing or social security, leaving people without access to justice. Where was the funding to address the devastating impact of years of austerity? Communities in Wirral have been left high and dry by the Tories. The underfunding of the NHS continues despite the fact waiting lists are at over 7.6 million, leaving people suffering in pain and thousands stopping work as a result. Why has the government, and I would like the Minister to give a particular response on this particular point, why has the government gone back on its commitment to expand the provision of fracture liaison services? The Royal Osteoporosis Society's Better Bones campaign calls for £30 million a year for universal fracture liaison coverage. This would save the Exchequer in the long run, keeping people healthy rather than seeing them join NHS queues and become reliant on social security. And still, we see no realistic plan to address the crisis in adult social care. Last year, research by Age UK found that 1.6 million older disabled people have unmet care needs, and 36,000 fewer old disabled people are receiving care than in 2017-18. Skills for Care, the workforce development and planning body, estimates an average of 9.9% of roles in adult social care were vacant in 2022-23, equivalent to approximately 152,000 vacancies. And the government continues to ignore the over 7 million adults in England who are functionally illiterate. It's a form of deprivation that goes unanswered. According to the latest report from the IFS, total spending on adult skills in 2024-25 will still be 23% below 2009-10 levels. This is a budget from a government that lacks any ambition to serve the majority across the country. The Conservative legacy is one of decimated public services and appalling levels of poverty and inequality. It is time for them to set aside. It's time that we had a government that will give an immediate injection of funding to public services and ensure that no one suffers poverty.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, is quite right to be focusing on improving the UK's economic activity, where, as we've heard, we should be doing much, much better. We have a flexible labour market, which it is vital that we do not imperil, but we also need a long-term strategy for investments in skills and in infrastructure so that our economy can move into top gear, we can compete globally with the highest performing economies, and we can bring prosperity to all corners of the United Kingdom. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are measures in this budget which are particularly welcome and which will help improve our economic performance. The 2p reduction in the national insurance contributions and the increase in the child benefit threshold remove barriers to work. It is also vital that we secure investment for the businesses of tomorrow. The £1 billion for the renewable electricity auction allocation round 6, the £270 million of combined government and industry investment into research and development projects in the automotive and aerospace industries, and the £120 million for the Green Industries Growth Accelerator, these will all help achieve this. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in almost every budget, it is important to be wary of and to guard against unintended consequences. And there are two which I will briefly highlight from last Wednesday. Firstly, I do understand the rationale for extending the sunset clause on the energy profits levy. But there is a real concern that this will deflect and deter investment for the industries of tomorrow. I'm thinking offshore wind, carbon capture and hydrogen. These industries are so vital to enhancing our energy security, bringing jobs to coastal communities and to delivering our net zero targets. I am concerned that as the levy proposals stand, that this could deter that vital investment. And for my part, I shall be studying closely the provisions of the Spring Finance Bill, and I would urge the government to re-engage with industry at every opportunity. Secondly, I give way to my honourable friend.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable member for giving way. His point about offshore renewables is very important. Does he agree with me that we must ensure as a nation that we actually construct these floating wind turbines in the UK rather than overseas?
I'm most grateful to the honourable gentleman for that intervention. And yes, I would agree that we should. I think if you look at the offshore wind sector deal, which was signed back in 2019, there is progress in that perspective in building local supply chains. I hear him doubt, and I share, I think, his doubt to a degree, but there is still a lot more work to do. And on that manufacturing side of things, I think I would agree with him, there is longer perhaps on other aspects of those local supply chains. I'm grateful to him for making that intervention. Secondly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I likewise acknowledge why the decision has been made to abolish the furnished letting concession. There are areas of the country where holiday lets are badly distorting the local property market, and we heard that from my honourable friend, the member for the cities of London and the Westminster, who's no longer in her place. She made that point very clearly. But there are many other areas of the country where it is not distorting the local property market, and holiday lets are a vitally important part of those local economies where there are limited other job-creating opportunities. These are quite often in rural areas, and restrictions and limitations in the opportunity to diversify your business. I would also point out that many of these properties are subject to planning conditions which will prevent them from becoming available for occupation full-time on the open market. Therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do feel that it's very important to be cognisant of the full impact of this proposal before proceeding, and I see my honourable friend the Minister is listening, and I think we do need a full impact assessment of that proposal before it advances. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to remove that stubborn productivity gap, it is vital to invest in skills and in infrastructure. With such initiatives as the local skills improvement plans and lifelong learning, the government has rightly recognised the importance of providing people of all ages with the opportunity to acquire the skills that are needed for those many new emerging industries that are coming forward. At the current time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Further education colleges and trainers face obstacles in recruiting staff, not being able to recover VAT, and supporting those needing to catch up in their learning as a result of COVID. It was therefore disappointing that there were no measures to address these challenges announced last week. From an East of England perspective, investment in infrastructure is vital if the region is to realise its full potential. In this respect, it is vital for funds to be made available straight away so that work on the Ely and Hawley Junction rail improvements can begin without any further delay. There were welcome announcements, Mr Deputy Speaker, on this in the autumn statement. There is concern locally that government perhaps might be in reverse ferret on this particular issue, and I hope again my concerns can be allayed. Also on infrastructure, the Norfolk and Suffolk coast this winter has taken a battering like it hasn't seen for a very long time. In my own constituency in Lowestoft, at Pakefield and at Kessingland, this undermines investment in the town centre, in the port and in the tourism industry on those vitally important leisure parks and caravan parks. Schemes have been prepared to protect the people and their property, and it is vital that these projects get underway as quickly as possible. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the government are right to be sticking to the plan to halve inflation, to grow the economy and to reduce debt. There are, as I've said, some welcome initiatives in the budget which I believe will help achieve these goals. But all around the UK, and from my perspective, particularly in East Anglia, we do need to be pressing ahead with that strategic investment in both people, that's flesh and blood, and also in concrete and steel in infrastructure. Thank you.
Very much. Dan Carden.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is... It is important to note that if pre-2008 levels of growth had been maintained, GDP per head would be 39% higher than it is today. People are poorer, and so is the state. And we are on a long road of stagnation, of decline and diminished capacity. It is, for our constituents, a disaster. It's easy to tell a story that this is simply symbolic of the dying days of one political party in government, and that this will all be changed by a new government. But that new government needs a sense of direction, a sense of purpose built around national renewal in a divided and disillusioned country. New management alone won't cut it. It needs a transformation that goes well beyond fiscal and monetary tweaks and moves into the real economy. That asks why, when employment is at record levels, living standards are declining. The dignity of work has to be at the centre of our agenda. The scourge of in-work poverty bears witness to the failure of the economic model that has been in place for almost half a century now. Full employment, education and training are vital, but without an industrial strategy, it alone will not get to the heart of the matter. National renewal requires what every government since Margaret Thatcher has found unthinkable: an industrial strategy that engages the energy of the public and private sectors in partnership with the people of this country. And we must think the unthinkable and look beyond finance and the City of London and out to the country. To think about regional banks, vocational colleges and a form of corporate governance that can sustain a partnership between place, workers and capital. The debacle of the Post Office this year is indicative, not anomalous. Managerial sovereignty without accountability. That model has well and truly failed. It's left public services like our NHS broken and millions suffering on their waiting lists. And it's left local government bankrupt and unable to do its important job. Economy, society, government, rudderless, in decline, diminished. The British people are capable of inventing, designing and making their own future. We mustn't be afraid of change, of the renewal of our economy, society and politics. This was the task of a Labour government in 1945, in 1964 and in 1997. And in each of those governments, Labour won working class communities to its cause. They have endured neglect, abandonment and contempt for too long. They are not the source of decline, but the key to renewal. They have been despised and patronised, and we cannot understand the Brexit vote or the election of this Tory government without understanding their disdain or their rejection of the political class now. Labour must put their needs, a decent wage, a decent pension, safe and secure communities, ahead of any progressive demands that often dominate the politics of the left. It is the vocation of Labour as a party of government, as well as a movement, to do this. It is vital that Labour rediscovers its own vocation, as well as the virtues of vocation in the economy. And the stakes are very high indeed.
Steve Double.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to contribute to this debate and also to follow the Honourable Member for Liverpool-Walton. No budget is delivered in a vacuum. Every budget is delivered within a context and a backdrop. And in order to assess any budget, you really need to consider the context and the backdrop to the budget to really assess it. And I do wonder, with some of the comments that have been coming from the benches opposite, and particularly the opening speech from the Shadow Minister, whether they've all been asleep for the past few years. Because in the past few years, our country, our economy, has had two of the biggest shocks that we will ever live through, where the government has had to step in and support jobs and businesses and households and spend almost £500 billion in doing so. And it was absolutely the right thing to do, through the pandemic and through the energy crisis, to provide that level of support, which amounted to around £6,000 for every person in the country. But first of all, we were only able to deliver that support because of our careful management and rebuilding of our country's finances when we first came into office in 2010. If we hadn't done that, we would not have been in a position to deliver that support. And now, having spent that money, it has to be covered. We have to balance the books. And that is the context in which this budget has been delivered. And I actually think the Chancellor did an incredible job in the light of that context to actually deliver the budget he did, where he was able to cut national insurance by 2p, which is going to be hugely welcomed by thousands of people in work in my constituency who are going to be up to £450 a year better off. And that's on top of the 2% that we delivered at the beginning of the year, where we've been able to freeze fuel duty once again, which will be hugely welcomed, and a number of the other measures that he announced, particularly the extension of the Household Support Fund for another 6 months, which again is necessary to continue to support those most in need to recover from the impact of the last few years. And also I would say that the raising of the VAT threshold will be hugely welcomed by many small businesses that I represent. And I would simply say to the Treasury, can we now just index link it so that it actually just goes up every year on a regular basis rather than having to wait for it to be hiked up again? So there was much to be welcomed in this budget. There was one particular thing that I very much welcome. I was deeply honoured to get a mention from the Chancellor as we addressed the issue of the inequality in the tax system between residential landlords and short-term holiday lets. That's an issue that I've been asking to be addressed for a long time. Now, I respect the comments made by my honourable friend previously about we just need to be careful. We need to focus on outcomes, that what we want in introducing this measure is more properties available to rent in tourist areas. And I know the Minister, former tourist Minister, understands the sector incredibly well, and I trust him as much as I would trust anyone to take this measure and get it right. But we do need to make sure that we're focused on delivering the outcome and not just taxing people who aren't able to put their property onto the rental market. But I think it's an important step to start to address some of the issues, another measure to address some of the issues we face in tourist areas with regard to housing. There were some things, although I got one of the things I really wanted to see announced in the budget, there were some other things I was hoping to see that we didn't get. I was hoping to see some more support for the tourism sector. I know that they have had a huge amount of support over the last few years, and rightly so. They're such an important part of our economy. I have the honour of representing the constituency that I am told is most reliant on the tourism and hospitality sector, and I know they are still facing some huge challenges, and more support for them, whether that be in cutting VAT or addressing the high business rates they pay, would be very welcome, and I'll continue to press the case for that. There was also an opportunity to address the issue around taxation of renewable liquid heating fuels that are being taxed unfairly for those who are off-grid for their mains heating supply. But again, I was disappointed we didn't do that, but I will continue to make the case for that. But just in the last couple of minutes I got left, the theme of the debate today is on productivity. And this has been an ongoing challenge that we face in Cornwall, where our wages are typically about 30% below the national average, and our productivity reflects that. Now, there are some very understandable reasons for that, to do with our geography and demographics. But there is some huge opportunities before us to become less reliant on seasonal jobs and businesses. Opportunities around the space sector, opportunities around lithium extraction and renewable energy. And one of the reasons I came into politics was to try and create opportunities, good career opportunities for young people growing up in Cornwall. And these exciting opportunities to create well-paid jobs, to raise the average wages available in Cornwall, and give those young people the careers of the future are something that we really need to grasp. And I would just urge the government, who has already done much to support these sectors in Cornwall, to continue to support those sectors, to make sure that we provide those job opportunities for young people in Cornwall, that they can aspire to have a good career in these sectors of the future, and really start to close that productivity gap that we face a challenge with, and make the most of creating the well-paid jobs of the future. So, in summing up, in the context that we find ourselves in, I believe this was a hugely positive budget. It delivered what the country needs. We are seeing inflation fall. We are seeing growth returning to our economy, and it really is time that we continue to stick with the plan and continue to deliver what the country needs.
Yvonne Pavard.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There are things to welcome in the budget when it comes to helping people struggling with hardship and debt, but they're more about tinkering than providing solutions to underlying problems. such as the extension to the Household Support Fund. This fund, distributed by local councils, it's a crucial lifeline for desperate families, but only for 6 months. That's wholly inadequate given the scale of the problem. Increasing the repayment period for households on universal credit who take out budgeting advance loans from 12 months to 24 months is clearly helpful, especially for those who are struggling to make ends meet or coping with an emergency. But it still leaves millions of people on universal credit subject to unaffordable deductions from their benefits to repay other government debts. These deductions cause real hardship from an amount of money that, frankly, is too little to live on in the first place. The fact that we have to put these small changes in the context of a cost of living crisis that's affected millions of people. Step change say that 2 in 5 people are currently struggling to keep up with household bills and credit commitments, and their advisors regularly speak to clients struggling to meet even the most basic needs, like getting a healthy meal and keeping the heating on. And they're also increasingly seeing people on negative budgets, meaning that they don't have enough income to meet their necessary outgoings, let alone have something to put towards paying off a debt. And there's a new report out today by Christians Against Poverty which recognises this and the lack of access to credit for many, many people. But I'm not sure the government recognises this problem as well as those charities do. And that's why people need more help with the fundamentals, such as council tax and energy bills. Where's the much needed council tax support scheme and a social tariff for energy? Those are changes that would make a real difference. And we also need major changes to the kinds of debt solutions advice agencies can offer. The announcement of the scrapping of the upfront £90 application fee and the uplift to the vehicle value for the debt relief orders a start. Because debt relief orders acted as a real barrier to those on financial hardship who had to find £90 before they could even deal with their debts. But there's also been a statement on financial vulnerability, and that's welcome. But it's estimated there will be an extra 556,000 debt relief orders, a 75% increase on 2023 that are going to be applied for. And the statement asserts that individuals will be cutting contact with free debt advice where that's appropriate. And my question to the Chancellor is, where is the extra money going to come from to pay for the additional debt advice? The free advice sector is already overloaded. The debt advisors are working beyond their capacity and are suffering burnout. Many are leaving the sector despite their commitment to it. More and sustained funding is urgently needed. But enough with tinkering around the edges. We need a system of debt solutions that's simple, straightforward, and ensures that people are always able to access the solution that best suits their needs. And this has to include those who are on a negative income. One part of the solution has to be to reduce the reliance of creditors on the use of bailiffs, whose fees, which rose substantially last year in the middle of a cost of living crisis, they're simply added to people's debts, making them less and less affordable. Bailiffs are so often part of the problem and not the solution. We've got to look at encouraging creditors, and this includes public sector debts, government and local authorities, to embrace a fairer and more effective system which prioritises affordable payment plans over the seizure of goods. And of course we need to prevent people falling into debt in the first place, and that means taking a more holistic approach into the way we look at the issues. Causes and solutions are complex. People affected by debt many have multiple categories of debt spanning lots of different regulatory regimes. Complexity is regulated across government and Whitehall. Laws and regulations span several departments. For example, regulation of buy now, pay later, which is far too delayed. I was really sorry to see that the regulation of the buy now, pay later firms appears to be kicked into the long grass, but that's the preserve of the Treasury. Bailiffs' fees is an issue for Minister of Justice. Prepayment meters are the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. The Department of Work and Pensions looks after deductions from universal credit, while rent arrears are dealt with by levelling up housing and communities. And that's not the complete list. Actually, all these departments need to work together, and any policies that are put out need to have a financial inclusion impact assessment, and that would stop many of the policies that are pushing people into more hardship and debt. And also, this may sound a little strange, but I'm looking to introduce a 10-minute rule for non-regulation of e-scooters that use lithium-ion batteries, and that's Department for Transport. But it is a financial inclusion matter, because it's so often the cost of living and looking for a cheap bargain that causes people to search for these bargains online, which turn out to be anything but bargains and are actually dangerous. Yeah. So I won't pretend to have all the answers to the complex issues, but I do know that we have to have a joined-up approach to solving them. Yeah. There's far too many people in our country struggling with what seems like hopeless debt, and they gain little from the tinkering and short-termism of this budget.
Yeah. Angus MacNeil.
Happily, Mr. Speaker, and of course, my using Gaelic like Cillian Murphy did at the Oscars. It's the Celtic tongue is heard everywhere these days. Can also just welcome members coming in for the IPU to watch your proceedings today as well. Mr. Speaker, to start with a quote, I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone, if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. This was from Charlie Chaplin's Great Dictator film, The Last Speech in 1940. But too often nowadays, 84 years later, we've seen the misery of others amongst us in the UK, where food banks and child poverty are far too commonplace. The member for Rochdale, when he was in, mentioned 2 wards in his area where 50% of children lived in poverty. He also made mention of his predecessor as well, and I think that was a very worthy too. Young people in our countries, can't get houses. Their rents drain their savings for a deposit and leave them trapped. On Newsnight last night in Paisley, Scotland, there was a teacher saying there was a link between pupil behaviour in a classroom and hunger, perhaps even nutrition. How can we make a society more productive when educational outcomes are blighted by DWP policy and spending choices? The roots of this, in my view, Mr. Speaker, goes back to 2008, perhaps not the crash, but as much the response to the crash and the Chancellor that emerged, George Osborne's fixation on austerity. He really did misunderstand the debt to GDP ratio. He thought only of debt, leaving the UK like a farmer, saving money in the spring on seeds, and then to wonder why there was no harvest in the autumn because he hadn't invested. I remember he had a short-term political slogan, which some might remember in here. It was called the Long-Term Economic Plan. But as ever, there was no plan. This is the autumn. The investment wasn't done. The harvest is scarce. The Resolution Foundation pointed out in December that the average worker in the UK is earning £10,700 less than their equivalents in a host of developed countries in Europe and North America, New Zealand and Australia. This has been compounded by Brexit, taking GDP down by about 5%, and talks of the Trans-Pacific Partnership give nothing back because that is trade with paperwork and bureaucracy and only a 0.2 to 0.8 gain of GDP. Therefore, the talk of people keeping their hard-earned cash is harder-earned cash as a result of some of the choices that have been made in the UK. Filling out forms does not productivity make. In Iceland, the crash was over by 2013, 11 years ago. I'm chair of the Icelandic All-Party Group and have met with the central bank several times. They now complain of too much growth in their economy. The head banker, the chief, has his head in his hands. They're so different in the UK. But Ireland too sees similar to Iceland, as does Norway, as does Denmark. These countries surrounding Scotland are very different. Their populations will grow by 2050. Scotland, if still in the UK, will see a decline in its population. And my constituency, most of all, will see that decline. And is all unnecessary. It's not as a result of destiny, it's a result of choices. It's not geography, it's not demographics, it's policy. In The Guardian last week, there was an article by Craig Stephen, a former city trader, who wrote, "The budget is for ordinary people, people to manage. The rich look and laugh. City traders know the rich will get richer and the poor will get poorer. The blight is all over our society. Sky News reported in the autumn that parents were stealing infant formula milk. Such was their desperation. We have reports and commissioning reports of food insecurity.
that in what is known as a G7 country. The basic UK finances are really that it's borrowed every year bar 11 since 1945. The UK has not paid back much of that since 1945. It's only been in surplus for 11 years and it's paid back about 1.7 of the debt it has attributed to it. They are the facts. But maybe that doesn't tell the whole story, because the world hasn't ended, but it maybe actually undermines the rules that various parties and oppositions have about fiscal rules. They are not actually necessary, and they are causing the misery of others. The UK, in my view, has had two pivotal moments that have led us to this, moments of quantitative easing, the printing of money, if you like. The American economist J.K. Galbraith said the process by which money is created is so simple that the mind is repelled. And those moments were, of course, after the crash and around the pandemic. And the problem is, rather than help people with their mortgage like they did in Iceland, which would be called perhaps flood-up economics, the opposite of trickle-down economics because it works, what has happened in the UK is that the poor have lost out. The poor have lost out hugely, and the rich have gathered the money and accumulated the money that was created by the government on a whim. As Gary Stevenson said in his article last week in The Guardian, the year 2011, I placed a bet. The bet was hundreds of billions of pounds in economic stimulus poured into the UK and US economies would not reach the people who needed it. It would settle in the pockets of the richest, who would use it to buy the homes of the poor, and the economy would never recover. That year I was Citibank's most profitable trader in the world. They paid me $2 million and asked me to do it again. It was around then I realised the whole economic system wasn't working. And that, Mr. Speaker, is why we are where we are, and why the budget is what it is. Nothing really very huge, quite delusional, as has been said before. It also explains why councils are short of money, why devolved governments are short of money. And it's worth remarking, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, that devolution only works one way in the UK. We get told in Scotland we have got two governments. But devolution doesn't work like that. Devolution works dependent on England's needs. When England's one government decides it needs to spend on something, there are consequentials for Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. If Wales needs money for health, the decision isn't made for consequentials for England, Scotland and Northern Ireland after that. And that's a fundamental problem with the UK. But I would also say to the SNP and the SNP government in Edinburgh, there's so much they can do to change this. They have the powers in their hands to call an unscheduled Holyrood election whenever they want and put the matter of independence before the people. If they did that, I'm confident Scotland would choose to leave all I have described, and we would be an independent country, and we could have a different demographic outlook, particularly for an Hillingdon in a year. Matters are very important, and I think Holyrood should think about doing that, and doing it soon.
Thank you. Sam Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I apologise in advance for my rather croaky voice today. I was vocally cheering on a historic double win on the weekend for the Commons and Lords rugby team over at Doyle and Senedd, and of course England's dramatic victory at Twickenham. But, Mr. Speaker, turning to less happy matters, this budget does absolutely nothing to remedy the economic malaise we've had in the last 14 years. That's £20 billion slashed from vital public services since 2028. Paired with tax cuts that overwhelmingly favour the very richest in our society. Just another round, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of austerity from the architects of inequality. That is the worst decline in living standards since the Second War, the worst growth since the Great Depression, and the worst wage crisis since the Battle of Waterloo. What an awful, awful record that is. This is the economic incompetence of utterly historic standards. But this malaise didn't just emerge suddenly and recently. It's not solely the result of the pandemic or the war in Ukraine. It's a cumulative outcome of a decade and a half of misguided economic decisions and governance by successive coalition and then Conservative governments. When the former Prime Minister, the now Baron Cameron of Chipping Norton, announced the beginning of a new age of austerity back in 2009, few of us could have predicted the sheer devastation the Conservatives were about to unleash on this country. A report from the Progressive Economic Forum reveals that from 2010 to 2019, austerity measures drained a staggering £500 billion from the UK's public spending coffers. That impact of those cuts has been devastating. That's the introduction of the 2012 Welfare Reform Act, which increased the number of children living in relative poverty by 600,000 in just 7 years. British children are now bizarrely 7 centimetres shorter than their European counterparts, clearly because of malnutrition, the scurvy and the rickets now plaguing our children's future. This is utterly unbelievable, but these are facts put out by scientists. Food bank usage, as we all know, even in many Conservative constituencies, has skyrocketed, and according to the Trussell Trust, emergency food parcel usage ran from 61,000 in 2010 to £1.9 million in 2020. The rates of increase in life expectancy have nearly halved, and more than 330,000 excess deaths in Great Britain were attributed to this great age of austerity. It's proved not just economically devastating, but sadly fatal for hundreds of thousands in this country. And these are not just the policies constrained to the coalition government. Between 2015 and 2019, a succession of Conservative Prime Ministers committed themselves full-throatedly to devastating austerity politics of the last 5 years. Most egregiously, the implementation of the two-child cap benefit in 2017, a particularly awful example, meaning that 42% of children living in families with 3 or more children now live in absolute poverty. The two-child benefit cap has impacted 1.5 million of our nation's children. And despite politicians' promises of austerity leading to an improved economy, our public finances have clearly not improved. Since 2010, the real economy has grown by only 1.2% a year, and we have the weakest growth amongst G7 countries. The simple fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it needs to be said loud and clear, you cannot cut your way to growth in any modern economy. We've witnessed the worst growth in GDP per head since records began. The real average wage for most Britons has remained unchanged since 2007. That's the biggest fall in living standards since records began. And with that, productivity, closely linked to levels of investment, has stagnated for the longest period in modern capitalism, with productivity now lower than France, Germany and the United States. So a decade of austerity, Mr Deputy Speaker, has left the UK exceptionally vulnerable to the pandemic. When that hit, it meant that the years of pay caps and freezing wreaked havoc on safe health and social care staffing that hindered recruitment and spiked staff turnover. And as a result, both sectors were perilously understaffed even before the pandemic hit. Then the cuts to social security, benefit freezes, restrictive reforms that shattered our agreed safety net in this country. Those soaring poverty levels fuelled higher COVID risks, leaving my constituents much more vulnerable to severe health consequences. Slashing funds gutted health and safety regulators that left enforcement in a shambles. And so amid that pandemic, inspections and notices hit rock bottom despite the rampant workplace infections. This categorically led to the death of NHS workers on the front lines. And then emerging from that pandemic, public services still now left in tatters and desperately needed significant financial support not brought forward in that budget last week. The situation has now only been further worsened by the former Prime Minister's acts of economic self-destruction, which plunged the pound to historic lows, allowed mortgage interest rates to skyrocket and put 6 major pension funds at risk of total annihilation. Mr Deputy Speaker, this track record of decimation of our country has left classrooms falling apart, NHS waiting lists at near record-breaking length, household unsecured debt through the roof, and our public institutions on their knees. And this is the result of only one organisation, one group of people, the result of 14 years of uninterrupted Conservative and coalition economic mismanagement. The Institute for Government themselves has warned that our public services are now stuck in a doom loop of recurring crises due to more than a decade of short-term policy making and that harsh austerity. Mr Deputy Speaker, this budget was a missed opportunity for laying a different, progressive pathway forward for our economy, one that empowers and properly funds our public services and puts working people on our fragile planet at the very heart of it, one that invests in people and their skills, whether that be university or vocational workers, invest in our workspaces and our people. And until, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have a government that is prepared to do that, a government to stand up for the ordinary people of this country, a government prepared to actually have a serious long-term investment plan for infrastructure, a long-term investment plan for our industries in whichever sector that may be, then our country will stagger onwards on the treadmill of economic decline.
Sarah Olney will be the last at 7 minutes. We're then going to 6 minutes, and hopefully we can keep it at 6 minutes. I think if my maths is any good, I won't be in the chair then anyway, but we'll see. Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. After years of economic chaos, unfair tax hikes and now Rishi's recession, this desperate budget is yet more evidence that this Conservative government has finally run out.
The ruling has been made earlier on. We must not make reference to anybody's Christian or surnames who are current serving members. The Honourable Lady is incredibly intelligent. I'm sure she'll find another way of making the point that she wishes to make.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I apologise. For millions of families and pensioners facing soaring mortgage and rent payments, skyrocketing energy bills and eye-watering food prices, the proposals announced by the Chancellor last week will barely touch the sides. No real help with the cost of living, no plan for economic growth, no real support for our NHS and public services, and no end to this Conservative barrage of stealth taxes. Is this really the best this government has to offer? Thanks to this government, the British public have endured the biggest fall in living standards since the 1950s, and more people across the country, including in the Chancellor's own constituency, are rightly saying that enough is enough. Instead of more empty promises, what they want is a general election as soon as possible to get this tired government out of Downing Street and get our country back on track. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor seems desperate to convince people he's cutting taxes in a veiled attempt to deceive the British public. Over this year and next, however, someone on average earnings will still be £383 worse off due to the government's freeze on the tax-free personal allowance. And on top of that, they're already enduring higher energy bills, food costs and rent and mortgage payments, all thanks to this Conservative government. Meanwhile, the government has left our public services stretched to breaking point. The Liberal Democrats have been calling on the Chancellor to end this crisis, particularly in our NHS, which is on its knees. On doorsteps across the country, people tell us time and time again how they cannot get a GP appointment, get an ambulance on time or see an NHS dentist. This is clear in places such as Molesey and Thames Ditton, where people are increasingly concerned that they're unable to see a doctor, with GPs themselves saying they've been left in the lurch by the government. Despite the hard work of local doctors, the situation in Surrey has become dire after the government slashed funding for GPs in real terms by £9.2 million. This is also putting a huge strain on local hospitals, including St Peter's in Chertsey and Kingston Hospital in my constituency, who are paying the price for this Conservative government's failure to properly fund our health service. The crisis facing our hospitals is also being felt in South London, where St Helier Hospital has been left to crumble, with no sign of the investment promised by the government. A&E and maternity services are now at risk of closure, which could see up to 50,000 residents displaced for healthcare should further funding not be given. The situation in our health service is so bad that it is now hurting our economy, with over 2.8 million people unable to work due to a long-term health condition. The increase in economic inactivity since the start of this Parliament is estimated to have cost the taxpayer around £3 billion this year alone, all because this Conservative government has failed to properly fund our NHS and social care. But instead of properly addressing this crisis, the Chancellor merely plugged a hole that he'd blown in the NHS budget in the first place. And that is why the Liberal Democrats have called on the government to deliver serious investment for our NHS, recruit more GPs, fix our cancer services, bring down waiting lists and help people get the quality care they so desperately need. I was, however, glad to see that the government made positive steps on the issue of child benefits, something which is of great importance to my constituents in Richmond Park. The raising of the threshold at which child benefit can be accessed is welcomed by the Liberal Democrats, as is the proposed consultation on introducing a household-based system to determine eligibility rather than basing it on individual incomes. I wish to pay tribute to the work of my colleague, the member for North East Fife, who's campaigned tirelessly on this issue and introduced a bill to the House on this subject a couple of weeks ago. Going forward, I now encourage the government to go further to review how the high-income child benefit charge works to ensure that hard-working families do not continue to incur excessive fines through no fault of their own. I was also glad to see that the Chancellor listened to the concerns of the theatre industry, particularly those of the Society of London Theatre and UK Theatre, regarding theatre tax relief. The current higher rates of theatre tax relief have played a pivotal role in enabling UK theatre to be world-leading and innovative, which will enable bigger, bolder programming that helps nurture talent pipelines and reach more audiences. I now urge the government to keep working with our creative industries, both in theatre and in other sectors, to help enable them to grow and continue to display the outstanding talent that we have on show in the UK. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, although the Liberal Democrats welcome some measures in this budget, it simply does not go far enough. The Chancellor could have stood up last week, proposed a fair deal for the British people and taken steps to get our economy growing again. Instead, he gave us more of the same. Another underwhelming set of announcements from this Conservative government, which is out of touch, out of ideas and nearly out of time. He could have cancelled this unfair stealth tax and raised the tax-free personal allowance. He could have reversed tax cuts for the big banks and put in place a proper windfall tax on fossil fuel giants to help fund our public services. And he could have presented a serious strategy to stimulate economic growth by reforming business rates and developing an industrial strategy, as was done by the Liberal Democrats in government. Instead, he chose to appease his own backbenchers in a desperate attempt to save his party and maybe even his own seat. It's clear the British public won't be fooled by this Chancellor's deception. Right across the country, voters are sick and tired of this Conservative government, are ready to vote for change at the next general election. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was a teenager when the party opposite came to power. Taking office, they told us they had to cut funding for public services, blaming benefit cheats and welfare scroungers. But they reassured us, we're all in it together, they said. But of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's not how it turned out, as those paying attention at the time knew it wouldn't. Because 14 years of Tory governments and austerity have decimated our communities. Public services have been cut to the bone. Schools and hospitals are crumbling, often literally. Youth centres, women's shelters and libraries have closed in their thousands. Local councils have lost billions in government cuts. Dozens are now on the brink of bankruptcy. Workers' wages are lower than they were in 2008, and living standards are set to face the worst decline since the Second World War. Nurses are using food banks, teachers and doctors are leaving the profession they love in droves. The social security system has been gutted. The number of children living in poverty is up 600,000 since the Tories came to power. And while rents have rocketed, the number of people sleeping on the streets has increased by 120%. Mr Deputy Speaker, austerity was a political choice and we were never all in it together. Since 2010, the wealth of the richest has rocketed. In the last decade, UK billionaires have seen their wealth go up threefold. Fossil fuel giants have never had it so good. So while the super rich amass ever greater fortunes, people in my constituency are struggling. More than 1 in 3 children growing up in Coventry South are in poverty, with more than 3,000 affected by the cruel 2-child benefit limit. The Central England Law Centre, based in my constituency, and Unite the Union warn that they are seeing increasing levels of conditionality being placed on people, including parents with young children and people with health problems. Over £1 billion has been cut from Coventry Council's budget, with cuts filtering down, services being impacted. In particular today, I want to highlight the impact on Coventry Rape and Sexual Abuse Centre, the only specialist sexual violence support service in Coventry, which has provided an invaluable service to Coventrians for more than 40 years. This year, strained budgets have meant that the council plans to end funding for the service, forcing the centre to close its waiting list, leaving survivors of sexual violence, overwhelmingly women, unable to access the support they need. That is just one example of the consequences of Tory cuts to local government. And with this budget, those cuts are set to get worse. Because once the government's commitments to other areas are factored in, this budget entails yet more austerity. As the Institute for Fiscal Studies has said, this budget means cuts worth £20 billion a year by 2028. Again, cutting local government, justice and Home Office budgets. And it's no surprise who benefits the most from the giveaways in this budget either. This national insurance change benefits the richest households 12 times more than it benefits the poorest households, while cutting capital gains tax will help those with huge property portfolios, but will do absolutely nothing for the parents in my constituency choosing between heating and eating. Mr Deputy Speaker, morally, politically and electorally, this should be the government's last budget, and the inheritance for the next government will indeed be dire, but we should learn from the past and rise to the challenge. In 1945, when Labour came to power from the rubble of war, we built the NHS, we built the welfare state, and we built millions of council homes. We redistributed wealth and power, and we transformed our country for the better. That should be the lesson for the future, making the super rich pay their fair share, investing in our communities and building the green infrastructure for the future. We have done it before, we must do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start my contribution by talking about housing, because it is the issue that I received the largest amount of correspondence on. In 2019, the Conservative government committed to build 300,000 homes a year by mid-2020s. We're now well into 2024, and the government does not look anywhere near reaching this target, nor does the budget contain measures to improve our progress in that regard. In Stockport Borough, Stockport Conservatives and Stockport Liberal Democrat councillors voted against participation in the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework in 2020, depriving Stockport Council of funds and coordinated support to build more houses. Now a Liberal Democrat-controlled council is building far fewer homes than is needed, and progress towards a local plan for housing has been painfully slow. In January this year, the waiting list for social housing in Stockport Borough was 5,995 households. Sadly, as of this week, the figure stands at a staggering 6,400 households. In Stockport in 2022-2023, 2,300 households filed applications for homelessness assistance, a 22% rise on the previous year. In November last year, there were 137 households in temporary accommodation, with 29 families in hotels. The Council's forecasted spend on temporary housing is due to top £500,000 this financial year. I'm also concerned by the increase in the buy-to-rent developments in Stockport, and these are developments, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where a wealthy institutional investor will buy the entire property, often an apartment block, and the properties will only be available to rent rather than to buy. And I've tabled a number of written parliamentary questions on this matter due to the impact that these developments have on increasing the average rental rates in the area, but also the negative impact they have sometimes on community fabric. And I will continue to press on this because I don't think the government has a grip on the housing situation. And as I said, I continue to receive a large amount of correspondence from constituents struggling with housing issues on a daily basis. But the harsh reality is that the Conservative government has failed the people of Stockport and across England when it comes to housing. I also want to talk about cuts to local schools in my constituency, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And new data released recently by the National Education Union showed that the government funding decisions have resulted in 70% of maintained schools in England facing real-time cuts since 2010. This includes 66% of maintained primary schools and 88% of maintained secondary school. In my own constituency of Stockport, 84% of schools have less funding in real terms than in 2010 due to government cuts. This equates to a loss in per-pupil funding of £392 and a total change in school spending power of £3.2 million for all children in my constituency. The worst affected primary school in my constituency, Bridge Hall Primary School, has suffered a loss in real terms of per-pupil funding of £1,752 and a loss in overall spending power of almost £340,000. The worst impacted secondary school, Stockport Academy, has seen a loss in real terms of per-pupil funding of £1,528 and a change in its overall spending power of almost £1.5 million. After 14 years of cuts and at least £12.2 billion, an extra £12.2 billion is needed to restore school spending power to 2010 levels, repair crumbling school buildings and tackle the SEND crisis that our children are facing. I also want to mention the rising prescription charges and the impact that they have on often low-income people and deprived communities. The prescription charge exemption list is outdated, unfair, and does not reflect the reality of many people living with long-term medical conditions. The Prescription Charges Coalition is calling for UK government to review the outdated prescription charge exemption list and support from the Health and Social Care Committee in achieving this change. While the extension of the Household Support Fund is welcome, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 80% of those surveyed by Parkinson's UK in 2023 didn't even know that it existed. What steps is the government taking to let people know who need it most and to make sure that people with these conditions have the support? Just on my final point, Mr. Speaker, can I mention the good work of CAMRA in supporting local pubs? I have a fantastic range of pubs, hospitality businesses and brewing institutions in my constituency, but sadly since 2010 we've lost 25% of pubs in my constituency. And I'm sure you'll be aware, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that pubs make up a big part of the community fabric, and often when a pub closes it has implications much wider than just the range of establishments available. The government has sadly failed to deliver a long-term change that is needed with the problem of business rate systems that unfairly penalise bricks and mortar businesses like pubs. I've raised a number of written questions and oral questions since my election in 2019 on this issue, but sadly I don't see any change in government policy. And we have an award-winning distillery now in my constituency, Stockport Gin. I must recommend you try that, Mr. Speaker. I think we're going to be stocking it in the Stranger's Bar soon. And Robinson's of Stockport, an iconic brewery business going back to 1840s, they have all been campaigning on the reform to business rate system. And I hope the government will pay attention, because losing valuable institutions like pubs, some long-standing pubs that have been around for a very long time, is a loss to the community, it's a loss to the nation. So I'll end it there, but thank you for calling me, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I look forward to you buying me a pint, November, of anything. Lindborough.
Grateful, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The communities of West Ham needed hope from this budget. They really did. But it has delivered absolutely nothing apart from continued despair. I don't think this government can grapple with the dire state of our economy, our public services, housing, or understand the depth of poverty that our people are living in. I don't think this government is capable of acknowledging the real need for change. Because maybe if they did, and maybe if they understood just a little bit, they might then ask the question as who is responsible. And they'd have to reflect on their last 14 years. So let me talk just a little bit about West Ham and about the change that's desperately needed there. Newham has the highest homelessness in the country. According to the government stats, 1 out of every 20 Newham families are trapped in overcrowded, mouldy, insecure, temporary housing. Nationally, homelessness in temporary accommodation is up 10% in a single year. And then there's the absolute worst of homelessness, where people are sleeping rough on our streets, up 27% in just 1 year. And what about the kids? What about the children whose lives are blighted by temporary accommodation, who lose their home every 6 months, who have to move school, who have nowhere to do their homework, and who have to travel miles on buses because they want to keep that one stable thing in their life, which is their school place? Up 12% in a single year. In Newham alone, 8,596 children are without a safe and secure home. And temporary accommodation costs are rocketing for Newham Council. It's set to increase by a whopping £17.5 million in the coming year, because the council is having to accommodate 30 to 40 new homeless families every single month, and that pressure is really growing. Long-term council assets are now having to be sold to pay for temporary accommodation bills. It's utterly unsustainable. But this government refuses to face reality. All council services my constituents rely on day to day, from street cleaning to libraries to public safety, are all being degraded because this government thinks it's right for the costs of spiralling homelessness to fall on my local residents. But it ain't just a local problem. It's caused by decades of government failure to invest in social homes and tackle poverty. Our councils are forced to sell off social homes and then massively constrained on what they can do with the meagre receipts they get back. So how did the budget respond to this worsening crisis? By ending the scheme that enable councils to do the right thing and use more of the receipts from the sale of social homes to build replacements. At a stroke, this government could have cut £200 million from the funding for new social homes in this country, when those homes are needed more desperately than ever. The horrifying scale of the housing crisis has grown ever larger, but the budget shows yet again that the government simply doesn't care. They're more interested in salting the earth after 14 years of destruction than they are in any kind of solution. I've focused on homelessness today, but as we know, the problems our communities face are far wider and being neglected or ignored by this budget. Because across the board, my constituents are paying higher taxes and getting worse and worse public services in return. Almost half of patients needing treatment locally are waiting more than 18 weeks, and 6% are waiting more than a year. And the government haven't even managed to repair the damage of the wrecking ball that was the former Prime Minister. Mortgages are still through the roof. Prices in the shops are still rising. People simply can't afford to pay their bills. The OBR expects this to be the only parliament on record where living standards have fallen over the full 5 years. That should be truly shocking. But our collective expectations of the government have fallen so low that it's no longer shocking but normal. So we desperately need real change for Newham and for our country. The budget does nothing to offer that change. It's just one solitary hope that we have, the hope that it will prove a bitterly fitting end to 14 years of Tory failure, division and decline.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This budget has been delivered as we mark nearly 14 years of Conservative economic failure. The Institute for Fiscal Studies headlines is, "This will be the biggest tax-raising parliament on record." And so many individuals and families from across our country are suffering because of it. They're suffering from rises of food prices, continually rising, general household bills increasing, insurances, general services, private rents, mortgage payments, and people having to wait longer for public service appointments. In addition, the Office for Budget Responsibility has stated this will be the worst parliament on record for living standards. That is shameful. Furthermore, the UK's productivity levels are concerning. A lack of productivity can make it harder to grow the economy, and this has severe consequences. The organisation End Child Poverty has estimated that over 8,000 children are experiencing poverty in Lewisham East. This is coupled with homelessness and a housing crisis. According to Shelter, across Lewisham there are over 7,000 people who are homeless and nearly 4,000 children living in temporary accommodation. A child's background, experience and upbringing has a strong influence on their future achievements. Now, many who live in the private sector are having their health impacted by the poor conditions of their homes. We only need to look at the tragic death of Awab Ishaq, aged 2, who died from a respiratory condition caused by exposure to mould at his home. A Citizens Advice report last year found that 1.6 million children live in privately rented homes with damp, mould or excessive cold. Along with this, families are finding it harder to provide for themselves. Families should not have to use food banks. This should not be part of our society, but yet it is on the increase. And although we have amazing organisations locally and organisations like Trussell Trust, we see the demand is increasing. And in Lewisham Food Bank, we see this large demand rising. And again, this should not be the case. In addition to this, the government is starving local authority resources, making it harder for the local authority to help people despite them trying their very best effort. For instance, since
2010, the government has taken away millions of pounds out of Lewisham Council's budget. And I know it is not just my local authority's budget that is experiencing this. Many local authorities have found themselves on their knees and indeed have had to be bailed out by the government. I'm glad that my local Labour Party does a monthly food collection to help young people access warm and nutritious food. But this alone will not solve the cost of living crisis, and it will not end the recession. And that is why I'm pleased that Labour, if elected, will provide free breakfast clubs in every primary school. Yeah. This will help drive up attendance and standards so young people can work towards their goals and ambitions. Additionally, Labour has a long-term plan to grow our economy and improve productivity to deliver more jobs, more investment and more money in people's pockets. It will not be an easy task and it will not be a quick one. But finally, this budget is the Chancellor's last attempt to show that the Conservatives can be trusted with the economy. I think that can't be further from the truth. But the only thing that this budget shows is that we need a general election.
Marion Fellows.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this Tory government wants to cut the benefits bill to fund tax cuts. They're going to target those who are economically inactive, which includes a large percentage of disabled people, causing them extreme fear and distress. Studies at Lancaster University have shown that when disabled people are forced into work, they may generally gravitate towards the gig economy for flexibility, for which they are poorly paid and unable to even qualify for the derisory statutory sick pay available to them, which then forces them back into inadequate but better paid sickness benefit. Job coaches with minimal training are not the best people to assess work capability. They may be well-meaning or they may be incentivised to get people into work, whether it's suitable or not. I fear I hear over and over again from disabled people and organisations. The spring budget is totally tone deaf and signals yet more Westminster austerity for public services that are already on the brink. Our public services simply cannot endure austerity 2.0, and it's deeply concerning that both Tories and Labour seem indistinguishable from one another, Labour using the same economic tropes that the Conservatives used back in 2010 to justify their damaging austerity programme. Experts say also that the tougher sanctions regime introduced has backfired. More people are receiving sickness and disability benefits as a result. Mr Deputy Speaker, the OBR's economic outlook report states that under current plans there will be a reduction of money spent per person in frontline services that disabled people are utterly reliant upon. Nothing the Chancellor announced last week can mitigate the damage caused by Westminster austerity, the infamous Tory mini-budget and Brexit, which has caused irreparable damage to the UK's economy that both the Government and Labour refuse to acknowledge. A coalition of disabled people's organisations, the Disability Poverty Campaign Group, announced that it was deeply concerned and even angered by the spring budget. Anger is an understandable emotion emanating from the disabled community, as they have been consistently failed. Their relentless calls for additional targeted support since the beginning of the cost of living crisis has been ignored. They are having doubts as well what will happen under a change of government. Carers were left similarly disappointed. Helen Walker, CEO of Carers UK, has said a staggering 600 people a day are giving up work to care, many as a result of the lack of social care. The lack of long-term sustainable funding for social care is heaping even more pressure onto families. As well as being financially disastrous for families, employers end up shouldering extra costs. All the while, levels of poverty have increased, Financial hardship and debt has risen to record levels. The 6 months grace period for Household Support Fund is not enough. It must be made permanent and must therefore give Barnett consequentials to the devolved governments across the UK. In last year's spring budget, the government reiterated their promise for an energy social tariff. Well, we're still waiting. The implementation of a social energy tariff would see tens of thousands of financially and physically vulnerable people lifted out of poverty, giving some relief to the many disabled people who have energy-intensive equipment needed to manage their conditions. National Energy Action has shown the way how it could be afforded. Data communications companies say that much of the existing smart meter infrastructure could be used alongside DWP data to best target a social tariff to those most in need. It beggars belief that the government's spring budget has ignored this. I hope my private member's bill will keep this in the front of the government's mind. I am not giving up on this fight. How can this government expect to boost growth and productivity when living standards drop and millions of households across the country cannot heat their homes or feed themselves? The Chancellor had an opportunity to support households, businesses and the vital public sector, but he didn't do it. He failed entirely to help those most vulnerable and to encourage growth and therefore prosperity for those who need it most. In Scotland, we treat people with disabilities with dignity, fairness and respect, totally lacking under the DWP regime. Westminster isn't working for Scotland under the Tories, and it won't work for Scotland under a Tory-like Labour government either. Scotland's values are not reflected in Westminster. 50% of Scotland's population agree with me. It's time for independence.
Sir Stephen Timms.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I wanted to associate myself with the remarks made by my honourable friend as member for Lewisham East and for West Ham about the scale of the hardships being faced by so many of the residents in the London boroughs that we all represent. In his budget speech, the Chancellor said the government would continue to explore how savers could be allowed to take their pension pots with them when they change job. I'm pleased the Economic Secretary is in his place, because I was pleased that the Chancellor didn't commit to pursuing that particular course at this stage. The proposal is driven by a laudable aim, consolidating pension schemes to gather resources to invest in the economy. That's an important part of tackling this productivity challenge that we've spoken about in this debate. But a lot of the responses to the government's consultation on this proposal have opposed the particular model the Chancellor has consulted on, the lifetime pension pot model, because it would very substantially increase costs and complexity for employers whose support in pension provision has been very important to the progress that there has been. At the very least, adopting this lifetime pension pot model would have the very damaging effect of ending the cross-party consensus on pensions policy, which has been so important to the progress with auto-enrolment over the last 20 years. The major trade body, the Pension and Lifetime Saving Association, said there was no evidence that the lifetime provider model would help savers, but that it had, quote, the potential to significantly undermine the successes of auto-enrolment. It went on to warn of, quote, a sharp increase in marketing and product costs that will ultimately be borne by savers. It suggested alternative ways to tackle lost pots, small pots, and also to deliver this consolidation, which is undoubtedly very important. The Association of British Insurers said the lifetime pot model would, quote, re-engineer auto-enrolment. It warned against, quote, losing sight of the great success of automatic enrolment while acknowledging that there are key reforms already underway that need to be completed. The TUC said the proposal is a gimmick dangerous distraction, likely to, quote, lead to higher charges and lower retirement incomes for most workers, with the lowest paid at the greatest risk of getting ripped off. And Lane, Clark and Peacock, where the former Pensions Minister Steve Webb now is, said that the lifetime provider model is, quote, fundamentally flawed. So I was very relieved that the Chancellor is not rushing ahead with this proposal. I wish we had seen more progress elsewhere. The Work and Pensions Select Committee has reported widespread consensus in favour of the 2017 auto-enrolment review recommendations. The legislation received royal assent last September. We need now consultation on how that is going to be implemented and when. And if the Minister is able to tell us when that's likely to happen, that would be of great interest. We highlighted as well the consensus that many people need to increase their pension contributions if they are to have an adequate income in retirement. Now, we also said the middle of a cost of living crisis is not the time to ask people to pay more into their pensions, but if they are going to do so in the future, as they need to, work to prepare the ground needs to start now on building a consensus for the change that has to come. And it would be very good to hear from the government about when it will get on and move auto-enrolment to the next stage. Like others in this debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to welcome the Chancellor's extension to the Household Support Fund. It's been crucial in supporting families through the cost of living crisis and to enabling local councils to reach those most needing help. But there is now, I think, a very strong case, as we just heard, to extend the fund not just for 6 months, but to make it permanent. Local welfare assistance replaced the old social fund in 2014. Money was transferred to local authority budgets, but that has increasingly been squeezed out in subsequent cuts. If the fund does end in September, a significant number of councils will end local welfare assistance altogether in their areas. The government supports local provision, it needs to fund it as well. And one of the important benefits, advantages of the Household Support Fund has been that a large number of councils have been able to support families with no recourse to public funds through the Household Support Fund when other help is not available to them at all. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I very much hope that the campaign to make the Household Support Fund permanent will be accepted by the government.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Conservatives have clearly, over the last 14 years, failed to act in the common good. Budgets are about choices, and they consistently have made the wrong choices. We have the highest tax raise in Parliament since World War II. The Resolution Foundation says the cost of tax increases since 2019 will cost £3,900 per household. Incomes will be lower at the next general election than in 2019. In 2022-23 saw the biggest drop in year-on-year living standards since the Office of National Statistics began its work in the 1950s. Taxes are going up, not down, despite the protestations of the Tories. And I've heard no apology for the fact that the Tories' tax cuts in this budget are only funded by 1/3 from identified tax cuts elsewhere, and the majority of it is actually borrowing. And we've heard nothing from the party opposite about that fact, and if the honourable gentleman wants to dispute it, perhaps he'll take it up with the Resolution Foundation. And budgets, as I say, are about choices, and the Tories continue to make the wrong choices, as with their announcement that it's their desire to prioritise cutting national insurance and abolishing it completely, with our public services in the state that they're in, with the prospect of having to find £40 billion. It's a prospect described by the director of the Institute of Fiscal Studies as not worth the paper it was written on in the absence of how it will be funded. So we still have irresponsible recklessness from the Conservatives. Tory efficiency that they are talking about in public services is for the birds. How are we going to find those sorts of cuts in the crumbling public services that we have? It's a return to the austerity we had between 2010 and 2015 that brought our services to their current state. And the Resolution Foundation say the idea that such cuts can be delivered in the face of already faltering public services is a fiscal fiction. How did we get to this state? Nothing in our public services is better today than it was in 2010. And we are a better country than the Tories have brought us to. And another choice the Tories are making is to put up council tax. My council tax has gone up over 50% since 2010, and the fees and charges that are being imposed on local people are stealth taxes forced on them by the government because they have starved local authorities of resources. And again, budgets are about choices. Education. Every school in my constituency has lower per pupil funding than it had in 2010. My borough overall has lower funding of 33 million since 2010. That's £867 per pupil. These are the amounts that are needed to restore funding to 2010 levels. So why are head teachers and governors I speak to in my constituency worrying about costs when we hear from the government that they've never had it so good? It's about choice, and the government have consistently made the wrong choices. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I finish, I just want to make a reference to the issue of the contaminated blood scandal. Justice for those infected and affected has been delayed unacceptably by the government. Sir Brian Langstaff made it quite clear how compensation could be paid and published the details in April of last year. We are nearly a year on and we are no closer to those people being paid compensation. In fact, the government are putting steps in place to delay compensation to beyond the general election. The only way these people will get justice is if there is a Labour government. And the sooner the Prime Minister calls that election, then the better for them and the better for the country. We need a government that will make decisions in the common good and ensure that everyone benefits from the growth that we need in our economy. And we're certainly not going to get it from the Conservatives.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to use my remarks today to focus on the West Midlands, my home. We are the birthplace of the first industrial revolution and the cooperative movement, the home of Britain's second city, Cadbury's chocolate and J.R. Tolkien. We are the inventors of the pacemaker, the Balti and the world's leading brain cancer drug. It's where in the 50s, my family and thousands like them travelled halfway across the world to make our home. We are a diverse region, a young region and a dynamic one. And the West Midlands has immense potential, but for the past 14 years, we have been let down. The headline of the budget last week was that this will be the first parliament in modern history where living standards have fallen. It is a grim culmination of 14 years of economic mismanagement under this government. Taxes rising, living standards falling, growth stalling and empty promises. The Prime Minister may write off his recession as a technicality, but working people in the West Midlands know better. They feel worse off because they are worse off. And as the OBR revealed last week, GDP per person is set to shrink this year, having shrunk last year too. And it is the longest period of no growth since records began in the 1950s. And according to the Centre for Cities, since 2010, the average person in the West Midlands is £4,320 poorer than if the economy had grown at the same rate it did under Labour. And in Stoke-on-Trent, that means the average person is £7,360 worse off under the Tories. And in Coventry, the average person is nearly £9,000 worse off. That is this government's legacy. Giving people £5 back with one hand after taking £10 with the other is not going to fool anyone. At the heart of the problems facing our broken economy is Britain's productivity crisis. Increasing productivity is critical for our success as a nation, for growth and for living standards.
Our productivity levels are now lower than at any time since the Industrial Revolution. And our Shadow Chancellor knows that productivity is a key driver of high wages, and it is part of why we've made growth and productivity the first mission of the next Labour government. Under Labour, London and the South East won't be the only engines of growth. We will spread good jobs and productivity growth to every part of the country to make everyone better off. And yet there was no proper plan for growth in the budget last week. The forecast revealed that the growth we might expect in the next 5 years depend largely on the Chancellor having revised up net migration by 350,000. As the Productivity Institute has shown, low investment, regional inequality and a lack of long-term joined-up government are key drivers of the Tory low productivity and low growth doom loop. But where was the plan to address that in the budget last week? Where is the long-term mission to secure the high sustained growth in the G7 with good jobs and productivity growth in all parts of the country? Where is the industrial strategy to guide that partnership between government and business to transform challenge into opportunities? And where is the joined-up skills strategy to bring together businesses, training providers, unions to meet the jobs market of tomorrow? Mr Deputy Speaker, the chaos of the past few years has damaged business confidence and investment. A hallmark of this government has been short-termism and to lurch from crisis to crisis. And we know that businesses can't operate like that. And that's why Labour has set a long-term industrial strategy. And the West Midlands should be at the cutting edge of these frontiers. I recently visited the Precision Health Technologies Accelerator at Birmingham's Life Sciences campus, bringing together the University of Birmingham, business and the NHS, creating over 10,000 jobs for our region. And right now there is a revolution taking place in medical science, technology, data that has the potential to transform our healthcare, and we should be at the forefront of it. But under this government, Britain's life sciences sector has declined, falling from 2nd to 9th in global life sciences league tables for inward foreign direct capital investment in 2022. That's a 900 million drop. And between 2012 and 2020, the UK share of global pharmaceutical research and development halved. Or take the Prime Minister's decision to attack Britain's net zero targets and at a stroke trashed Britain's reputation as a place to invest in developing the clean energy of tomorrow. The outcry from industry just shows how self-defeating this really was. And far from scaling back our ambition, Labour will increase it. We will deliver cheaper zero-carbon electricity system by 2020. By 2030, through our Green Prosperity Plan, we will bring the much-needed investment into the West Midlands with hundreds of millions through our battery power fund, a gigafactory in the West Midlands, investment in green hydrogen manufacturing to make clean power of the future, reform our planning system, jobs for construction workers so that we can upgrade our region's old drafty housing stock, and over 1,000 local power projects to our local power plan. The reality is people in the West Midlands need change. Change from a government that has left them thousands of pounds worse off, has brought public services to their knees, has left the economy in tatters. We are in a make-or-break decade for our economy, and the choice at the next election will be clear. 5 more years of the same failed approach, or a decade of national renewal with Labour. Good jobs in every part of the country, a world-leading green investment agenda, a life sciences sector that will create the jobs and technologies of tomorrow. Only Labour will give the West Midlands its future back. Thank you.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It has been my privilege to have represented the constituency of Dulwich and West Norwood for almost 9 years. Prior to my election to this place in 2015, I had served since 2010 as a local ward councillor in the constituency, elected on the same day that the coalition government came to power. For the entire duration of my time as an elected representative so far, I have seen Conservative-led governments making my constituents poorer and undermining and diminishing the services they rely on. As a newly elected councillor in 2010, I remember how shocked we were to receive the local government budget settlement, which stripped millions from the council's budget. We worked through it creatively, prioritised the services that mattered most to our residents, protected libraries, ensured that the streets remained clean, kept on delivering services for vulnerable children and adults. We had no idea just then just how much more was to come. Both local authorities which serve my constituents have lost more than 60% of the funding they receive from central government. Losses that are in no way adequately replaced by the increases in council tax, a regressive tax which takes proportionately more from residents on lower incomes, which the government has forced our councils to make. The single biggest practical issue affecting my constituents is housing. I have far too many constituents living in temporary accommodation, in overcrowded accommodation, unable to access the genuinely affordable homes they need, or in accommodation which has damp and mould, with profound implications for their health. This government's political decisions have deepened the housing crisis year on year for more than a decade. The decision of the coalition government to slash 2/3 of the budget for building new social homes stymied the development of exactly those homes which make the biggest impact on the housing crisis. Their decision to impose unfunded restrictions on social rents has taken £1 billion out of the budget of Southwark Council alone over 30 years, funding which would have been spent on repairs and maintenance and delivering new council homes. The decision to change the definition of an affordable home, to make a mockery of the term affordable, because 80% of market rent in London is nowhere near affordable for residents on average incomes, still less those on the lowest incomes. That decision meant that far too many of the homes that have been built in London on this government's watch have made no impact at all for those who are suffering the worst impacts of the housing crisis. The failure to ban Section 21 evictions, even though they've promised to do so, leaves thousands of my constituents literally at the mercy of their private landlord and without any security at all. The Conservatives' political decisions on housing are unconscionable. They are also contributing to the pressures on other areas of our public services. And if the government wants to talk about productivity, let me set out the impact of the housing crisis on productivity. I talk to GPs working in my constituency who tell me about the mental and physical health impacts of the housing crisis. I talk to hospital doctors who tell me about the impact of poor housing on discharge. I talk to youth workers who tell me about the impact on the ability of young people to do their homework or to relax at home, and how this drives them out of their home where they are less safe. I talk to social workers who speak about the intolerable pressures on families created by the housing situation and how hard this makes it for some parents to care for their children safely. Across the country, people are looking at their own lives, at the state of their town centres and neighbourhoods, their ability to access the services they need, and it is as plain as day that after 14 years of Conservative-led governments, nothing is better than it was in 2010. So I turn to the budget in search of any sign that the government understands just how bad things are, the terrible state of things on their watch. And there is just one brief announcement on housing, £20 million for community-led housing. Mr Deputy Speaker, there is nothing wrong with community-led housing, but this public investment amounts to less than £140,000 for every housing authority in England, or less than £16 for every household on the housing waiting list. It isn't a plan to solve the most pervasive and pernicious crisis in housing we've seen since the Second World War. It doesn't touch the sides. It simply reveals how out of touch the Conservatives are with the day-to-day reality of life for millions of people across our country. My constituents have had enough of their lives getting worse under the Conservatives. They've had enough of a government which doesn't understand their lives and has no ambition for our communities. It's time for them to step aside and make way for a Labour government which can begin the work of rebuilding the appalling damage they have done.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, I think the benches opposite really have been a metaphor for this government today, a government out of ideas, out of time and out of touch. I think it says it all, Mr Deputy Speaker, and you would have thought, listening to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury earlier on, that everything in the country was rosy, we were in some sort of sunlit uplands. I can tell you that the experiences of my constituents in Ives, South and Penarth are anything but. And whether that's the individual constituents who come to my surgeries struggling to make ends meet, struggling with sharp increases in their mortgages, in their rent, struggling with stagnant or declining wages, struggling with the high price of food, of fuel, of everyday goods and services that they need. And that's why we have to see the amazing community responses that we see. I spent last Friday at Splot Community Volunteers in my constituency who've been providing warm hubs and a whole series of other advice and support services to constituents. But demand for those services is, of course, through the roof because of the experiences that they are are having in the economy and in society. And I also last Friday visited with the Salvation Army in my constituency, doing fantastic work on housing and homelessness. But of course, why are people finding themselves homeless? Why are they finding themselves in housing crisis? It is, Mr Deputy Speaker, because of the shambolic record of 14 years of this Conservative government. I met businesses recently too in Grangetown, businesses of all sizes and shapes, small and medium enterprises that are the lifeblood of our economy. And they told me too about that they want to see certainty, they want to see leadership, they want to see a solid environment for investment, but they've had exactly the opposite. Over the last 14 years, we've seen chaos, a revolving door of ministers and no confidence for them to be able to make the kinds of investments that they want to be able to, so they can generate the jobs and the opportunities in our communities. And of course, they are coping too with that high inflation in terms of their cost base, which of course has substantially gone up and limits their ability to grow and generate more jobs and more opportunities. What have we seen, Mr Deputy Speaker? We've seen debt up. We've seen taxes up, we've seen interest rates up, we've seen inflation up, and yet we've seen the economy stagnating and now in recession. And that on top of the austerity and the cuts that we already saw in public services, and indeed to Wales, which have left us not being able to invest what we would want to in our NHS and education, or indeed in our police, which has had a huge impact on the police's ability to deal with antisocial behaviour and crime. Thanks to the Welsh Government, of course, we have seen investment in PCSOs in my communities. We have seen investment in new schools and new health facilities. But just think how much more we could do if we had a Labour government in Westminster working with a Labour government in Wales and our Labour councils making a difference. The Chancellor's latest budget simply lifted the lid on 14 years of Tory economic failure, and yet when we lifted that lid there was no rabbit, there was no hope. I think many of us were left saying, was that it? Is that all they've got to offer? And again, the benches opposite are a reflection on that today. Instead, though, Mr Deputy Speaker, we saw instead more unfunded tax cuts. Well, we all know where that got us last time. And we've heard today of those 46 billion of unfunded national insurance cuts and also total chaos in the government's messaging about when these would come in. I think, again, a stark reflection on where we're at. Yet again, working people left to pay the price of a Britain underperforming, a high-tax, low-growth economy. Just how different things could be, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very clear about what Cardiff South and Penarth needs from what my constituents tell me. We need investment in our green transition. Places like Sully, indeed Dennis Powys, have seen the impact already of flooding, of climate change, and the response that's needed to that, not only locally, but in terms of what we do nationally and internationally. And that's exactly why I'm proud of the Labour plan that we have to invest in our green transition, in green steel, in renewables, in nuclear, and of course in the high technology and green solutions that are being generated by our fantastic higher education sector. I'm very proud of our universities in Cardiff doing fantastic work on this, and putting some of those green ideas into action and into solutions for our country. I want to see support for our creative industries. We've seen a huge investment by the BBC and other film and TV production locally, for example Netflix, but in other areas we are seeing that market contracting, and that's having a big knock-on effect on smaller creatives and those who are commissioned to work on those bigger productions. So we need to invest in our creative economy. Thirdly, we need to see crucial infrastructure investments. I have argued it again and again for investment in the South Wales main line. We're seeing really bad performance on that Great Western line. We all want to see a St Mellons Parkway station built on the edge of Cardiff, and my honourable friend and neighbour nodding in agreement there. But that will require investment in those relief lines and that critical infrastructure to ensure that we can deliver growth through our infrastructure investments. We need, Mr Deputy Speaker, to see a proper reflection of Cardiff's status as a capital city in our funding for our police. This is an issue I've raised recently with the Police Minister. It's good to know that he's talking with our Police and Crime Commissioner and Chief Constables about these issues, and we need to see that investment to reflect the challenges we face as a capital city. And crucially, as I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, we need to see certainty for businesses to be able to invest. We've seen some great success stories recently. Rolls-Royce coming in to invest, our legal and financial services sector in Cardiff doing very, very well. But for that, we need industrial strategy, we need tax certainty, and we need a climate of leadership and ambition for this country, which we simply have not seen from the opposite side or in this budget.
Speaker. I want to start my contribution with something of a personal anecdote. Just over 9 years ago, in January 2015, there was an almighty storm which struck the north of Scotland. And at that time, before I joined you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this place, I was living with my wife and my elderly mother. In her 91st year, it was her last year of her life, she lived with us. She was bedridden and had to be cared for, and I was her carer. Now, in that storm, at 3 in the morning, the electricity went out. And that brought it home very forcibly to me as to what a predicament I was in. How did I boil the hot water bottle? How did I heat the food to feed her? And by the grace of God, I had an oil-fired stove, and that meant that we could get by. But if I hadn't had any form of heating, then, as we didn't get power for another 2 days, I'd have been in deep trouble. Now, the reason I share this anecdote with the Chamber is it brought it home to me absolutely how fundamental the ability to keep yourself warm is to life. And I believe in the British people there's a sense of fairness, a deep sense of fairness, something we should be very proud of. That, I would say, led to the National Health Service, free at the point of delivery. Clement Attlee is probably the greatest thing he ever did. Over a century earlier, it led to the penny post, the fact that if you posted a letter or a parcel in Kinlochbervie in northwest Solent, or you posted it in London, the cost was the same. It was about fairness. Now, I've said this many times in this chamber before, the coldest village in the United Kingdom is the village of Altnahara, right in the middle of Solent. And in 1995, the temperature dropped to, can you believe this, minus 27.2 degrees centigrade. You think how cold that is. And you couple this with the fact that lots of the buildings, the houses are old, and they're not well insulated, that incomes are smaller, and that we pay an awful lot more than many other parts of the UK for our electricity. So I believe that this is a fundamental unfairness, and it's something which we should and must address. I think, too, that if you think about keeping warm, during COVID, we knew that it made recovery as speedy as possible, that good health is about having warmth, that you can maximise the productivity of our population by having a healthy population that is kept warm. Now, I'm not going to lecture the Conservative front bench about this, because Altnahara was the coldest village for a very long time indeed. It was the coldest village under Conservative governments, under Labour governments, and dare I say it, under Asquith and Lloyd George's Liberal government. So it's a problem that's been around for a very, very long time. But the problem I have is that my constituents are losing out on this. And I hear far too many stories of elderly people, like my mum, who have to make the invidious decision at this time of year, or in January or February or December, whether to put the heating on or not to put the heating on. And that strikes me as a fundamental injustice. So, unlike the Honourable Member for Huddersfield, whose contribution I greatly enjoyed today, and I'm bound to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I for one, and I'm sure many in this chamber, will miss him, and we wish him a long and happy retirement. Unlike the Honourable Member for Huddersfield, and depending on what the party in front of me decides to do, I intend to return to this place if I humanly can. But we'll see about that, Mr Deputy Speaker. And if I do return to this place, I give warning, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this is an issue that I'm not prepared to drop. I'm going to use whatever persuasive ability I've got to try and get some assistance for these people. Now, some people say that people who live near wind farms should get a discount. I don't think that's going to work, because what about the people who don't live near wind farms? But when I close on the idea of wind farms, that's the problem, isn't it? That essentially the energy is coming almost for free. Once you've built the wind farm, it's for free. The wind is free. And that's what's so galling to my constituents, is you drive anywhere in Caithness and Sutherland and you'll see massive great wind farms, and yet the people living in my constituency are paying over the odds for the electricity that's coming from these wind farms, going somewhere else, and then coming back with a big bill attached. So, that's the end of my contribution, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I give notice I shall return to this issue at every possible opportunity, if I'm fortunate enough to be returned to this place. Thank you.
Dame Nair Griffith.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, what we saw at last week's budget was the Chancellor standing at the dispatch box like a smiling, villainous fairy tale character, holding out a shiny apple, glistening with national insurance cuts, whilst all the time knowing that inside that apple was the deadly poison that we're all paying 10 pence more tax for every 5 pence that we've got back. The Chancellor is supposedly giving back, with people across the UK suffering from the highest tax burden in 70 years, with that stealthy drip feed of the poison of freezing tax thresholds. The freezing of the basic threshold has brought 3.7 million more people into paying tax. And of course, more taxpayers again are squeezed by now having to pay the higher rate of tax, as more of their income means that they are in that bracket. And often because of a pay rise which doesn't even keep pace with inflation. So a double whammy of more tax and less purchasing power. This freezing of the tax threshold affects many pensioners as well. You don't need much of a workplace pension to top up the state pension before you're in that tax threshold country again. And of course, freezing the tax threshold particularly hits those on the lowest income. And all this while we've seen rampant inflation. And although inflation may be calming down, prices are still rising. Higher food bills, higher energy bills, and the government's failure to roll out renewables more quickly, of course, has made that all the worse. And housing costs and higher mortgages and rents. And then we have seen this government devolving economic woes, cuts to council taxes budgets in England, and with the settlement for Welsh Government now some £3 billion less than if it had grown with GDP since 2010, Welsh Government has to pass on cuts to Welsh councils. And so across the UK, people are being asked to pay higher council tax for fewer services. We've had the biggest fall in living standards in our history. People in Knaresborough and across the UK are worse off under this Conservative government. But this Conservative government has been squeezing household incomes for 14 years. Back in 2011, the Tories increased VAT to 20%, putting up household bills. And the government has cut and cut and cut the benefits paid to the least well-off in society, many of whom are, of course, in work, leaving many now without enough to live on. Back in 2011, the government changed from using RPI to using CPI to calculate benefits, which works out as a cut. And then there were cuts to health and pregnancy grants, Sure Start maternity grants, baby element of the child tax credits, leaving parents with newborn babies with less money to fend for them. And then, of course, in 2013, we saw the bedroom tax, which is a cut in housing benefit, which had originally been calculated as what people needed simply to cover the cost of rent. And by 2022, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation reported that in 8 out of 10 benefit changes between 2013 and 2022, unemployment had lost value, either through freezes or through increases that were less than inflation. And then, of course, along came rampant inflation. And so people have been even poorer, and even more people are now having to turn to food banks. And in all of this, we lost the Child Trust Fund. Nowadays, if you're turning 18, you can still claim that money, which was put by for you by the state and by your family, but up until 2011. But from 2011, the Tories cut it, so in future, 18-year-olds will not have that to look forward to. And in England, they lost the education maintenance allowance as well. In Wales, we managed to keep it for the very poorest pupils. But what we desperately need is growth in the economy, and that has been a complete Tory failure. 22 budgets and Tory chancellors have promised growth, but they've completely failed. 7 consecutive quarters of falling GDP per capita. Now officially we're in a recession. With cuts back in 2011, the Conservative Lib Dem coalition choked off growth with swinging austerity, and the incompetence continued with that disastrous budget in autumn of 2022, leaving people facing years and years of increased mortgage payments. And then, of course, there's been a failure to give business and industry the confidence they need to invest, the confidence to invest in renewables, to reform the energy market. People in Llanelli and up and down the country are desperate for change, desperate for hope of a better life. That's why we need a Labour government which will slash energy bills for households and industry, which will invest in the new green technologies of the future, and which will invest £3 billion to ensure that we develop the primary green steelmaking here in the UK. And the sooner the better.
Kim Mather. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is my first opportunity to respond to a budget in this House. Yeah. And like so many other milestones I reach in this place, I feel like I do so whilst living through a form of parliamentary purgatory, trapped with a government which forbids the public to remove them, which starves parliamentarians of meaningful legislation to scrutinise, and which now puts a budget before us as impotent as it is self-aggrandising, hollow and inadequate, with no agenda and no real plan for growth. Indeed, the only growth to be seen is in the list of this government's broken promises. Improving living standards, broken. Inflation returning to target, broken. Increasing productivity, broken. Growth, broken. Levelling up the north, broken. And increasingly our country is broken too, the victim of 14 years of Conservative negligence, of which this budget is merely the latest sorry chapter. And what is most galling is the staggering dishonesty of its central claim that working people will be better off as a result of its measures. It passes through a £9 billion tax cut based on implausible austerity, sandwiched between a £27 billion tax rise the year before and a £19 billion tax rise to follow in the following 2 years to come. For every 5 pence this budget gives back to families in Selby and Ainsty, the government takes 10 pence away, as part of a tax burden that has risen to its highest level for 70 years. Selby families will be £870 worse off as they suffer through the Prime Minister's recession, while inflation forces them to pay more for the weekly shop using real wages that are below what they were in 2008. This budget is little more than an insult to the public's intelligence, a prime instance of the government's offensively low expectation that working people won't realise the extent of its inadequacy to meet the challenges they face. And central to its failings is the absence of a real plan for growth. I'm not sure how it has been 14 years and the government still hasn't grasped the points, but there can be no hope of sustained economic growth in this country without well-resourced public services. How can businesses grow if we don't modernise and expand our transport infrastructure? How can British workers be productive if they have to leave the workforce to care for parents or children? How can we level up our country with local government stripped to the bone? How can we have vibrant high streets when crime continues to blight our town centres? Well-funded public services are the bedrock of economic growth, and yet this Chancellor intends to reduce real per capita spending for unprotected departments by 13% between 24-25 and 28-29. That is £19 billion worth of cuts, or a repeat of 71% of the austerity that we saw through the first austerity parliament. Now, the Chancellor was in charge of our NHS through a portion of that parliament, and the justification for hollowing out our welfare state then was fixing the roof while the sun was shining. But, Minister, the sun is not shining now. It, in fact, has not been shining for some time. Our public services are in desperate need of support, and this government is all too happy to continue putting critical services on the chopping block in aid of its own dogma to realise the danger that it is doing. It is the same old Conservatives, putting party before country, ideology before reality, and making the British public suffer the consequences. And that is the tragedy of this budget, the missed opportunity to do what's right and to achieve the growth that we need. I'm glad that the Chancellor finally woke up to the necessity of scrapping the non-dom status, but under Labour's plans that money would have gone into our NHS, created more dental appointments, created more capacity. Politics is about priorities, and the Chancellor has clearly decided that election giveaways based on fiscal fiction are the order of the day. But with all that being said, and the Minister may like to hear this, there is one area of the budget about which I am pleased, and that is the announcement of the £105 million earmarked for the opening of new SEND schools for children. The announcement is an opportunity to reiterate my plea for the government to do everything possible to ensure the speedy delivery of the Selby District's SEND school, which has had DFE funding allocated since 2019, but for which building work has not even begun. Hopefully that will go some way to ending the scourge that we have in my constituency of young people with additional needs having to travel in taxis for hours a day to villages and towns as far as Scarborough and Harrogate just to get the learning and education that they deserve. Overall, we are left with a situation where our country too is stalled. Left with a budget that fails to grasp the economic opportunities of our time whilst doing nothing to heal the deep structural damage that lies beneath our broken economy. It is high time the party opposite let the British public give their verdict on these 14 years of wasted potential, and I have no doubt that their decision will be for change. Thank you.
Beth Winter.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Cuts for Wales, cuts for services, cuts to pay and cuts to living standards, and absolutely no mention in the budget of the most pervasive threat and greatest existential crisis facing every single one of us, and that is the climate crisis. And all to fund giveaways to a few of the government's friends at the top. There was absolutely nothing in this budget for Cymru, Wales. Welsh Government, backed by the Senedd last week, called for greater fiscal flexibilities. Welsh Government sought investment in coal tip safety and the allocation of the billions of pounds owed to us in consequentials from HS2. But the Chancellor chose to ignore these requests. And I have to say, I listened with some amazement earlier to the member for Ruslip, Northwood and Dinner, who was lauding the merits of the free market and capitalism. That couldn't be any further away from the truth for communities like mine, Cynon Valley and others across the South Wales valleys, whose history is one of extraction. This year marks the 40th commemoration of the miners' strike, which sounded the death knell for the industry and the decimation of communities across South Wales and other coalfield communities. That is the legacy of neoliberalism and the capitalist state in the UK. The budget brought cuts to services, departments losing 20 billion in the coming years, almost matching the cuts of the 2010 coalition. That means fewer youth clubs, fewer bus services, fewer bin collections. Local authorities are on their knees. Such cuts can only damage the fabric of society and risk further alienation of the public from politics. And there were more cuts to pay. This is the Tory low-pay agenda. The public has seen well-paid ministers restricting strike action to deal with the myth of wage-led inflation. And while the government continues to make late submissions to public sector pay review bodies, despite people unable to keep up with the cost of energy bills or food shops, shameful. And who gains from the tax cuts announced? We saw 10 billion spent cutting national insurance, where nearly half of the benefits of that go to the richest fifth, but only 3% go to the poorest fifth. This is the Tory agenda, to reward a few at the top while public services are disappearing and people's incomes are stagnating, including in Cynon Valley, where we've seen an exponential growth of food banks, including food bank usages, and in more recent months there's been a huge surge of people coming to my office asking for fuel vouchers because they cannot afford to heat their homes. And only last month, I arranged alongside the trade union councils in South Wales a hunger march to commemorate the 97th anniversary of the first hunger march in the UK from the Rhondda up here to London. It is an indictment that we now have more food banks than McDonald's. Shame on this government that has become normalised. This government's approach is testing not only the social fabric, it also threatens the future of our planet. And the British people will not accept the continued destruction of public services and people's pay. The next government has no alternative to finding the funds to increase public sector pay, fund public services and invest in the future of our public sector, including by ending the unequal and unfair low levels of taxation on wealth, which is surely now inevitable. We need a wealth tax now more than ever. The Chancellor should have confirmed a commitment to public sector pay restoration to the real level they were at in 2010, starting with an above-inflation rise this year, and he should have committed to lifting the minimum wage to £15 an hour at the next opportunity, and we will keep demanding this. As I said, our social fabric is under threat. We need an economy that puts people and the planet first, before profits and for the benefits of all. What we must be arguing for is not growth for growth's sake, but for prosperity for all, which is enshrined in the Future Wellbeing Act that we are fortunate enough to have in Wales. I would encourage the government to look at that act and ideally adopt it here in England and across the UK. And this means enabling and supporting local communities, not only to generate but to invest the wealth in their own communities. And that initiative, Community Wealth Building, is called Common Idoli, because it is only by redistributing wealth that we will be able to tackle inequality, to transform society and to secure a just future, not only for current generations, but for future generations. Diolch yn fawr.
Simon Lackwood.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's with pleasure that I speak in the final day of the budget debates this afternoon. With this being the last spring statement before the general election, last week's budget was a golden opportunity for the Chancellor to finally set out his plans to grow Britain's economy. But we didn't see a rabbit out of the hat. But it looks like the Chancellor has managed to make his backbenchers disappear. Instead, this budget revealed what we've known for far too long. This exhausted, fading Tory government is completely out of ideas. Millions of people across the country will have listened to the Chancellor and collectively said, "Is that it?" The government have limped on through another budget week. Clearly not everyone has survived. And the former Tory Cabinet Minister said that it has had no traction at all because the Prime Minister is simply too weak to call a general election. The unavoidable fact is that after 14 years of Tory government, our economy has flatlined into recession. Living standards have fallen off a cliff and our public services are crumbling. This budget has lifted the lid on 14 years of Tory economic failure. And nothing they do between now and the election, whenever it comes, will change that. The Chancellor may have taken 2 pence off the national insurance as a last-ditch effort to shore up votes, but we on this side of the House haven't forgotten that there have been 25, yes 25, Tory tax rises since the last election. Mr Deputy Speaker, the highest tax burden on the British public for 70 years. For all the attempted fanfare about last week's budget, you can see the enthusiasm again on the Banchers episode. For every £10 extra working people will pay in tax under the Tories, they will get just £5 back as a result of the combined national insurance cuts. And as my honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, said last week, this government are openly giving with one hand but taking even more with the other. They are taking the British public for fools. On average, households will still be £870 worse off under this government. Yet the Chancellor merrily told the House last week his plan is working. I know my constituents in Wakefield, along with millions of people across the country, just aren't buying it. 5 Prime Ministers, 7 Chancellors and 11 failed plans for growth, trotted out by this government. And what do they have to show for it? An economy in recession, smaller than when the latest Prime Minister took office. The national credit card maxed out, with debt tripling to almost £2.6 trillion since 2010. Average post-tax earnings at the start of this year, £1,870, lower than the start of 2021, according to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. Real pay up by just £17 a week since the Tories took office, and with an unprecedented decline in living standards. And a cumulative £19 billion rise in mortgage costs for UK homeowners thanks to the Tory mortgage time bomb. And as if that wasn't enough, now the Tories are eagerly promising £46 billion of unfunded tax cuts, which would leave a gaping black hole in the nation's finances, with working people paying the price. There was very little in last week's budget that will make any real difference to the lives of hard-working constituents in Wakefield. Some wards within my constituency rank amongst the 10% most deprived neighbourhoods in the country, and a shocking 32% of children in Wakefield live in poverty. Every single one of those households suffering in my constituency and across the UK are a badge of shame on the benches opposite. Last week's lacklustre budget also does nothing to address the fact that the basic functions of the state are collapsing under the Tories' watch. Not a single NHS dentist in Wakefield are taking on new patients. 1 in 7 people in England are on waiting lists for NHS treatment, and thousands of children are studying in crumbling classrooms. It's a plan, and it's plain as the day the Tories have given up on governing. So it's little wonder that they have finally caved in to pressure from Labour after years of resistance, and have finally acted to close the non-dom tax loophole. This is a crushing, humiliating U-turn, even for the Tories. And it's a damning indictment of a government totally bereft of ideas. Mr Deputy Speaker, my constituents simply cannot afford another Tory budget of decay and decline. We desperately need a general election and a Labour government that will get the economy growing again and will make work pay with a new deal for working people and back British business with a new industrial strategy and a national wealth fund. It's time for real change, Mr Speaker, and Labour are ready to serve. Call a general election.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I just say to the honourable member that just spoke there from Wakefield, there's no point in Labour members banging on about Tory unfunded tax cuts when Labour's not going to do anything different and say they won't reverse them. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, productivity is an almost abstract word that's bandied about all the time, but the one consensus is that the UK lags behind productivity rates compared to other comparable countries. We keep getting pronouncements about improving it, but yet nothing changes. Now, the last Prime Minister, that one of just 45 days, believed that tax cuts, especially for the richest, somehow boost the economy and boost productivity. Now, other than ideology, they never show how the rich getting richer actually boosts outcomes, increases manufacturing productivity, or how tax cuts for the richest transforms the productivity of those paid the least but are actually doing the real work. And Mr Deputy Speaker, productivity certainly isn't boosted by trying to force the long-term sick or those with disabilities into jobs they're not suited for. Now, the reality is that increased productivity stems from good planning and strategic investment. Now, the Chancellor's decision to make fuel expenses permanent in the autumn statement might drive forward investment, but even so, there are still questions to be asked about how the UK has just went into recession. And indeed, despite what the government always tells about global factors that affect all other countries, such as the war in Ukraine or global inflation rates, the reality is that within the G7, the UK has only outperformed Germany in terms of GDP growth compared to pre-pandemic. So over a 4-year period, the UK at just 1% GDP growth is a third of the Eurozone and miles behind the US's 8.2% growth. Now, of course, it's no coincidence that the US has an Inflation Reduction Act or that the Eurozone is covered by the EU Green Industrial Plan, and it's no coincidence either that the UK has the lowest levels of investment in the G7. Further proof that the government should be providing schemes and investment to counter the EU and US measures. But instead, what we heard from UK ministers at the time was a blasé attitude that these other countries are simply playing catch-up with the UK, blinkered British exceptionalism at its worst. And indeed, the government still does not recognise it's fallen further behind. And not only that, but they failed to listen to renewable energy developers about the strike rate for offshore wind being too low in the last contracts for difference auction. Now, this is obviously lost investment in renewable energy, and it really throws the 2030 deployment targets into doubt. Now, until the failure of the AR5 for offshore wind, the contracts for difference process was at least a success in terms of deployment of renewable energy. However, it still represented missed opportunities for UK-based supply chain development, for investment to be targeted at UK manufacturing and for increasing UK productivity. Instead, the UK government made it a race to the bottom in terms of price, so we saw billions of pounds of investment that was actually offshored as part of that process. Now, the government hid behind EU directives, but now, post-Brexit, the procurement strategy still does not sufficiently incentivise local content. And on Brexit, it's obvious that being outside the single market and the customs union, completing additional paperwork and products undergoing additional checks clearly affects productivity. The OBR has confirmed that UK is still on track to have a hit of 4% to GDP and a 15% reduction in EU trade as a result of Brexit. Goldman Sachs estimates that Brexit has cost the UK 5% in GDP compared to other comparable countries. So it's undeniable that the UK's performance within the G7 has Brexit as a large contributing factor, another issue completely avoided by Labour in today's debate. Now, greater investment is required in infrastructure, but the budget did not allocate additional capital monies. And indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Scottish Government's capital budget is suffering close to a real terms cut of 20% this year. And yet somehow in Scotland, the Scottish Tories demand ever more construction, ever more deployment of the Scottish Government, while they stand by as Westminster slashes our budget. Now, that said, the Scottish Tories now see first-hand the Westminster Respect agenda when their wishes were overridden with the extension of the windfall tax. So that's a further £1.5 billion revenue from Scotland that's not been used for reinvestment. It's not propping up Scotland's capital budget. It's actually been used for a tax cut. It's shameful. And yet, Mr Deputy Speaker, we have to doff our cap and be grateful for £300 million of additional Barnett consequentials. But we know, behind that though, there's future cuts to the Scottish Government coming down the line, given the £19 billion of departmental cuts associated with the autumn budget and now baked into this budget. And of course, as I pointed out earlier on, Labour are effectively sticking to the Tory spending rules. So this means Labour will introduce austerity 2.0 if they come into power. And it's no wonder the IFS says there's a conspiracy of silence from both Labour and the Tories on the scale of cuts coming down the line. One cut that has been delivered, of course, is a cut to the higher rate capital gains rate for property sales. There was enough analysis previously that showed making capital gains tax at the equivalent rate of income tax will realise an additional £10 to £15 billion for the Treasury. And yet somehow we have to believe that lowering the upper rate is going to magically bring in more money. It defies logic. And Mr Deputy Speaker, just to finish, Labour like to talk about Norway and tax rates that raised in the North Sea there. I like to talk about Norway too, and the fact they've got a £1.5 trillion sovereign wealth fund, the biggest in the world. When we look at Norway, it's what we might have been. It's not a change of government we need at Westminster. It's a,
Sarah Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wish to tell you a story about modern Britain, about my constituents, about how their experiences of a Conservative-led government have left them alone. People I know in Tamworth are struggling, and they tell me this on a daily basis. It's an issue when we have a government that is gaslighting the public into thinking that they are better off under the Conservatives. Yet the tax burden is the highest for 70 years, wages are lower and public services around them are literally crumbling in a parliament that will be defined as the worst on record for living standards. Paul Johnson, director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies, said that come the election, tax revenues will be 3.9% of national income, or around £100 billion higher than at the time of the last election. This remains a parliament of record tax rises. The Treasury's own figures have made it clear that the cut to national insurance would be paid for by years of austerity affecting government departments and our already overstretched public services. When the Conservatives' infamous mini-budget caused massive damage, crashing the economy and sending mortgage rates soaring and families' budgets plummeting, they left constituents fearful for the future. Despite working full-time, many hard-working people find themselves struggling to make ends meet. It was a shock to attend an event recently where a Conservative-run Tamworth Borough Council claimed that there were no homeless people in Tamworth, following the annual snapshot survey taken on one day in autumn of 2023. Yet government data between July and September of 2023 show that the council assessed 81 households and 43 were homeless, 38 were threatened with homelessness. Figures collected by the Tamworth Food Bank over the last 12 months state that 207 users stated they are of no fixed address, and 56 of those are children. Local charities know there are people that are homeless in Tamworth, some sleeping in their cars, some local churches, and others who are sofa surfing with no fixed abode. For many, the government's poor stewardship of our economy has pushed the dream of getting on the housing ladder even further away. I speak on a daily basis with parents that still have an adult child living at home because even with good wages and a deposit saved, there are no affordable homes in their communities. Of the houses that are being built in Tamworth, many are built on the floodplains and therefore are at risk when it comes to flooding incidents. The track record is getting worse and worse, and the government has slashed the Environment Agency resources by 2/3 since 2010, and 1 in 6 homes are now at risk of flooding, and climate change is on the march. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what next in this twisted tale of Conservative failure? Where next can I turn? I will turn to the high streets, where shops, cafes, restaurants and pubs have suffered, and where people are no longer able to sustain the businesses that communities so value. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my constituency of Tamworth, our high street, has received some levelling up funding. However, the £3 million shortfall following the astronomical rise in inflation is not covered by the government, yet the time constraint to spend the money remains. This use it or lose it attitude has left destruction in its wake. As part of the project, one of our heritage buildings, the Peel Cafe, was knocked down, contrary to the requirements to consult on the changes to the plans. Our communities are being cut out of conversations around regeneration, and it's without them that we fail to plan our future. Labour offers a review of those current business rates that don't support businesses in an economy that's fallen off the tracks. Speaking of which, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my constituency is a graveyard to HS2. £92 billion squandered on a badly managed, badly scrutinised HS2 project that could have unlocked financial benefits and higher network capacity across the nation. The government claims that network speeds won't be impacted, but HS2 trains on Victorian tracks will run slower, and they will mean that there are less trains per hour on a decreased network capacity for Tamworth and the nation. The irony is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that if the government had done absolutely nothing and spent no money at all on rail infrastructure projects, we would be in a better position than we are today. So let me turn to the tragedy of our public services, which are at an absolute breaking point, decimated after years of austerity. After 14 years of the Tory government, over 90% of crimes are going unsolved, meaning that criminals are less than half as likely to be caught now compared to the last Labour government. And Tamworth no longer has a police station with which to report crime. 1 in 7 people in England are on NHS waiting lists, more than ever before. People have put their lives on hold while they wait in pain and discomfort for months and even years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, such a tale I have had to tell of an utterly let down country, which is often being left to pick up the pieces. Ordinary working people, families, pensioners see little that they can celebrate. We need a Labour government. We need Labour's plan. This budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is nonsense.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. After 4 days spent debating one single fiscal event, it would be easy to enter into Westminster village debates very readily. But ahead of last week's budget, I instead spent several days knocking on doors in villages in my Devon constituency to hear what rural residents were wanting the Chancellor to announce. The feedback I got was plain. They didn't care about jibes from the dispatch box. What they cared about was saving our public services and infrastructure, including our roads, which are crumbling before our very eyes and are a metaphor for public services in general. Little wonder that people ask me, if this government cannot even stop the roads from falling apart, how on earth can they claim that things are getting better? Little wonder that the erosion of our roads has been mirrored by the electoral erosion of the Conservative Party. Many of the people who I spoke to in Devon regard this government as having little left in the tank. Little wonder that conspiracy theories are on the rise. People in the West Country could be forgiven for thinking that potholes are a deliberate, affordable alternative to 20-mile-per-hour signs and speed bumps. This budget was such a disappointment. There are more holes in it than there are in the A373 between Honiton and Columpton. It contained little in the way of support for frontline NHS and care services. It's ironic that when national insurance was introduced by a Liberal government in 1911, the purpose was partly as a safety net to catch people experiencing ill health. The Liberal government that had introduced it required contributions from employers and the state, as well as the individual. So the Chancellor's flagship measure, this cut to national insurance, failed to deliver any help for pensioners or those on fixed incomes in the way that a rise in the income tax threshold could have done. Instead of long-term investment, the government chose a series of quick patch-up jobs that brush over the latest crisis, rather than taking the time to fill in their holes properly. The government needs to understand that funneling every single last available penny that they could scrape together into a national insurance cut is not going to turn things around. On the specifics, the average pothole-related breakdown cost will set drivers back about £440. That's the same amount that someone might otherwise have taken back in this national insurance cut. One trip down a poorly maintained road and all those savings are gone in a bang as the driver shreds a tyre on the edge of a crater. I'm reminded of driving through streets in the former Yugoslavia in an Army Land Rover 20 years ago. Avoiding a collision in Kosovo required a Land Rover Defender. Increasingly, that seems to be the requirement in Colmstock, Collerton and Coombe Rally. If small businesses are the engines of our local economy, then investment in our road network is the lubricant in rural areas like Devon. The roads are the ribbons that connect our towns and villages, and in recent years, many have become impassable. Almost every single week, my postbag is flooded with correspondence about potholes. I fear if I was to plot these on a map, those reported across Mid and East Devon would hardly leave any road left. It's certainly one of the things that people are most annoyed about. So it's why the £6.6 million announced for Devon's roads is nothing more than a smokescreen. It goes nowhere near what is genuinely required to fix the underlying problem. It's not just me who's saying this. The Conservative leader of Devon County Council, John Hart, who is ultimately responsible for the maintenance of our roads in Devon, says that this funding is a drop in the ocean. And he went on to say that while the council was also given an extra £9.5 million for roads last year, £7 million of that repair money was immediately eaten up by inflation. The council was forced last April to announce that they only have the capacity to maintain priority roads, allowing other vital roads to endure a, quote, managed decline. This is a shameful state of affairs. It says something when getting on a horse and riding over the rolling hills of Devon may be the best way of traversing across our county for the first time in over 100 years. Figures from the Department for Transport lay the issue bare. You can't argue with these statistics. Just 18.6 miles of roads in Devon had improvement work done in the year to March 2023, down from 273.6 miles 5 years ago, all under the Conservatives' watch. So in conclusion, this budget was a missed opportunity. The government knows that they've lost the race and are now simply limping to the finish line. The people of Devon deserve so much better. They demand better. They know that the only way in rural areas of the West Country to get this is to vote Liberal Democrat. Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I know that residents of Putney, Southfields, Roehampton and Wandsworth Town will be watching this because they tell me that they watch Parliament Channel as they go out and about in the constituency all the time. But I also know that they will be very, very disappointed by this budget. They will have seen nothing for our declining high streets, nothing on youth centres, nothing to tackle the cost of living crisis, which means that for my constituents there are higher bills but less money week after week after week. The theme of this debate is about productivity, which is fundamental for our competitiveness, for wage growth, for the ability to attract investment and our overall future economic well-being, in fact, our well-being. Without growth, we can't have the hope for the future, hope for our young people and boost for our economy that we need. So I'm going to focus on one area of underinvestment which has meant chronic lack of productivity across the UK. An area of investment that's essential to tackle the climate crisis and boost our economy and give young people hope. That is green skills. I was disappointed to hear in the budget that there were no new policies to help boost the rollout of low-carbon technologies such as electric vehicles or heat pumps. But there is a clear need for better alignment between net zero investments and the skills and employment system. And that's the problem that we have that leads to our poor productivity at the moment. Solar Energy UK called the budget virtually nude of anything to bolster that sector. We can't begin to move in the right direction on green productivity without having the processes in place to embed green skills within our economic infrastructure. But we need a whole industry and skills approach. There is a massive shortage of heat pump engineers. We currently have 3,000, but we'll need 27,000 by 2028. Offshore wind industry engineer numbers need to triple to just over 104,000 to meet our current targets, let alone our future ones. But there are political choices that have led to this underinvestment and underskilling. The IPPR have found that the UK employs fewer people in renewable energy as a proportion of working age population than most other European countries. It doesn't have to be this way. In my constituency, South Thames College offer courses in green skills and solar panel fitting. They're taking proactive steps of responding to the wide range of green jobs arising across the economy. By helping students to move into apprenticeships or jobs, South Thames College are ahead of the curve, ensuring a joined-up approach. And then also in my constituency, there's Treadlighter solar energy company in Southfields. They're booming, but they can't keep up with demand as they need more skilled trainees and staff to fit panels. Matching skills to green businesses is essential, but currently government inaction is holding back productivity because of this. A whole new approach is needed right across the economy to ensure that there is a seamless transition from training, education, manufacturing, supply and services. And we don't see any of this in this budget. No new boost, no new revolution in green skills that would be so exciting for our economy, that would give us hope. The government's Green Jobs Delivery Group have been meeting for a year and they've got plans to publish their Green Jobs Plan soon. But this budget has given nothing to the green energy industry, so I have no high hopes for that plan. On this side of the House, we know how important investing for the future is going to be for our success. That's why Labour has committed to spending £23.5 billion over the course of our first Parliament in government to deliver green power by 2030. And Green British Energy, a publicly owned energy company, will invest in green energy projects, including offshore wind, hydrogen, carbon capture, tidal and nuclear, and match that with a green skills revolution, and then you really do have the productivity that we need to actually change the amounts of money in people's pockets across my constituency. The number one mission of the next Labour government is to get our economy growing so Britain will be better off. We'll do that through stability, investment and reform. That means bringing stability back so we can protect family finances with tough fiscal rules and a long-term plan for our economy. It means investing in British business so that we can unlock tens of millions of pounds of private sector investment for our towns and our cities. And it means reforming planning so that we can boost growth and get Britain building again. The Conservatives are missing in action. They've run out of ideas, they've run out of ambition, of hope, and they've run out of any ways in which growth can be boosted. It's time for a new approach. It's time for a Labour government.
And for the last backbench speech of this budget, ever patient with Joe.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I knew my patience would be rewarded in the end. That's right. I'm very pleased to be able to say a few words on behalf of the people of Newport West. I'm just sorry that it's on such a bad budget, a missed opportunity and a letdown for my constituents. I'd also like to congratulate the Leader of the Opposition for a powerful and compassionate response to the budget last Wednesday, and to all my colleagues on this side who have spoken in recent days, especially the Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury, who so powerfully and forensically called out the lack of plan by the party opposite earlier this afternoon. Week in and week out, real people come to my office, write to me, email me and call my team with their experiences of the struggle to heat their homes, feed their families and pay the mortgage. Since my election to this place in April 2019, my brilliant team have dealt with people in desperate need right across Newport West. And with each fiscal event from this tired Tory government, my constituents have been moved from getting by to struggling, or even worse, from struggling to absolute poverty. Since I was elected, absolute child poverty in Newport West, that's the percentage of children living in households with an income below 60% of the median income, has remained around 15%. This is shocking, and nothing has changed. The UK rate is also 15%, so this is a British problem, and nothing in this budget will make things better for working people. Mr Deputy Speaker, the people who have all the power to help are sitting right over there. The Chancellor seems to be feeling the pressure in his constituency, and he could have delivered a budget that invests in his country. He could have taken meaningful action to mitigate the cost of living crisis and could have genuinely helped people. I know, we know, and worst of all, the Conservatives know, they could have done far more to help ordinary people, but they made the political choice not to. One of my constituents wrote to me recently about the problems they've had getting warm home discount, and they said this: people have to beg for help, and they get fed up with the long, drawn-out process. Many are not getting the help that is promised by the government. That is the real-life experience of people in my area, and I would urge ministers to wake up and take action. This budget confirms the UK has the highest tax burden in 70 years, rising every year of the forecast period. The Office for Budget Responsibility figures show that for every 10p extra working people will pay in tax under the Tories' plan, they'll only get 5p back as a result of the combined national insurance cuts. That includes the OBR's revised estimate for the impact of tax threshold freezes that raises 41.1 billion over the forecast period, and this move will create 3.7 million new taxpayers by 28-29. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm thinking that for all that wasn't in the budget, we should all be very afraid. We should think about the £46 billion worth of unfunded tax cuts that have been promised by the Chancellor and the Prime Minister. This reckless attempt to save their own jobs with no regard to anyone else's exposes the clear risk of 5 more years of the Conservatives. They will gamble with the public finances, and working people will be forced to pay the price yet again. This Tory government clearly hasn't learned anything since the former Prime Minister crushed the economy and sent people's mortgages spiralling, leaving a real impact on working class and middle income people. I'm proud to stand for my party because we know that with my friend from Leeds West in charge of the Treasury, Labour will never play fast and loose with the nation's finances. I've seen nothing and heard nothing from the government that improves the lives of ordinary people in Newport West. So if they can't, or worse, won't take the action needed to get our country back on track, they should make way for a fresh start from Labour. This was a bad budget with nothing for Newport West. After 14 years, long years, it's time for change, time for a fresh start, and time for us to change course and get our country back on track. Let the public decide. Call the general election now. It's time for change.
Decision front bench. Tulip City.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this budget was the last gasp of a dying, desperate government. It did nothing to address 14 years of Conservative economic failure. And as always with this government, it is working people who pay the price. Many honourable members from this side have made powerful contributions in the debate today, and I do apologise that I will not be able to mention every single one, but I wanted to pay tribute to the honourable member for Huddersfield, who said it was his last ever budget speech today. Turning back to the budget and the British people who are struggling with the highest tax burden in 70 years and who still face further tax rises over the next 5 years, a point that was powerfully made by my honourable friend from Tamworth and from Newport West. Food prices are still 25% higher than they were 2 years ago. Rents are up by 10%, and a typical family will pay an extra £240 a month when remortgaging this year. Nothing the Chancellor said last week in his budget changes that. And as much as he tries, he cannot hide from his government's record. 14 years of low investment, 14 years of stagnant wages, 14 years of poor productivity. The country is in recession. wrecked public finances, an economy crippled by debt. The Chancellor tried to wash away the realities last week, but families in our constituencies cannot do the same. People feel worse off under the Conservatives because they are worse off. And as my honourable friend from Liverpool Walton focused on, the Office for Budget Responsibility, not us, the Office for Budget Responsibility has now confirmed that this will be the worst Parliament on record for living standards. And let me repeat that, Mr Deputy Speaker, because it's worth repeating. The worst Parliament on record for living standards. The only Parliament on record where living standards have fallen. Real pay has gone up by just £17 a week over almost a decade and a half of this Conservative government. When the Labour Party were last in power, wages rose by £183 a week over 13 years. And with 14 years of Conservative rule, people have less money in their pockets. And as my honourable friend for Bedford touched on, the latest ONS figures show 7 consecutive quarters of falling GDP per capita from the start of 2022. This is the longest period of economic stagnation in this country since the 1950s. And now, under this Prime Minister and this Chancellor, the country has fallen into recession. Government debt has almost tripled under the Conservatives, from £1 trillion to just under £2.6 trillion. And did last week's budget give the British people or British businesses any hope that the government could turn things around? Absolutely not. Household disposable income is set to fall by £200 per person over the course of this Parliament. Real GDP per capita expected to be lower at the end of this year than it was at the start of this Parliament, and borrowing has been revised in the next 5 years of the forecast period. The Institute of Directors described the Chancellor's efforts as an unremarkable budget for business. And the British Retail Consortium said it will do nothing to turbocharge investment and growth in communities. This was a failed budget from a failing government. Yes.
Would the honourable member agree that this Conservative budget has confirmed that the next government will receive the worst economic inheritance since the Second World War? Does my honourable friend agree that the Tories should listen to our constituents, call a general election now and stop taking a wrecking ball to the economy on their way out the door?
I thank the honourable member for her intervention, and it's something that opposite benches don't want to hear. But if they have so much confidence in their record, then why don't they do what she asked and call a general election and put a test to the public? Unable to defend his own government's records and unable to offer any plan to get the country out of the economic mess that his party created, this Chancellor has resorted to undeliverable promises. When we thought things couldn't get any worse, the Chancellor bizarrely ended his budget last week with a £46 billion unfunded tax plan to abolish national insurance, which would leave a gaping hole in the public finances, put family finances at risk, and create huge uncertainty for our pensioners. This is even bigger than the unfunded tax cuts announced in the Conservatives' mini-budget, which added hundreds of pounds to people's mortgages, a point that was powerfully made in my honourable friend's speech for West Ham. I hope the Minister in his response today, and I'll be listening intensely, will set out how his government would fill this gaping hole in public finances to avoid rerunning the disastrous experiment that crashed the economy just 18 months ago.
Yes. Does my honourable friend agree that it's absurd that throughout today's event the government has not been able to confirm how they will pay for their unfunded £46 billion plan to abolish national insurance contributions? Where's the money coming from?
I'll give away.
I think if we're giving way and talk, I asked earlier on what the IFS calls a conspiracy of silence from both Labour and the Conservatives. Are Labour sticking with the baked-in £20 billion of future departmental cuts that's in the budget? And if not, how's Labour going to pay for that?
I fully appreciate the orchestration, but it would be quite a good idea if one intervention was responded to before the next one was made.
Apologies, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'll just answer both interventions by saying that I know the opposite benches don't want to hear it, but if you make a pledge without a plan, you've got to clarify where the money is coming from. It's not a laughing matter. It's causing havoc in the finances of people. But then again, Mr Speaker, nothing will surprise me from this clown show of a government. Less than a week after committing to a British ISA, the Chancellor has apparently U-turned and ditched the plan till after the election because apparently he's just noticed that he has no idea how he's going to pay for it. Another U-turn, another uncosted announcement, another promise without a plan by this clueless Conservative government. And turning to the other tax cuts in the budget, Labour has consistently said we want to reduce the tax burden on working people. That's why, when the current Prime Minister wanted to increase national insurance 2 years ago, we opposed it. And let's be under no illusions. We do support the measures announced last week to bring national insurance down by an additional 2%. But it doesn't change the fact that this government has raised the tax burden to record levels and taxes are continuing to rise. Under the Chancellor's plans, households will be on average £870 worse off. His decision to freeze tax thresholds will create 3.7 million taxpayers by 2028 to 2029. And as my honourable friend from Nottingham South pointed out, OBR figures show that for every 10p extra that working people will pay in tax under the Conservatives, they will only be getting 5p back as a result of the announcements last week. And they expect the British public to thank them for it. However the Chancellor tries to spin it, his budget means that Britain will go into the next general election with taxes at their highest level since 1949. Mr Deputy Speaker, while we'll always call out the Conservatives for pickpocketing the British taxpayer, we do welcome their recent pickpocketing of Labour policies. Labour has long argued that if people make Britain their home, they should pay their taxes here. However, bizarrely, the Prime Minister himself said that scrapping the non-dom status would somehow end up costing Britain money. And the Chancellor, even more bizarrely, previously tried to argue that the non-dom status supports jobs, and reforming it would bring long-term damage to growth. So I really hope the Minister, when he responds today, explains what caused this road to Damascus moment. Is he responsible personally for getting his party to finally listen to us about the importance of closing the non-dom loophole, which the OBR estimates would raise £3 billion a year? And as my honourable friend for Walsall South and Wakefield touched out, Labour first called for this loophole to be closed 2 years ago, meaning the government has cost the country £6 billion, which could have been spent on precious public services. I'm not denying the party opposite has come a long way since their opposition to our windfall tax on oil and gas producers. But even after yesterday's announcement of a one-year extension, the Chancellor is leaving loopholes, which means energy giants will still pay billions less in tax. Surely the government has learnt by now that they would save themselves a lot of time and the country a lot of money if they adopted Labour's policies in full. This is an exhausted and directional Conservative government, out of ideas and out of time. All they had to offer last week was unfunded promises and ever-growing tax burden on working people. In contrast, our offer to the country will be carefully costed and fully funded, and it will always put working people first. The Conservatives have failed on growth, they've failed on living standards, and have only delivered stagnation and chaos. With Labour's economic plan, we will build on the pillars of stability, investment and reform. Stability brought about by iron discipline, guided by strong fiscal rules, robust economic institutions. They love chuntering from the opposite benches, but if they listened properly, they would hear our plan. Investment, working with the private sector so we can lead the industries of the future and make work pay. Reform, starting with our planning system, taking on vested interests and get Britain building again. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Britain deserves better. Britain deserves change, and the British people deserve an election.
From the Treasury bench, I call Bin Mafalami.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you. It is a pleasure to close off these 3 days of debate for this government spring budget. And before we get on to maybe some of the more contentious points, I thought we should start off with some common ground in the House. We all know that the last few years have been tough for our country. We all know that this government has spent over £400 billion on protecting lives and livelihoods after COVID. We all know that Putin's war in Ukraine sent energy prices to unprecedented highs, and that this has had a huge impact on our economy. And so since 2023, this government has worked principally to 3 economic priorities. They are halving inflation, growing the economy, and reducing the national debt. And we've made good progress on each of these. Wait for it, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They should wait for it. Inflation has more than halved, from 11% to 4%. Our economy is expected to grow faster than many of our major European neighbours and partners over the medium term. And indeed, the IMF predicts that over the coming 4 years, we'll be the 3rd quickest growing economy in the G7. And the OBR has confirmed that national debt is on track to fall in line with our fiscal rules. And indeed, members opposite may say, and indeed the House may say, a lot done, a lot more to do. But this prudent and responsible budget takes us one step closer. It takes us one step closer to tackling the inflation that has harmed the economy, to dealing with the low growth and poor productivity that has hampered us, and towards a brighter future. We already have had much success. That's why we are able to afford to cut national insurance for 29 million people. And we are responsible, and we will responsibly go further than this as long as the country can afford it. Now, what is very important? Yes.
Is he okay? He doesn't look very well. He doesn't look very well. Give him some water.
Is he not well?
No, he doesn't look very well.
He's not well.
Go on.
Thank you. Asked about the government's commitment to abolish national insurance contributions last week, the Minister said, we'd like to continue along that track, more a cul-de-sac in my humble opinion. Today, he's been silent on that plan, a huge £46 billion unfunded tax commitment. So, can the Minister tell us if it is still the Prime Minister's plan to resurrect the Trussonomics mini-budget package of last year?
It is not our plan to resurrect anything from the mini-budget. We have our plan. We set it out in our budget. Now look, as the son of a doctor and pharmacist, as many of us are on these benches, I'm very mindful of what any good doctor will tell you, that in order for the medicine to work, one has to complete the course. One has to stick to the plan. This budget sticks to the plan we set out in 2023 and has 3 key objectives: to reward work, to grow the economy, and to improve productivity. Now, before I get on to those points, I'd like to address some remarks made by members in the debate. The Honourable Lady from Makefield made the point about some of the most vulnerable in our country and their access to credit, and I commend her long-standing support for her constituents and many of the most vulnerable. I'd say in response, we are extending the Household Support Fund, as she knows, and we're making it easier to access the debt relief order. The Right Honourable Member, the member for East Ham, welcomed the decision to extend the Household Support Fund, and all I will say to him in relation to whether to make that permanent or not is that is a decision for the next fiscal event, whenever it would be. But for all those members on all sides of the House who are concerned for the most vulnerable, this is a budget for them. And this has been a government for them. Since 2010, those working full-time on the national living wage, their real income, take-home pay income, is 35% greater than it was in 2010. But now on to rewarding work. Now, thanks to the actions this government has already taken, falling inflation means that wages in real terms are on the up, even whilst unemployment is low. And real household income since 2010 overall have increased by 8% in response to the Honourable Member from Liverpool, Walton, who brought that up. But we all know we can go further, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yeah. And the simplest and most effective way to do so is by reducing people's taxes. Yeah. Getting rid of the double taxation on work. Yeah. And that means reducing national insurance. Now, I was listening carefully to the Shadow Chief Secretary, who's a man who I rather like. I rather admire him. We came to the House at the same time. We are practically the same age. He's about 5 months younger than me, but let's not go into that. But I was very surprised to hear him say a particular thing, where he said that he said, and I want to quote him, and he can intervene on me if this is not correct, that it was morally abhorrent to cut national insurance. Oh, of course.
I always welcome the chance, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to return to the dispatch box. And just to answer the honourable gentleman's question, my quote was, it was morally abhorrent to abolish national insurance contributions at a cut of £46 billion a year with no plan to pay for it. So the Minister has this opportunity once again to answer, how is he going to fund the £46 billion?
This is great fun, Mr. Deputy Speaker. What I would say to the Shadow Chief Secretary is that we have been very clear. We have cut national insurance by a third in the last two fiscal events. It is our long-term ambition to do so and to eliminate this double taxation on work. Now, if they don't believe that we should eliminate this double taxation on work, then they should say so. Now, members, the honourable members, I shall make some progress. The honourable members from St Ives, Broxtowe, North West Norfolk, they all saw the wisdom and the importance of cutting national insurance by a third and what that means for ordinary people. That means from April this year, we will have taken a third off, meaning £900 a year for the average worker. Now, there's some members opposite who've sniffed at that. They don't think that's very much money. We know for millions of people across the country that will make a huge difference to their lives, and we are very proud to support it. Now, over and above the national insurance cuts, this budget sets out a plan that rewards hard-working families, because a lifetime of work should support the job of a lifetime, being a parent. For too long, hard-working parents have been unfairly penalised by our tax system, and I'm very glad the Honourable Member for Richmond Park from the Liberal Democrats recognised that and supported our plans. Oh, good. That's why we are raising the child benefit threshold to £60,000 and increasing the level at which the support is completely withdrawn to £80,000. This isn't done out of some ideological fancy. We're doing it because it will encourage growth in the labour market and generate an increase in worked hours equivalent to around 10,000 people entering the workforce full-time. That will save, so this one act on childcare that the Chancellor has put forward will save nearly 500,000 families an average of around £1,300 per annum, in addition to the national insurance cuts. But we also want to support those who make a career out of childcare, which is why, building on our announcement at the last budget to extend 30 hours of free childcare a week to all children of working parents aged 9 months and older, my right honourable friend the Chancellor announced that the government will guarantee the hourly rate to ensure that private childcare providers can step up to deliver this offer. Secondly, as many members across the House have noted, this is a budget for long-term growth. Growth means more opportunity. Growth means greater prosperity for families and firms. And yes, growth means higher funding for our public services. Of course.
I thank him for giving way. He knows full well that the Autumn budget had £20 billion of future cuts to public services, and this budget makes it in. IFS have called it a conspiracy of silence from both Labour and the Conservatives. So he talks about long-term growth and increase in public services. We'll come clean up that £20 billion cut and what they're going to do about it.
I thank the honourable member for that point. What I'd say is that if you look at in the forecast and you look in the Red Book, in the next spending review period, it is forecast that real-term spending on public services, the whole House should hear this, so I've heard lots of discussion from members opposite about cuts and slashing and cuts. Real terms increase in spending, and they should hear it, is going up every year of the next forecast by 1% in addition to inflation. And look, we are building on a stable foundation for this growth. Against the backdrop of economic uncertainty, business investment, one of the chronic difficulties for our economy for generations, it grew last year and it will be about 11% of our GDP this year. At the budget, we outline next steps on the Autumn Statement's £4.5 billion funding package for strategic manufacturing. Many members, particularly the member for Birmingham Edgbaston, I remember discussing the issue of manufacturing, which delivers the next stage of expansion for our high-growth industries. And to complement this, we're also committed to making sure the UK has the most attractive investment tax regime of any large G7 or European country. We have the lowest corporation tax rate in the G7. And at the Autumn Statement, to complement this support for business, to complement this support for growth, we announced we would introduce permanent full expensing, which allows companies to claim in the first year 100% capital allowances on qualifying investments. At this budget, the Chancellor confirmed that draft legislation on extending full expensing further to assets for leasing will be published shortly. And I'm very glad that the honourable members for Harrogate and Knaresborough and the member for Gordon supported this investment. Now, finally, the theme of today's debate, which is on improving productivity, which was barely mentioned by the members opposite in their remarks. I will echo what my right honourable friend, the member for Sevenoaks, the Chief Secretary, said in her opening speech for today's debate. When it comes to our public services, what the public care about is whether their services improve. That means focusing on outcomes, not just inputs, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, the members opposite are very, very fond of talking about inputs. They're very, very fond of talking about how apparently there's all these cuts, slashing and burning of public services, and of course, but they're not very fond of talking about our productivity plan. They're not very fond of talking about how we're investing to improve outcomes. And the reason why they're not fond of it, I'll tell you a secret, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the reason why they're not fond of it is because they know that would upset their union paymasters. That's why they don't want to talk about it. They don't believe in better public services, meaning better value for money for the taxpayer, because they don't believe in better value for money. They don't believe in better support for frontline workers to actually do their jobs properly, because they just want more money for their union paymasters. They don't believe in better results. They talk the talk, but they refuse to walk the walk because they don't understand what it is to take any tough decisions, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, I will agree with something that the Honourable Member for Ilford South said, where he said, and I quote him, "You cannot cut your way to prosperity." And I agree with him. That's why we're investing in our productivity plan. That's why we're investing comprehensively in the NHS, as the Honourable Member for Watford so compassionately and powerfully set out in his remarks. From upgrading computer systems, well, no, I'll make some progress and then I'll give way. We're from upgrading computer systems to the use of artificial intelligence to automate tasks. We will upgrade the NHS's technology for the 21st century, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is only part of a programme of reform to bring the whole of government into the digital era and to generate productivity improvements, including through structural investment. And what a win it would be. The National Audit Office and the Office for Budget Responsibility, bodies that members opposite are always terribly keen to quote, they should listen to what they've said about productivity and about outcomes. They've said that raising public sector productivity by 5%, which only brings us back, by the way, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to where we were before the pandemic, would be the equivalent of around £20 billion extra in funding. That's why we're doing it. That's why the work that my right honourable friend, the member for Sevenoaks, the Chief Secretary, is doing. That's why that work is so important. But, Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I think we can all agree in this House, even members on the opposition backbenches, that it is impossible to know where the Labour Party stands on anything these days. I mean, we used to know where they stood. The only plan, the only concrete plan they did have, and what was so sad about it was they had this document and it had all these projects under their 28 billion and it was going through every one of their constituencies. And the only plan, this was the plan they had, but they've dropped it. They should talk to the right honourable member for Doncaster North as to whether he's happy about that. But look, they're confused. I feel sorry for them, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I feel sorry for them because they're confused. I mean, they are so confused. I see the honourable member, the member for Hampstead and Kilburn, is chanting from a sedentary position. I'm coming to her next, don't worry. They are confused. They're so confused. You would think that the member for Hampstead and Kilburn was the disciple of Peter Thornycroft and Nigel Lawson, by the way she was going on. She was so keen on low taxes and sound money. I almost wanted to invite her to join us on these benches. But then I remembered something, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because in one of her first acts as a Labour MP, she decided to mount the barricades and nominate the member for Islington North for leadership of the Labour Party. I wonder whether she has told the leader of the opposition that that's where her heart lies. But look, I don't want to be mean-spirited, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It doesn't suit me very well. It might surprise you. It might surprise you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to learn that I actually rather admire the member for Islington North. He believes in things. He has ideas, unlike the shadow Treasury team opposite, who do not even have the semblance of a coherent plan or any beliefs at all, as it so finds out. But we know that this won't bother the Shadow Chancellor. Where is she? Where is the Shadow Chancellor?
Yeah.
I mean, she's probably too busy on her smoked salmon offensive in the City of London, pretending to love bankers, to have time to think of any new ideas.
On Wikipedia, cutting and pasting.
Cutting and pasting. But look, if she needs ideas, and I can't see her, and she's happy to come in, if she needs ideas, and she's done it before, there is always the option to cut and paste from someone else. And I don't want to mislead the House, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Chancellor does have one aspect to her economic plan. Forgive me, I forgot. She does have one aspect to her economic plan. And they call it their workers' plan. The Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, they call it their workers' plan. True to form, the Shadow Chancellor has cut and pasted this plan from the trade unions. To such a degree, it might as well be called the unions' plan. It gives sweeping licence to unions over our whole economy, which will kill jobs, hurt our productivity, and undo the good work of this budget and this Chancellor. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget is a plan for the future, a plan for jobs, a plan for growth, a plan for productivity, a plan on the side of working people, and I commend it to the House.
The question is, the motion relating to income tax charge as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobbies. Come on, do it if you're going to go. Quickly. Come on, quickly. The question is the motion relating to income tax charge as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Joy Morrissey and Mark Jenkinson. Tell us for the noes, Kirsty Blackman and Gavin Newland. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 318. The noes to the left, 43.
The ayes to the right were 318. The noes to the left were 43. So the ayes have it. Unlock. Could we ask for some quiet in the lobby, please? Thank you. I'm now required under Standing Order 51.3 to put successively, without further debate, the question on each of the Ways and Means motions number 2 to 25 and the money resolution on which the finance bill is to be brought in. These motions are set out in a separate paper distributed with today's order paper. The Leave of the House, I propose to put motions 2 to 5 together. The question is 2 to 5. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Now come to motion number 6. The question is that motion number 6 be agreed to. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobbies. Sit down, please. Oh, well, let's go. Motion number 6. The question is that motion number 6 be agreed to. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Joy Morrissey and Mark Jenkinson. Tell us for the noes, Kirsty Blackman and Gavin Newlands. Order, order.
The ayes to the right were 317. The noes to the left were 46.
Thank you.
The ayes to the right were 317. The noes to the left were 46. So the ayes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I'll now put motions 7 to 25 together. The question is that motions 7 to 25 be agreed to. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion relating to finance be agreed to. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Bill ought to be brought in on the foregoing resolutions. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
The Chairman of Ways and Means, the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Laura Trott, Gareth Davies, Bim Athalami and myself.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Second reading tomorrow.